Section 1 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World Story. A History of the World in Story, Song, and Art. Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Hjalmar H. Section 1. The Humiliating Entry of Sonnavater and Knut into Stockholm. By C. G. Hellquist. Swedish artist, 1851 to 1890. Frontispiece. Early in the 16th century, the Scandinavian kingdoms were united and ruled by King Christian of Denmark. Sweden was not happy in this union, and to force its obedience, Christian seized and carried away to Denmark Gustavus and other young nobles as hostages. Gustavus escaped, returned to Sweden, and aroused the people to revolt. In 1523, Sweden won its freedom from Denmark, and Gustavus was made king. In his new kingdom he found much to reform. The nobles and clergy were rich and powerful, the peasants were poor and oppressed, and the laws were not observed. When Gustavus attempted to improve matters, the nobles and clergy grew rebellious. Two bishops, Peter Sonnavater and Master Knut, were leaders of a revolt, and after it failed, in 1526, they fled to Drontheim to Archbishop Olaf. The archbishop, however, proved false to their trust, and betrayed them to some servants of the king. These servants dressed them in rags, put a crown of straw upon Sonnavater's head, and a mitre of birch bark on Knut's, mounted them, face to the tail, on two raw-boned steeds, and led them through Uppsala to Stockholm in a shrovetide procession among the scoffs and insults of the people. When the marketplace was reached, they were made to drink the health of the executioner, and were then broken on the wheel. End of Section 1. This recording is in the public domain. Section 2 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Norway Part I. Stories from Scandinavian Mythology. Historical Note. There are two old Icelandic books called the Eddas, which are famous the world over. The first, known as the Elder Edda, consists of poems and songs of heroic and mythical import, collected probably from oral tradition about the middle of the 13th century, but composed at different periods between this century and the 9th. It was partly from these poems that the Völsunga Saga, the northern version of the Nibelungenlied, was derived, probably in the 12th century. The Younger Edda is in prose. This is ascribed to Snorre Sturluson, who lived in the first half of the 13th century. Here are found many stories of the myths of northern lands. According to this book, the principal deities were the powerful Odin, the great All-Father, his wife Frigga, their son Balder the Beautiful, the friend of everyone and beloved by everyone, Thor the Thunderer, who defended Asgard, the home of the gods, from the giants, and the treacherous Loki, full of malicious mischief and hatred. Heroes who fell in battle were borne by the battle maidens, the Valkyries, straight to Valhalla, where they joyed in fighting through the day and feasting through the night. It was believed that at some time in the future, gods and men would be destroyed, the sun would become pale, the earth would sink into the sea, and the stars would drop from the heavens. After this destruction had taken place, a new heaven and a new earth would be created. Misery and wrongdoing would vanish, and the gods and men would live in the utmost harmony together for unknown ages. End of Section 2. This recording is in the public domain. Section 3 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Hjalmar H. Section 3. The Wolf Fenris, from the Younger Edda. The father of Fenris was Loki, the personification of evil. Tyr was one of the sons of Odin. The Editor. Then said Har, "The wolf Fenris was bred up among the gods, but Tyr alone had the daring to go and feed him. Nevertheless, when the gods perceived that he every day increased prodigiously in size, and that the oracles warned them that he would one day become fatal to them, they determined to make a very strong iron fetter for him, which they called Leding. Taking this fetter to the wolf, they bade him try his strength on it. Fenris, perceiving that the enterprise would not be very difficult for him, let them do what they pleased, and then, by great muscular exertion, burst the chain and set himself at liberty. The gods, having seen this, made another fetter, half as strong again as the former, which they called Dromi, and prevailed on the wolf to put it on, assuring him that by breaking this he would give an undeniable proof of his vigor. The wolf saw well enough that it would not be so easy to break this fetter, but finding at the same time that his strength had increased since he broke Leding, and thinking that he could never become famous without running some risk, voluntarily submitted to be chained. When the gods told him that they had finished their task, Fenris shook himself violently, stretched his limbs, rolled on the ground, and at last burst his chains, which flew in pieces all around him. He thus freed himself from Dromi, which gave rise to the proverb to get loose out of Leding, or to dash out of Dromi, when anything is to be accomplished by strong efforts. After this the gods despaired of ever being able to bind the wolf, wherefore Allfather sent Skirnir, the messenger of Frey, into the country of the dark elves to engage certain dwarfs to make the fetter called Sleipnir. It was fashioned out of 6 things, to wit, the noise made by the footfall of a cat, the beards of women, the roots of stones, the sinews of bears, the breath of fish, and the spittle of birds. Though thou mayest not have heard of these things before, thou mayest easily convince thyself that we have not been telling thee lies. Thou must have seen that women have no beards, that cats make no noise when they run, and that there are no roots on the stones. Now I know what has been told thee to be equally true, although there may be some things thou art not able to furnish a proof of. I believe what thou hast told me to be true, replied Gangler, for what thou hast adduced in corroboration of thy statement is conceivable. But how was the fetter smithied? This I can tell thee, replied Har, that the fetter was as smooth and soft as a silken string, and yet, as thou wilt presently hear, of very great strength. When it was brought to the gods, they were profuse in their thanks to the messenger for the trouble he had given himself, and taking the wolf with them to the island called Lyngvi, in the lake Amsvartnir, they showed him the cord, and expressed their wish that he would try to break it, assuring him at the same time that it was somewhat stronger than its thinness would warrant a person in supposing it to be. They took it themselves, one after another, in their hands, and after attempting in vain to break it, said, "Thou alone, Fenris, art able to accomplish such a feat." "Methinks," replied the wolf, "that I shall acquire no fame in breaking such a slender cord. But if any artifice has been employed in making it, slender though it seems, it shall never come on my feet." The gods assured him that he would easily break a limber silken cord, since he had already burst asunder iron fetters of the most solid construction. "But if thou shouldst not succeed in breaking it," they added, "thou wilt show that thou art too weak to cause the gods any fear, and we will not hesitate to set thee at liberty without delay." "I fear me much," replied the wolf, "that if ye once bind me so fast that I shall be unable to free myself by my own efforts, ye will be in no haste to unloose me. Loath I am, therefore, to have this cord wound round me. But in order that ye may not doubt my courage, I will consent, provided one of you put his hand into my mouth, as a pledge that ye intend me no deceit." The gods wistfully looked at each other, and found that they had only the choice of 2 evils, until Tyr stepped forward and intrepidly put his right hand between the monster's jaws. Hereupon, the gods having tied up the wolf, he forcibly stretched himself, as he had formerly done, and used all his might to disengage himself. But the more efforts he made, the tighter became the cord, until all the gods, except Tyr, who lost his hand, burst into laughter at the sight. When the gods saw that the wolf was effectually bound, they took the chain called Gelgia, which was fixed to the fetter, and drew it through the middle of a large rock named Gjöll, which they sank very deep into the earth. Afterwards, to make it still more secure, they fastened the end of the cord to a massive stone called Thwiti, which they sank still deeper. The wolf made in vain the most violent efforts to break loose, and opening his tremendous jaws, endeavored to bite them. The guards, seeing this, thrust a sword into his mouth, which pierced his underjaw up to the hilt, so that the point touched the palate. He then began to howl horribly, and since that time the foam flows continually from his mouth in such abundance that it forms the river called Von. There will he remain until Ragnarok. Footnote: the destruction of the world. End of footnote. Verily, said Gangler, an evil progeny is that of Loki, yet most mighty and powerful. But since the gods have so much to fear from the wolf, why did they not slay him? The gods have so much respect for the sanctity of their peace steads, replied Har, that they would not stain them with the blood of the wolf, although prophecy had intimated to them that he must one day become the bane of Odin. End of section 3. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 4 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 4. The Horse Sleipnir, from the Younger Edda. Thou madest mention, said Gangler, of the horse Sleipnir. To whom does he belong, and what is there to say respecting him? Thou seemest to know nothing either about Sleipnir or his origin, replied Har, but thou wilt no doubt find what thou wilt hear worthy of thy notice. Once upon a time, when the gods were constructing their abodes, and had already finished Midgard and Valhalla, a certain artificer came and offered to build them, in the space of 3 half-years, a residence so well fortified that they should be perfectly safe from the incursion of the frost giants and the giants of the mountains, even although they should have penetrated within Midgard. But he demanded for his reward the goddess Freyja, together with the sun and moon. After long deliberation, the Aesir agreed to his terms, provided he would finish the whole work himself without anyone's assistance, and all within the space of 1 winter. But if anything remained unfinished on the first day of summer, he should forfeit the recompense agreed on. On being told these terms, the artificer stipulated that he should be allowed the use of his horse, called Svadilfari, and this, by the advice of Loki, was granted to him. He accordingly set to work on the first day of winter, and during the night let his horse draw stone for the building. The enormous size of the stones struck the Aesir with astonishment, and they saw clearly that the horse did 1/2 more of the toilsome work than his master. Their bargain, however, had been concluded in the presence of witnesses, and confirmed by solemn oaths, for without these precautions, a giant would not have thought himself safe among the Aesir, especially when Thor returned from an expedition he had then undertaken towards the east against evil demons. As the winter drew to a close, the building was far advanced, and the bulwarks were sufficiently high and massive to render this residence impregnable. In short, when it wanted but 3 days to summer, the only part that remained to be finished was the gateway. Then sat the gods on their seats of justice, and entered into consultation, inquiring of one another who among them could have advised to give Freyja away to Jotunheim, or to plunge the heavens in darkness by permitting the giant to carry away the sun and moon. They all agreed that no one but Loki, the son of Laufey, and the author of so many evil deeds, could have given such bad counsel, and that he should be put to a cruel death if he did not contrive some way or other to prevent the artificer from completing his task and obtaining the stipulated recompense. They immediately proceeded to lay hands on Loki, who in his fright promised upon oath that let it cost him what it would, he would so manage matters that the man should lose his reward. That very night, when the artificer went with Svadilfari for building stone, a mare suddenly ran out of a forest and began to neigh. The horse, being thus excited, broke loose and ran after the mare into the forest, which obliged the man also to run after his horse, and thus between one and the other the night was lost, so that at dawn the work had not made the usual progress. The man, seeing that he had no other means of completing his task, resumed his own gigantic stature, and the gods now clearly perceived that it was in reality a mountain giant who had come amongst them. No longer regarding their oaths, they therefore called on Thor, who immediately ran to their assistance, and lifting up his mallet Mjolnir, paid the workman his wages, not with the sun and moon, and not even by sending him back to Jotunheim, for with the first blow he shattered the giant's skull to pieces, and hurled him headlong into Niflhel. But shortly after, the mare bore a grey foal with 8 legs. This is the horse Sleipnir, which excels all horses ever possessed by gods or men. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 5, Thor fishes for the Midgard Serpent, from the Younger Edda. According to Scandinavian mythology, Midgard, the earth, was held together by the Midgard Serpent, which lay at the bottom of the ocean with its tail between its jaws. Across the ocean was the land of giants, with whom the gods were perpetually at war. The Editor. He, Thor, went out of Midgard under the semblance of a young man, and came at dusk to the dwelling of a giant called Hjalmar. Here Thor passed the night, but at break of day, when he perceived that Hjalmar was making his boat ready for fishing, he arose and dressed himself, and begged the giant would let him row out to sea with him. Hjalmar answered that a puny stripling like him could be of no great use to him. Besides, he added, thou wilt catch thy death of cold if I go so far out, and remain so long as I am accustomed to do. Thor said that, for all that, he would row as far from the land as Hjalmar had a mind, and was not sure which of them would be the first who might wish to row back again. At the same time he was so enraged that he felt sorely inclined to let his mallet ring on the giant's skull without further delay, but intending to try his strength elsewhere, he stifled his wrath, and asked Hjalmar what he meant to bait with. Hjalmar told him to look out for a bait himself. Thor instantly went up to a herd of oxen that belonged to the giant, and seizing the largest bull, that bore the name of Himinbrjot, wrung off his head, and returning with it to the boat, put out to sea with Hjalmar. Thor rowed aft with 2 oars, and with such force that Hjalmar, who rowed at the prow, saw with surprise how swiftly the boat was driven forward. He then observed that they were come to the place where he was wont to angle for flatfish, but Thor assured him that they had better go on a good way further. They accordingly continued to ply their oars, until Hjalmar cried out that if they did not stop, they would be in danger from the great Midgard Serpent. Notwithstanding this, Thor persisted in rowing farther, and in spite of Hjalmar's remonstrances was a great while before he would lay down his oars. He then took out a fishing line, extremely strong, furnished with an equally strong hook, on which he fixed the bull's head, and cast his line into the sea. The bait soon reached the bottom, and it may be truly said that Thor then deceived the Midgard Serpent not a whit less than Utgard Loki had deceived Thor when he obliged him to lift up the serpent in his hand. For the monster greedily caught at the bait, and the hook stuck fast in his palate. Stung with the pain, the serpent tugged at the hook so violently that Thor was obliged to hold fast with both hands by the pegs that bear against the oars. But his wrath now waxed high, and assuming all his divine power, he pulled so hard at the line that his feet forced their way through the boat, and went down to the bottom of the sea, whilst with his hands he drew up the serpent to the side of the vessel. It is impossible to express by words the dreadful scene that now took place. Thor on one hand, darting looks of ire on the serpent, whilst the monster, rearing his head, spouted out floods of venom upon him. It is said that when the giant Hymir beheld the serpent, he turned pale and trembled with fright, and seeing, moreover, that the water was entering his boat on all sides, he took out his knife, just as Thor raised his mallet aloft, and cut the line on which the serpent sunk again under water. Thor, however, launched his mallet at him, and there are some who say that it struck off the monster's head at the bottom of the sea, but one may assert with more certainty that he still lives and lies in the ocean. Thor then struck Hymir such a blow with his fist, nigh the ear, that the giant fell headlong into the water, and Thor, wading with rapid strides, soon came to the land again. End of section 5. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 6 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March-Tappen. Section 6, Thor Among the Giants, from the Younger Edda. Thor and his companions went their way and continued their journey until noon. Then they saw a berg standing on a plain, and it was so high that they had to bend their necks clear back before they could look over it. They drew nearer and came to the berg gate, which was closed. Thor, finding himself unable to open it, and being anxious to get within the berg, they crept between the bars and so came in. They discovered a large hall and went to it. Finding the door open, they entered, and saw there many men, the most of whom were immensely large, sitting on 2 benches. Thereupon they approached the king, Utgard Loki, and greeted him. He scarcely deigned to look at them, smiled scornfully, and showed his teeth, saying, "It is late to ask for tidings of a long journey. But if I am not mistaken, this stripling is Oku Thor, is it not? It may be, however, that you are really bigger than you look. For what feats are you and your companions prepared? No one can stay with us here unless he is skilled in some craft or accomplishment beyond the most of men." Then answered he who came in last, namely Loki, "I know the feat of which I am prepared to give proof, that there is no one present who can eat his food faster than I." Then said Utgard Loki, "That is a feat indeed, if you can keep your word, and you shall try it immediately." He then summoned from the bench a man by name Loge, and requested him to come out on the floor and try his strength against Loki. They took a trough full of meat and set it on the floor, whereupon Loki seated himself at one end and Logi at the other. Both ate as fast as they could and met at the middle of the trough. Loki had eaten all the flesh off from the bones, but Loge had consumed both the flesh and the bones, and the trough too. All agreed that Loki had lost the wager. Then Utgard Loki asked what game that young man knew. Thjalfi answered that he would try to run a race with anyone that Utgard Loki might designate. Utgard Loki said this was a good feat, and added that it was to be hoped that he excelled in swiftness if he expected to win in this game, but he would soon have the matter decided. He arose and went out. There was an excellent racecourse along the flat plain. Utgard Loki then summoned a young man whose name was Huge, and bade him run a race with Thjalfi. Then they took the first heat, and Huge was so much ahead that when he turned at the goal, he met Thjalfi. Said Utgard Loki, "You must lay yourself more forward, Thjalfi, if you want to win the race. But this I confess, that there has never before come anyone hither who was swifter afoot than you." Then they took a second heat, and when Hugi came to the goal and turned, there was a long bolt shot to Thjalfi. Then said Utgard-Loki, "Thjalfi seems to me to run well. Still, I scarcely think he will win the race, but this will be proven when they run the third heat." Then they took one more heat. Hugi ran to the goal and turned back, but Thjalfi had not yet gotten to the middle of the course. Then all said that this game had been tried sufficiently. Utgard-Loki now asked Thor what feats there were that he would be willing to exhibit before them, corresponding to the tales that men tell of his great works. Thor replied that he preferred to compete with someone in drinking. Utgard-Loki said there would be no objection to this. He went into the hall, called his cupbearer, and requested him to take the sconce horn that his thanes were wont to drink from. The cupbearer immediately brought forward the horn and handed it to Thor. Said Utgard-Loki, "From this horn it is thought to be well drunk if it is emptied in one draught. Some men empty it in 2 draughts, but there is no drinker so wretched that he cannot exhaust it in 3. Thor looked at the horn and did not think it was very large, though it seemed pretty long, but he was very thirsty. He put it to his lips and swallowed with all his might, thinking that he should not have to bend over the horn a second time. But when his breath gave out, and he looked into the horn to see how it had gone with his drinking, it seemed to him difficult to determine whether there was less in it than before. Then said Utgard-Loki, "That is well drunk. Still it is not very much. I could never have believed it if anyone had told me that Asa Thor could not drink more, but I know you will be able to empty it in a second draught." Thor did not answer, but set the horn to his lips, thinking that he would now take a larger draught. He drank as long as he could, and drank deep, as he was wont, but still he could not make the tip of the horn come up as he would like. And when he set the horn away and looked into it, it seemed to him that he had drunk less than the first time, but the horn could now be borne without spilling. Then said Utgard-Loki, "How now, Thor? Are you not leaving more for the third draught than befits your skill? It seems to me that if you are to empty the horn with the third draught, then this will be the greatest. You will not be deemed so great a man here among us, as the Asas, gods, call you, if you do not distinguish yourself more in other feats than you seem to me to have done in this." Then Thor became wroth, set the horn to his mouth, and drank with all his might, and kept on as long as he could, and when he looked into it, its contents had indeed visibly diminished, but he gave back the horn, and would not drink any more. Said Utgard-Loki, "It is clear that your might is not so great as we thought. Would you like to try other games? It is evident that you gain nothing by the first." Answered Thor, "I should like to try other games, but I should be surprised if such a drink at home among the Asas would be called small. What game will you now offer me?" Answered Utgard-Loki, "Young lads here think it nothing but play to lift my cat up from the ground, and I should never have dared to offer such a thing to Asa Thor, had I not already seen that you are much less of a man than I thought." Then there sprang forth on the floor a grey cat, and it was rather large. Thor went over to it, put his hand under the middle of its body, and tried to lift it up, but the cat bent its back in the same degree as Thor raised his hands, and when he had stretched them up as far as he was able, the cat lifted 1 foot, and Thor did not carry the game any further. Then said Utgard-Loki, "This game ended as I expected. The cat is rather large, and Thor is small, and little compared with the great men that are here with us." Said Thor, "Little as you call me, let anyone who likes come hither and wrestle with me, for I am now wroth." Answered Utgard-Loki, looking about him on the benches, "I do not see anyone here who would not think it a trifle to wrestle with you." And again he said, "Let me see first. Call hither that old woman El, my foster mother, and let Thor wrestle with her if he wants to. She has thrown to the ground men who have seemed to me no less strong than Thor." Then there came into the hall an old woman. Utgard Loki bade her take a wrestle with Asa Thor. The tale is not long. The result of the grapple was that the more Thor tightened his grasp, the firmer she stood. Then the woman began to bestir herself, and Thor lost his footing. They had some very hard tussles, and before long Thor was brought down on one knee. Then Utgard Loki stepped forward, bade them cease the wrestling, and added that Thor did not need to challenge anybody else to wrestle with him in his hall. Besides, it was now getting late. He showed Thor and his companions to seats, and they spent the night there enjoying the best of hospitality. At daybreak the next day, Thor and his companions arose, dressed themselves, and were ready to depart. Then came Utgard Loki, and had the table spread for them, and there was no lack of feasting both in food and in drink. When they had breakfasted, they immediately departed from the burg. Utgard Loki went with them out of the burg, but at parting he spoke to Thor, and asked him how he thought his journey had turned out, or whether he had ever met a mightier man than himself. Thor answered that he could not deny that he had been greatly disgraced in this meeting. "And this I know," he added, "that you will call me a man of little account, whereat I am much mortified." Then said Utgard Loki, "Now I will tell you the truth, since you have come out of the burg, that if I live and may have my way, you shall never enter it again. And this I know, forsooth, that you should never have come into it, had I before known that you were so strong and that you had come so near bringing us into great misfortune. Know, then, that I have deceived you with illusions. In regard to the first contest, in which Loki took part, the facts were as follows. He was very hungry and ate fast, but he whose name was Loge was wildfire, and he burned the trough no less rapidly than the meat. When Thjalfi ran a race with him whose name was Huge, that was my thought, and it was impossible for him to keep pace with its swiftness. When you drank from the horn and thought it diminished so little, then, by my troth, it was a great wonder which I could never have deemed possible. One end of the horn stood in the sea. That you did not see. When you came to the seashore, you will discover how much the sea has sunk by your drinking. That is now called the ebb. Furthermore, he said, nor did it seem less wonderful to me that you lifted up the cat. And to tell you the truth, all who saw it were frightened when they saw that you raised one of its feet from the ground, for it was not such a cat as you thought. It was in reality the Midgard Serpent, which surrounds all lands. It was scarcely long enough to touch the earth with its tail and head, and you raised it so high that your hand nearly reached to heaven. It was also a most astonishing feat when you wrestled with El, for none has ever been, and none shall ever be, that Eld, old age, will not be able to get the better of him, though he gets to be old enough to abide her coming. And now the truth is that we must part, and it will be better for both of us that you do not visit me again. I will again defend my burg with similar or other delusions, so that you will get no power over me." When Thor heard this tale, he seized his hammer and lifted it into the air, but when he was about to strike, he saw Utgard Loki nowhere, and when he turned back to the burg and was going to dash that to pieces, he saw a beautiful and large plain, but no burg, so he turned and went his way back to Thrudvang. End of section 6. This recording is in the public domain. Section 7 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 7, The Death of Balder, from the Younger Edda. The beginning of this tale is that Balder dreamed dreams great and dangerous to his life. When he told these dreams to the Asas, gods, They took counsel together, and it was decided that they should seek peace for Balder against all kinds of harm. So Frigg, mother of Balder, exacted an oath from fire, water, iron, and all kinds of metal, stones, earth, trees, sicknesses, beasts, birds, and creeping things, that they should not hurt Balder. When this was done and made known, it became the pastime of Balder and the Asas that he should stand up at their meetings, while some of them should shoot at him, others should hew at him, while others should throw stones at him. But no matter what they did, no harm came to him, and this seemed to all a great honor. When Loki, Laufey's son, saw this, it displeased him very much that Balder was not scathed. So he went to Frigg in Fensel, having taken on himself the likeness of a woman. Frigg asked this woman whether she knew what the Asas were doing at their meeting. She answered that all were shooting at Balder, but that he was not scathed thereby. Then said Frigg, "Neither weapon nor tree can hurt Balder. I have taken an oath from them all." Then asked the woman, "Have all things taken an oath to spare Balder?" Frigg answered, "West of Valhalla there grows a little shrub that is called the mistletoe. That seemed to me too young to exact an oath from." Then the woman suddenly disappeared. Loki went and pulled up the mistletoe and proceeded to the meeting. Hoder stood far to one side in the ring of men because he was blind. Loki addressed himself to him and asked, "Why do you not shoot at Balder?" He answered, "Because I do not see where he is, and furthermore, I have no weapons." Then said Loki, "Do like the others and show honor to Balder. I will show you where he stands. Shoot at him with this wand." Hoder took the mistletoe and shot at Balder under the guidance of Loki. The dart pierced him, and he fell dead to the ground. This is the greatest misfortune that has ever happened to gods and men. When Balder had fallen, the Asas were struck speechless with horror, and their hands failed them to lay hold of the corpse. One looked at the other, and all were of one mind toward him who had done the deed. But being assembled in a holy peace stead, no one could take vengeance. When the Asas at length tried to speak, the wailing so choked their voices that one could not describe to the other his sorrow. Odin took this misfortune most to heart, since he best comprehended how great a loss and injury the fall of Balder was to the Asas. When the gods came to their senses, Frigg spoke and asked who there might be among the Asas who desired to win all her love and goodwill by riding the way to Hel and trying to find Balder, and offering Hel a ransom if she would allow Balder to return home again to Asgard. But he is called Hermod the Nimble, Odin's swain, who undertook this journey. Odin's steed, Sleipnir, was led forth. Hermod mounted him and galloped away. The Asas took the corpse of Balder and brought it to the seashore. Hringhorn was the name of Balder's ship, and it was the largest of all ships. The gods wanted to launch it and make Balder's balefire thereon, but they could not move it. Then they sent to Jotunheim after the giantess whose name is Hyrroken. She came riding on a wolf and had twisted serpents for reins. When she alighted, Odin appointed 4 berserks to take care of her steed, but they were unable to hold him except by throwing him down to the ground. Hyrroken went to the prow and launched the ship with one single push, but the motion was so violent that fire sprang from the underlaid rollers, and all the earth shook. Then Thor became wroth, grasped his hammer, and would forthwith have crushed her skull had not all the gods asked peace for her. Balder's corpse was borne out on the ship, and when his wife Nanna, daughter of Nep, saw this, her heart was broken with grief, and she died. She was borne to the funeral pile and cast on the fire. Thor stood by and hallowed the pile with Mjolnir. Before his feet ran a dwarf, whose name is Lit. Him Thor kicked with his foot and dashed into the fire, and he too was burned. But this funeral pile was attended by many kinds of folk. First of all came Odin, accompanied by Frigg and the Valkyries and his ravens. Frey came riding in his chariot, drawn by the boar called Gullinburste, or Slidrugtane. Heimdall rode his steed Gulltop, and Freya drove her cats. There was a large number of frost giants and mountain giants. Odin laid on the funeral pile his gold ring Draupnir, which had the property of producing every 9th night 8 gold rings of equal weight. Baldur's horse, fully caparisoned, was led to his master's pile. But of Hermod it is to be told that he rode 9 nights through deep and dark valleys, and did not see light until he came to the Gjallar river and rode on the Gjallar bridge, which is thatched with shining gold. Moldgud is the name of the man who guards the bridge. She asked him for his name, and of what kin he was, saying that the day before there rode 5 fjalkis, kingdoms' bands, of dead men over the bridge. But, she added, it does not shake less under you alone, and you do not have the hue of dead men. Why do you ride the way to Hell? He answered, I am to ride to Hell to find Balder. Have you seen him pass this way? She answered that Balder had ridden over the Gjallar bridge, adding, But downward and northward lies the way to Hell. Then Hermod rode on till he came to Hell's gate. He alighted from his horse, drew the girths tighter, remounted him, clapped the spurs into him, and the horse leaped over the gate with so much force that he never touched it. Thereupon Hermod proceeded to the hall and alighted from his steed. He went in and saw there sitting on the foremost seat his brother Balder. He tarried there overnight. In the morning he asked Hel whether Balder might ride home with him, and told how great weeping there was among the Asas. But Hel replied that it should now be tried whether Balder was so much beloved as was said. If all things, said she, both quick and dead, will weep for him, then he shall go back to the Asas. But if anything refuses to shed tears, then he shall remain with Hel. Hermod arose, and Balder accompanied him out of the hall. He took the ring Draupnir, and sent it as a keepsake to Odin. Nanna sent Frigg a kerchief and other gifts, and to Fulla she sent a ring. Thereupon Hermod rode back and came to Asgard, where he reported the tidings he had seen and heard. Then the Asas sent messengers all over the world, praying that Balder might be wept out of Hel's power. All things did so, men and beasts, the earth, stones, trees, and all metals, just as you must have seen that these things weep when they come out of frost and into heat. When the messengers returned home and had done their errand well, they found a certain cave wherein sat a giantess whose name was Thok. They requested her to weep Balder from Hel, but she answered, Thok will weep with dry tears, for Balder's burial, neither in life nor in death, gave he to me gladness. Let Hel keep what she has. It is generally believed that this Thok was Loki, Laufey's son, who has wrought most evil among the Asas. He was repaid for this in a way that he will long remember. The gods became exceedingly wroth, as might be expected, so he ran away and hid himself in a rock. Here he built a house with 4 doors, so that he might keep an outlook on all sides. Oftentimes in the daytime he took on him the likeness of a salmon, and concealed himself in Franingr Then he thought to himself what stratagems the Asas might have recourse to in order to catch him. Now, as he was sitting in his house, he took flax and yarn and worked them into meshes, in the manner that nets have since been made. But a fire was burning before him. Then he saw that the Asas were not far distant. Odin had been seen from Hlidskjalf, where Loki kept himself. Loki immediately sprang up, cast the net on the fire, and leaped into the river. When the Asas came to the house, he entered first, who was wisest of them all, and whose name was Kvasir. And when he saw in the fire the ashes of the net that had been burned, he understood that this must be a contrivance for catching fish, and this he told to the Asas. Thereupon they took flax and made themselves a net after the pattern of that which they saw in the ashes, and which Loki had made. When the net was made, the Asas went to the river and cast it into the fosse. Thor held one end of the net, and all the other Asas laid hold of the other, thus jointly drawing it along the stream. Loki went before it and laid himself down between 2 stones, so that they drew the net over him, although they perceived that some living thing touched the meshes. They went up to the fosse again and cast out the net a second time. This time they hung a great weight to it, making it so heavy that nothing could possibly pass under it. Loki swam before the net, and when he saw that he was near the sea, he sprang over the top of the net and hastened back to the force. When the asses saw whither he went, they proceeded up to the force, dividing themselves into 2 bands, but Thor waded in the middle of the stream, and so they dragged the net along to the sea. Loki saw that he now had only 2 chances of escape, either to risk his life and swim out to sea, or to leap again over the net. He chose the latter and made a tremendous leap over the top line of the net. Thor grasped after him and caught him, but he slipped in his hand so that Thor did not get a firm hold before he got to the tail, and that is the reason why the salmon has so slim a tail. Now Loki was taken without truce and was brought to a cave. The gods took 3 rocks and set them up on edge and bored a hole through each rock. Then they took Loki's sons, Vale and Nare or Narfe. Vale they changed into the likeness of a wolf, whereupon he tore his brother Narfe to pieces, with whose intestines the asses bound Loki over the 3 rocks. One stood under his shoulders, another under his loins, and the third under his hams, and the fetters became iron. Skade took a serpent and fastened up over him, so that the venom should drop from the serpent into his face. But Sigyn, his wife, stands by him and holds a dish under the venom drops. Whenever the dish becomes full, she goes and pours away the venom, and meanwhile the venom drops upon Loki's face. Then he twists his body so violently that the whole earth shakes, and this you call earthquakes. There he will lie bound until Ragnarok. End of section 7. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 8 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Proverbs from the Eddas. He who travelleth hath need of wisdom. The more the drunkard swallows, the less is his wisdom, till he loses his reason. No one ought to laugh at another until he is free from faults himself. One's own home is the best home, though never so small. Love both your friends and your friends' friends, but do not favor the friend of your enemies. Riches pass away like the twinkling of an eye. Of all friends, they are the most inconstant. Praise the fineness of the day when it is ended. Praise a woman when she is buried, a sword when you have proved it, a maiden after she is married, the ice when once you have crossed it, and the liquor after it is drunk. Trust not to the ice of one day's freezing. Be not the first to break with your friend. Sorrow gnaws the heart of him who hath no one to advise with but himself. End of section 8. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 9 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, Boinnis Glacier and River, photograph, page 28. The scenery of Norway is most thrilling. The mountains are dignified and somber and vast. There are many lakes, thousands of feet above the sea. There are broad spreading fields of perpetual snow, and there are deep valleys overhung by enormous glaciers, which, forming in the heights, slide slowly down, huge rivers of ice cutting their own channels, growling and grumbling as they go, and marching resistlessly onward to the sea, or to the line of warmth which forbids farther advance. The Norwegian rivers dash swiftly to the sea, filling the land with furious waterfalls of strange, weird beauty, which plunge from heights of 1,000 feet or more, or leap from rock to rock in a wild abandon of delight. Most fascinating of all Norwegian scenes are the fjords, deep, narrow channels by which the water pierces its way far up into the land. Each of these has at least one waterfall, but they afford also a glorious panorama of rugged mountains, sunlit fields, valleys, and homesteads, of fresh green meadows and gloomy forests. Of these fjords, Harriet Martineau has well said, "It is difficult to say whether these fjords are the most beautiful in summer or in winter. In summer they glitter with golden sunshine, and purple and green shadows from the mountain and forest lie on them, and these may be more lovely than the faint light of the winter moons of those latitudes, and the snowy pictures of frozen peaks, which then show themselves on the surface. But before the day is half over, out come the stars, the glorious stars, which shine like nothing that we have ever seen. There the planets cast a faint shadow, as the young moon does with us. And these planets and the constellations of the sky, as they silently glide over from peak to peak of these rocky passes, are imaged on the waters." End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 10 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Norway, Part II, Tales of the Sea Rovers. Historical note. Our first knowledge of the history of Norway comes from the sagas, or hero stories, handed down from one generation to another by word of mouth until the time came when they were put into writing. Far less is known than might be wished, for little that can be trusted goes back to the 9th century. The tiny kingdoms which were scattered over the land were then united by Harold Fairhair, and a rude feudal system was introduced. A great number of the jarls or nobles, unwilling to submit to any authority, set out in their stout ships to conquer homes for themselves in other lands. From Archangel to Constantinople, these Viking sea rovers roamed in their dragon-prowed galleys, thirsting for battle and for plunder, until their name grew terrible throughout Western Europe. During the 11th century, Christianity was introduced by King Olaf Tryggvason, 996 to 1000, and Olaf the Saint, 1015 to 1030. Royal missionaries who relied not on argument but on the sword, for the conversion of their subjects. The last of these kings was driven from his throne by Knut, King of Denmark and England. But the rule of Denmark passed with the life of Knut, and for 300 years Norwegian sovereigns wore the Norwegian crown. In the middle of the 12th century, a civil war broke out which devastated the country, until the accession in 1217 of Hakon IV, an energetic monarch who restored the county's prosperity and conquered Iceland. End of section 10. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 11 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The World Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 11. The Discoverer of the North Cape, about 890, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. This story of the discovery of the North Cape was told to Alfred the Great by the old sea captain, Othere. Longfellow, in his poem, has followed closely the account set down by Alfred in his notebook. The Editor. Othere, the old sea captain, who dwelt in Helgoland, to King Alfred, the lover of truth, brought a snow-white walrus tooth, which he held in his brown right hand. His figure was tall and stately, like a boy's his eye appeared. His hair was yellow as hay, but threads of a silvery gray gleamed in his tawny beard. Hearty and hale was Othere, his cheek had the color of oak, with a kind of laugh in his speech, like the sea tide on a beach, as unto the king he spoke. And Alfred, king of the Saxons, had a book upon his knees, and wrote down the wondrous tale of him who was first to sail into the Arctic seas. So far I lived to the northward, no man lives north of me. To the east are wild mountain chains, and beyond them meres and plains. To the westward all is sea. So far I lived to the northward, from the harbor of Scaringhale. If you only sail by day, with a fair wind all the way, more than a month would you sail. I own 600 reindeer, with sheep and swine beside. I have tribute from the Finns, whalebone and reindeer skins, and ropes of walrus hide. I ploughed the land with horses, but my heart was ill at ease, for the old seafaring men came to me now and then with their sagas of the seas, of Iceland and of Greenland, and the stormy Hebrides, and the undiscovered deep. Oh, I could not eat nor sleep for thinking of those seas. To the northward stretched the desert, how far I fain would know. So at last I sallied forth, and 3 days sailed due north, as far as the whale ships go. To the west of me was the ocean, to the right the desolate shore, but I did not slacken sail for the walrus or the whale, till after 3 days more. The days grew longer and longer, till they became as one, and northward through the haze I saw the sullen blaze of the red midnight sun. And then uprose before me, upon the water's edge, the huge and haggard shape of that unknown North Cape, whose form is like a wedge. The sea was rough and stormy, the tempest howled and wailed, and the sea fog, like a ghost, haunted that dreary coast. But onward still I sailed. 4 days I steered to eastward, 4 days without a night. Round in a fiery ring went the great sun, O King, with red and lurid light. Here Alfred, king of the Saxons, ceased writing for a while, and raised his eyes from his book with a strange and puzzled look, and an incredulous smile. But Othir, the old sea captain, he neither paused nor stirred, till the king listened, and then once more took up his pen, and wrote down every word. And now the land, said Othir, bent southward suddenly, and I followed the curving shore, and ever southward bore into a nameless sea. And there we hunted the walrus, the narwhal, and the seal. Ha! 'Twas a noble game, and like the lightning's flame flew our harpoons of steel. There were 6 of us altogether, Norsemen of Helgoland. In 2 days and no more we killed of them 80, and dragged them to the strand. Here Alfred the truth teller suddenly closed his book, and lifted his blue eyes, with doubt and strange surmise depicted in their look. And Othir, the old sea captain, stared at him wild and weird, then smiled till his shining teeth gleamed white from underneath his tawny, quivering beard. And to the king of the Saxons, in witness of the truth, raising his noble head, he stretched his brown hand and said, Behold this walrus tooth. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 12. The Story of Hakon the Good, 934 to 961, from the Heimskringla. The Heimskringla is the history of the kings of Norway. It was written early in the 13th century by the Icelander Snorri Sturluson. Thing is an assembly or public meeting. Bonders are peasants or farmers. The Editor. Ketil Jemte, a son of Earl Onund of Sparbo, went eastward across the mountain ridge, and with him a great multitude, who took all their farm stock and goods with them. They cleared the woods and established large farms and settled the country afterwards called Jemteland. Thorir Helsing, Ketil's grandson, on account of a murder, ran away from Jemtland and fled eastward through the forest and settled there. Many people followed, and that country, which extends eastward down to the sea coast, was called Helsingland, and its eastern parts are inhabited by Swedes. Now when Hakon Harfager took possession of the whole country, many people fled before him, both people of Drontheim and of Numedal districts, and thus new settlers came to Jemtland, and some all the way to Helsingland. The Helsingland people traveled into Sweden for their merchandise, and thus became altogether subjects of that country. The Jemtland people, again, were in a manner between the two countries, and nobody cared about them until Hakon entered into friendly intercourse with Jemtland and made friends of the more powerful people. Then they resorted to him and promised him obedience and payment of taxes, and became his subjects, for they saw nothing but what was good in him, and being of Norwegian race, they would rather stand under his royal authority than under the King of Sweden. And he gave them laws and rights to their land. All the people of Helsingland did the same, that is, all who were of Norwegian race from the other side of the great mountain ridge. King Hakon was a good Christian when he came to Norway, but as the whole country was heathen, with much heathenish sacrifice, and as many great people, as well as the favor of the common people, were to be conciliated, he resolved to practice his Christianity in private. But he kept Sundays and the Friday fasts, and some token of the greatest holy days. He made a law that the festival of Yule should begin at the same time as Christian people held it, and that every man under penalty should brew a meal, that is, a measure of grain, of malt, into ale, and therewith keep the Yule holy as long as it lasted. Before him the beginning of Yule, or the slaughter night, was the night of midwinter, and Yule was kept for 3 days thereafter. It was his intent, as soon as he had set himself fast in the land and had subjected the whole to his power, to introduce Christianity. He went to work first by enticing to Christianity the men who were dearest to him, and many, out of friendship to him, allowed themselves to be baptized, and some laid aside sacrifices. He dwelt long in the Drontheim district, for the strength of the country lay there, and when he thought that by the support of some powerful people there he could set up Christianity, he sent a message to England for a bishop and other teachers, and when they arrived in Norway, Hakon made it known that he would proclaim Christianity over all the land. The people of Mora and Ramsdal referred the matter to the people of Drontheim. King Hakon then had several churches consecrated and put priests into them, and when he came to Drontheim, he summoned the Bonders to a thing and invited them to accept Christianity. They gave an answer to the effect that they would defer the matter until the Frostathing, at which there would be men from every district of the Drontheim country, and then they would give their determination upon this difficult matter. Sigurd, Earl of Lade, was one of the greatest men for sacrifices, and so had Hakon his father been, and Sigurd always presided, on account of the king, at all the festivals of sacrifice in the Drontheim country. It was an old custom that when there was to be sacrifice, all the Bonders should come to the spot where the temple stood, and bring with them all that they required while the festival lasted. To this festival all the men brought ale with them, and all kinds of cattle, as well as horses, were slaughtered, and all the blood that came from them was called laut, and the vessels in which it was collected were called laut vessels. Laut staves were made like sprinkling brushes, with which the whole of the altars and the temple walls, both outside and inside, were sprinkled over, and also the people were sprinkled with the blood. But the flesh was boiled into savory meat for those present. The fire was in the middle of the floor of the temple, and over it hung the kettles, and the full goblets were handed across the fire. And he who made the feast, and was a chief, blessed the full goblets and all the meat of the sacrifice. At first Odin's goblet was emptied for victory and power to his king. Thereafter Njord's and Freya's goblets for peace and a good season. Then it was the custom of many to empty the Braga goblet, footnote, over which vows were made, end of footnote. And then the guests emptied a goblet to the memory of departed friends, called the Remembrance Goblet. Sigurd the Earl was an open-handed man who did what was very much celebrated, namely, he made a great sacrifice festival at Lade, of which he paid all the expenses. Cormac Agmundsson sings of it in his Ballad of Sigurd. Of cup or platter need has none the guest who seeks the generous one. Sigurd the generous, who can trace his lineage from the giant race. For Sigurd's hand, his bounty is free, the guardian of the temple he loves the gods, his liberal hand scatters his sword's gains o'er the land. King Hakon came to the frosted thing, at which a vast multitude of people were assembled. And when the thing was seated, the king spoke to the people, and began his speech with saying it was his message and entreaty to the bonders and householding men, both great and small, and to the whole public in general, young and old, rich and poor, women as well as men, that they should all allow themselves to be baptized, and should believe in one God and in Christ the Son of Mary, and refrain from all sacrifices and heathen gods, and should keep holy the seventh day, and abstain from work on it, and keep a fast on the seventh day. As soon as the king had proposed this to the bonders, great was the murmur and noise among the crowd. They complained that the king wanted to take their labor and their old faith from them, and the land could not be cultivated in that way. The laboring men and slaves thought that they could not work if they did not get meat, and they said it was the character of King Hakon and his father and all the family to be generous enough with their money, but sparing with their diet. Asbjorn of Middlehouse in the Galardal stood up and answered thus to the king's proposal. We bonders, King Hakon, when we elected thee to be our king, and got back our Udal rights at the thing held in Drontheim, thought we had got into heaven. But now we don't know whether we have really got back our freedom, or whether thou wishest to make vassals of us again by this extraordinary proposal, that we should abandon the ancient faith which our fathers and forefathers have held from the oldest times, in the times when the dead were burnt, as well as since that they are laid under mounds, and which, although they were braver than the people of our days, has served us as a faith to the present time. We have also held thee so dear that we have allowed thee to rule and give law and right to all the country, and even now we bonders will unanimously hold by the law which thou givest us here in the Frosta thing, and to which we have also given our assent, and we will follow thee and have thee for our king as long as there is a living man among us bonders here in this thing assembled. But thou, king, must use some moderation towards us, and only require from us such things as we can obey thee in, and as are not impossible for us. If, however, thou wilt take up this matter with a high hand, and wilt try thy power and strength against us, we bonders have resolved among ourselves to part with thee, and to take to ourselves some other chief, who will so conduct himself towards us that we can freely and safely enjoy that faith that suits our own inclinations. Now, king, thou must choose one or other of these conditions before the thing is ended. The bonders gave loud applause to this speech, and said it expressed their will, and that they would stand or fall by what had been spoken. When silence was again restored, Earl Sigurd said, "It is King Hakon's will to give way to you, the bonders, and never to separate himself from your friendship." The bonders replied that it was their desire that the king should offer a sacrifice for peace and a good year, as his father was wont to do, and thereupon the noise and tumult ceased, and the thing was concluded. Earl Sigurd spoke to the king afterwards, and advised him not to refuse altogether to do as the people desired, saying there was nothing else for it but to give way to the will of the bonders. For it is, as thou hast heard thyself, the will and earnest desire of the head people as well as of the multitude. Hereafter we may find a good way to manage it. And in this resolution the king and earl agreed. The harvest thereafter, towards the winter season, there was a festival of sacrifice at Lade, and the king came to it. It had always been his custom before, when he was present at a place where there was sacrifice, to take his meals in a little house by himself or with some few of his men. But the Bonders grumbled that he did not seat himself on his throne at these, the most joyous of the meetings of the people. The earl said that the king should do so this time. The king accordingly sat upon his throne. Now when the first goblet was filled, Earl Sigurd spoke some words over it, blessed it in Odin's name, and drank to the king out of the horn. And the king then took it and made the sign of the cross over it. Then said Kara of Gritting, "What does the king mean by doing so? Will he not sacrifice?" Earl Sigurd replies, "The king is doing what all of you do who trust to your power and strength. He is blessing the full goblet in the name of Thor, by making the sign of his hammer over it before he drinks it." On this there was quietness for the evening. The next day, when the people sat down to table, the Bonders pressed the king strongly to eat of horse flesh. Footnote: the special sign of devotion to Odin. End of footnote. And as he would on no account do so, they wanted him to drink of the soup. And as he would not do this, they insisted he should at least taste the gravy. And on his refusal, they were going to lay hands on him. Earl Sigurd came and made peace among them by asking the king to hold his mouth over the handle of the kettle, upon which the fat smoke of the boiled horseflesh had settled itself. And the king first laid a linen cloth over the handle, and then gaped over it, and returned to the throne. But neither party was satisfied with this. The winter thereafter the king prepared a Yule feast in Mora, and 8 chiefs resolved with each other to meet at it. 4 of them were from without the Dramtheim district, namely Kara of Gritting, Asbjorn of Middle House, Thorberg of Varnes, and Orm from Lyra, and from the Dramtheim district Blotolf of Albus Hug, Narfa of Staff in Virdal, Thrand Haka from Egge, and Thora Geg from Husabo in Inderen. These 8 men bound themselves, the 4 first to root out Christianity in Norway, and the 4 others to oblige the king to offer sacrifice to the gods. The 4 first went in 4 ships southwards to Mora, and killed 3 priests and burnt 3 churches, and then they returned. Now when King Hakon and Earl Sigurd came to Mora with their court, the Bonders assembled in great numbers, and immediately on the first day of the feast the Bonders insisted hard with the king that he should offer sacrifice, and threatened him with violence if he refused. Earl Sigurd tried to make peace between them, and brought it so far that the king took some bits of horse liver and emptied all the goblets the Bonders filled for him. But as soon as the feast was over, the king and the earl returned to Lade. The king was very ill pleased, and made himself ready to leave Dramtheim forthwith with all his people, saying that the next time he came to Dramtheim he would come with such strength of men at arms that he would repay the Bonders for their enmity towards him. Earl Sigurd entreated the king not to take it amiss of the Bonders, adding that it was not wise to threaten them, or to make war upon the people within the country, and especially in the Dramtheim district, where the strength of the land lay. But the king was so enraged that he would not listen to a word from anybody. He went out from Dramtheim and proceeded south to Mora, where he remained the rest of the winter and on to the spring season. And when summer came, he assembled men, and the report was that he intended with his army to attack the Dramtheim people. War arose, however, and instead of King Hakon's attacking the people of Dramtheim, he was glad of their help to defend his kingdom. Peace therefore was made, and the enemy was driven from the land. Hakon ruled for many years and won the hearts of his subjects. At length their enemies came upon them again, and the king was sorely wounded. When King Hakon came out to his ship, he had his wound bound up, but the blood ran from it so much and so constantly that it could not be stopped, and when the day was drawing to an end, his strength began to leave him. Then he told his men that he wanted to go northwards to his house at Alreskstad, but when he came north as far as Hakon's hill, they put in towards the land, for by this time the king was almost lifeless. Then he called his friends around him and told them what he wished to be done with regard to his kingdom. He had only one child, a daughter called Thora, and had no son. Now he told them to send a message to Eric's sons, that they should be kings over the country, but asked them to hold his friends in respect and honor. And if fate, added he, should prolong my life, I will at any rate leave the country and go to a Christian land, and do penance for what I have done against God. But should I die in heathen land, give me any burial you think fit. Shortly afterwards Hakon expired at the little hill on the shore side at which he was born. So great was the sorrow over Hakon's death that he was lamented both by friends and enemies. and they said that never again would Norway see such a king. His friends removed his body to Seeheim in North Hordaland, and made a great mound, in which they laid the king in full armor, and in his best clothes, but with no other goods. They spoke over his grave as heathen people are used to do, and wished him in Valhalla. Eyvind Skaldespiller composed a poem on the death of King Hakon, and on how well he was received in Valhalla. The poem is called Hakon Armal. In Odin's hall an empty place stands for a king of Yngve's race. Go, my Valkyries, Odin said, go forth, my angels of the dead, Gondel and Skogul, to the plain, drenched with the battle's bloody rain, and to the dying Hakon tell, here in Valhalla he shall dwell. At Stord, so late a lonely shore, was heard the battle's wild uproar. The lightning of the flashing sword burned fiercely at the shore of Stord. From levelled halberd and spearhead, lifeblood was dropping fast and red, and the keen arrows biting sleet upon the shore at Stord fast beat. Upon the thundering cloud of shield flashed bright the sword storm o'er the field, and on the plate mail rattled loud the arrow showers rushing cloud. In Odin's tempest weather there, swift whistling through the angry air, and the spear torrent swept away ranks of brave men from light of day. With battered shield and blood-smeared sword sits one beside the shore at Stord, with armor crushed and gashed sits he, a grim and ghastly sight to see, and round about in sorrow stand the warriors of his gallant band, because the king of Durgland's race in Odin's hall must fill a place. Then up spake Gondel, standing near, resting upon her long ash spear, Hakon, the god's cause prospers well, and thou in Odin's halls shalt dwell. The king beside the shore of Stord the speech of the Valkyrie heard, who sat there on her coal-black steed, with shield on arm and helm on head. Thoughtful said Hakon, tell me why, ruler of battles, victory is so dealt out on Stord's red plain? Have we not well deserved to gain? And is it not as well dealt out? Said Gondel, hearest thou not the shout? The field is cleared, the foemen run, the day is ours, the battle won. Then Skogul said, my coal-black steed, home to the gods, I now must speed to their green home, to tell the tiding that Hakon's self is hither riding. To Hermod and to Braga then, said Odin, here the first of men, brave Hakon comes, the Norsemen's king, go forth, my welcome to him bring. Fresh from the battlefield came in, dripping with blood, the Norsemen's king. Methinks, said he, great Odin's will is harsh, and bodes me further ill. Thy son from off the field today, from victory to snatch away. But Odin said, be thine the joy, Valhalla gives my own brave boy. And Braga said, 8 brothers here welcome thee to Valhalla's cheer, to drain the cup or fights repeat, where Hakon Eric's earls beat. Quoth the stout king, and shall my gear, helm, sword, and mail coat, axe and spear, be still at hand? 'Tis good to hold fast by our trusty friends of old. Well was it seen that Hakon still had saved the temples from all ill. Footnote, although a Christian, Hakon spared the heathen temples. End of footnote. For the whole council of the gods welcomed the king to their abodes. Happy the day when men are born like Hakon, who all base things scorn, win from the brave an honored name, and die amidst an endless fame. Sooner shall Fenris wolf devour the race of man from shore to shore, than such a grace to kingly crown, as gallant Hakon want renown. Life, land, friends, riches, all will fly, and we in slavery shall sigh, but Hakon in the blessed abodes forever lives with the bright gods. End of Section 12. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 13 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. The World's Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 13. Stories of Olaf Tryggvason, King of Norway from 996 to 1000. The father of Olaf Tryggvason, grandson of Harald Fairhair, was an independent chief in Viken. After his murder, his wife Astrida fled to a tiny island in a lake, and there her son Olaf was born. The mother, still in danger from the murderers of her husband, took refuge in Russia with a kinsman. An outline of her son's adventurous career is given in the following pages. In the year 1000, Olaf contended with the Danes in a furious fight at sea. When most of his thanes had been killed, and he himself was sorely wounded, he sprang overboard. His foes tried to capture him, but he threw his shield over his head and sank beneath the blood-reddened waters. The story of this battle is told in the history of Sweden under the title The Revenge of Sigrid the Haughty. Olaf was never seen in Norway again, but his people could not believe that he was dead, and soon a story arose that he had not been killed, but had dived under the vessel and escaped. Furthermore, he had, according to legend, put upon himself the grey cloak of a pilgrim, had journeyed to Rome in the Holy Land, and had finally become a hermit, dying in the odor of sanctity after much prayer and fasting. The Editor. Olaf's Youthful Adventures by Henry VIII. After residing for 9 years at the Russian court, Olaf left in the 19th year of his age, and cruised in the Baltic Sea as a Viking. He afterwards espoused the daughter of a Vend prince, and with his father-in-law joined the final expedition of the Emperor Otho against Denmark. He returned to his wife's country, where he remained 3 years, and on her death resumed his sea-roving life. He cruised for several years on the coasts of England, Scotland, Ireland, and France, and on his arrival at Scilly was converted to Christianity by a solitary monk or hermit in that remote and sequestered island. But he had probably acquired some notions of the Christian religion, as it was understood and practiced in those barbarous times, in Russia, and both the English and Norman chronicles assure us that he was solemnly baptized at London, and at Rouen in Normandy. Probably, like most of the northern adventurers of that age, he might not be unwilling to give repeated proofs in different countries and at different times of his determination to renounce the errors of paganism. The fame of the exploits of Olaf Tryggvason reached the ear of the tyrant of Norway, who heard with terror that there was a youthful hero of the race of Harald Harfager still surviving, who might challenge his claim to the Norwegian scepter. Hakon sent one of his subtlest agents, Thorir Klaka, to Dublin in Ireland, where Olaf had married a Northman princess of that country, to discover and circumvent him with artful wiles. Thorir, who had before visited Ireland, both as a merchant and a sea-rover, presented himself to Olaf as one of the victims of Hakon's tyranny, and represented that his countrymen would receive with open arms the descendant of their ancient princes as a deliverer from a yoke which had become insupportable. Encouraged by these solicitations, Olaf set sail for Norway, accompanied by his pretended friend, Thorir. On their arrival in that country, they found that the greater part of the chieftains and people had actually risen in arms against Hakon. Thorir was confounded at finding what he had deceitfully represented to Olaf actually realized during his absence. He endeavored in vain to find out Hakon, who had fled before the rising storm, and sought a refuge in a distant part of the country with a woman of illustrious birth, named Thora, who provided him a hiding place in a secret grotto, where he remained concealed from his enemies. In the meantime, Thorir returned to the ship, and advised Olaf to land and take advantage of the disposition of the people in his favour, intending, however, to lead him into an ambush, and thus consummate his treachery by slaying the young prince. But Olaf anticipated the designs of Thorir, and caused him to be put to death before he could accomplish his intentions. There was now a general rising of the Norwegians against Hakon, who was assassinated by one of his own slaves. The bloody head of his enemy was brought to Olaf, who commanded the slave to be instantly put to death. Both their heads were then fixed up at the place of execution for common malefactors, and exposed to the gaze of the multitude, who expressed their hate by covering them with a shower of stones. The people of Norway immediately elected Olaf to fill the vacant throne. He was recommended to their choice not only by his birth, being a lineal descendant of Harald I, and, what was scarcely of less importance with the northern nations, by his manly beauty, but also by his heroic spirit, valor, and reputation for wisdom and knowledge acquired in foreign lands. How Gyda chose Olaf for a husband. From the Heimskringla. While Olaf Tryggvason lay in the Scilly Isles, he heard of a seer, or fortune-teller, on the islands, who could tell beforehand things not yet done, and what he foretold, many believed was really fulfilled. Olaf became curious to try this man's gift of prophecy. He therefore sent one of his men, who was the handsomest and strongest, clothed him magnificently, and bade him say he was the king. For Olaf was known in all countries as handsomer, stronger, and braver than all others. Although after he had left Russia he retained no more of his name than that he was called Ola, and was Russian. Now when the messenger came to the fortune-teller, and gave himself out for the king, he got the answer, "Thou art not the king, but I advise thee to be faithful to thy king." And more he would not say to that man. The man returned, and told Olaf, and his desire to meet the fortune-teller was increased. And now he had no doubt of his being really a fortune-teller. Olaf repaired himself to him, and entering into conversation, asked him if he could foresee how it would go with him with regard to his kingdom, or of any other fortune he was to have. The hermit replies in a holy spirit of prophecy, "Thou wilt become a renowned king, and do celebrated deeds. Many men wilt thou bring to faith and baptism, and both to thy own and others' good. And that thou mayest have no doubt of the truth of this answer, listen to these tokens. When thou comest to thy ships, many of thy people will conspire against thee, and then a battle will follow in which many of thy men will fall, and thou wilt be wounded almost to death, and carried upon a shield to thy ship. Yet after 7 days thou shalt be well of thy wounds, and immediately thou shalt let thyself be baptized." Soon after, Olaf went down to his ships, where he met some mutineers and people who would destroy him and his men. A fight took place, and the result was what the hermit had predicted, that Olaf was wounded and carried upon a shield to his ship, and that his wound was healed in 7 days. Then Olaf perceived that the man had spoken truth, that he was a true fortune-teller and had the gift of prophecy. Olaf went once more to the hermit, and asked particularly how he came to have such wisdom in foreseeing things to be. The hermit replied that the Christian's God himself let him know all that he desired, and he brought before Olaf many great proofs of the power of the Almighty. In consequence of this encouragement, Olaf agreed to let himself be baptized, and he and all his followers were baptized forthwith. He remained here a long time, took the true faith, and got with him priests and other learned men. In autumn, Olaf sailed from Scilly to England, where he put into a harbour, but proceeded in a friendly way, for England was Christian, and he himself had become a Christian. At this time a summons to a thing went through the country, that all men should come to hold a thing. Now when the thing was assembled, a queen called Gyda came to it, a sister of Olaf Quarren, who was king of Dublin in Ireland. She had been married to a great earl in England, and after his death she was at the head of his dominions. In her territory there was a man called Alfin, who was a great champion and single combat man. He had paid his addresses to her, but she gave for answer that she herself would choose whom of the men in her dominions she would take in marriage, and on that account the thing was assembled, that she might choose a husband. Alfin came there dressed out in his best clothes, and there were many well-dressed men at the meeting. Olaf had come there also, but he had on his bad-weather clothes and a coarse overgarment, and stood with his people apart from the rest of the crowd. Gyda went round and looked at each, to see if any appeared to her a suitable man. Now when she came to where Olaf stood, she looked at him straight in the face, and asked what sort of man he was. He said, "I am called Olaf, and I am a stranger here." Gyda replies, "Wilt thou have me if I choose thee?" "I will not say no to that," answered he, and he asked what her name was, her family and descent. "I am called Gyda," said she, "and am daughter of the King of Ireland, and was married in this country to an earl who ruled over this territory. Since his death I have ruled over it, and many have courted me, but none to whom I would choose to be married." She was a young and handsome woman. They afterwards talked over the matter together and agreed, and Olaf and Gyda were betrothed. Alfin was very ill pleased with this. It was the custom then in England, if two strove for anything, to settle the matter by single combat. And now Alfin challenges Olaf Tryggvason to fight about this business. the time and place for the combat were settled, and that each should have 12 men with him. When they met, Olaf told his men to do exactly as they saw him do. He had a large axe, and when Alfinn was going to cut at him with his sword, he hewed away the sword out of his hand, and with the next blow struck Alfinn himself. He then bound him fast. It went in the same way with all Alfinn's men. They were beaten down, bound, and carried to Olaf's lodging. Thereupon he ordered Alfinn to quit the country and never appear in it again, and Olaf took all his property. Olaf in this way got Gyda in marriage, and lived sometimes in England and sometimes in Ireland. King Olaf orders a poem. From the Heimskringla. As King Olaf one day was walking in the street, some men met him, and he who went the foremost saluted the king. The king asked the man his name, and he called himself Hallfrid. "Art thou the skald?" said the king. "I can compose poetry," replied he. "Wilt thou then adopt Christianity, and come into my service?" asked the king. "If I am baptized," replied he, "it must be on one condition, that thou thyself art my godfather, for no other will I have." The king replied, "That I will do." And Hallfrid was baptized, the king holding him during the baptism. Afterwards the king said, "Wilt thou enter into my service?" Hallfrid replied, "I was formerly in Earl Hakon's court, but now I will neither enter into thine nor into any other service, unless thou promise me it shall never be my lot to be driven away from thee." "It has been reported to me," said the king, "that thou art neither so prudent nor so obedient as to fulfill my commands." "In that case," replied Hallfrid, "put me to death." "Thou art a skald who composes difficulties," said the king. "But into my service, Hallfrid, thou shalt be received." Hallfrid said, "If I am to be named the composer of difficulties, what dost thou give me, king, on my name-day?" The king gave him a sword without a scabbard, and said, "Now compose me a song upon this sword, and let the word sword be in every line of the verses." Hallfrid sang thus: "This sword of swords is my reward, from him who knows to wield a sword. And with his sword to serve his lord, yet wants a sword, his lot is hard. I would I had my good lord's leave, for this good sword's sheath to choose. I'm worth 3 swords where men's swords use, but for the sword sheath now I grieve." Then the king gave him the scabbard, observing that the word sword was wanting in one line of his strophe. "But there are 3 swords in at least 2 other lines," said Hallfrid. "So it is," replied the king. Out of Hallfrid's lays we have taken the most of the true and faithful accounts that are here related about Olaf Tryggvason. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Schmidt. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 14. Ironbeard by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Olaf the king, one summer morn, blew a blast on his bugle horn, sending his signal through the land of Drontheim. And to the husting held at Mere gathered the farmers far and near, with their war weapons ready to confront him. Ploughing under the morning star, old Ironbeard in Irial heard the summons, chuckling with a low laugh. He wiped the sweat drops from his brow, unharnessed his horses from the plough, and clattering came on horseback to King Olaf. He was the churliest of the churls, little he cared for king or earls, bitter as home-brewed ale were his foaming passions. Hodden grey was the garb he wore, and by the hammer of Thor he swore, he hated the narrow town and all its fashions. But he loved the freedom of his farm, his ale at night by the fireside warm, Gudrun his daughter with her flaxen tresses. He loved his horses and his herds, the smell of the earth and the song of the birds, his well-filled barns, his brook with its watercresses. Huge and cumbersome was his frame, his beard from which he took his name, frosty and fierce, like that of Hymir the giant. So at the husting he appeared, the farmer of Yrjar, Ironbeard, on horseback, in an attitude defiant. And to King Olaf he cried aloud, out of the middle of the crowd, that tossed about him like a stormy ocean, "Such sacrifices shalt thou bring to Odin and to Thor, O king, as other kings have done in their devotion." King Olaf answered, "I command this land to be a Christian land. Here is my bishop, who the folk baptizes. But if you ask me to restore your sacrifices stained with gore, then I will offer human sacrifices. Not slaves and peasants shall they be, but men of note and high degree, such men as Orm of Lyra and Kar of Gritting." Then to the temple strode he in, and loud behind him heard the din of his men-at-arms and the peasants fiercely fighting. There in the temple, carved in wood, the image of great Odin stood, and other gods, with Thor supreme among them. King Olaf smote them with the blade of his huge war-axe gold inlaid, and downward shattered to the pavement flung them. At the same moment rose without from the contending crowd a shout, a mingled sound of triumph and of wailing. And there upon the trampled plain the farmer Ironbeard lay slain, midway between the assailed and the assailing. King Olaf from the doorway spoke, "Choose ye between two things, my folk, to be baptized or given up to slaughter." And seeing their leaders stark and dead, the people with a murmur said, "O king, baptize us with thy holy water." So all the Drontheim land became a Christian land in name and fame, in the old gods no more believing and trusting. And as a blood atonement, soon King Olaf wed the fair Gudrun, and thus, in peace, ended the Drontheim husting. End of section 14. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 15 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 15, Stories of Olaf the Saint, 1015 to 1030. Olaf II was king of Norway from 1015 to 1028. He was sent to sea to cruise and fight when he was only 12 years old. A wise old counselor went with him, but he himself seems really to have been in command when he was hardly more than a boy, and to have had ideas of his own even then. One of the most interesting of his schemes was his plan, which is here described, to capture London Bridge. The Danes were in power in London, and King Ethelred II apparently hired Olaf to come to his aid. Olaf aimed at uniting his kingdom and Christianizing his people. He was overcome by Knut, and in the attempt to regain his throne, he was slain in 1030 by his own subjects. Danish rule under the son of Knut proved to be less desirable than the rebellious chiefs had expected. The good qualities of Olaf returned to their minds, and soon he was looked upon as a saint. The Editor. Saint Olaf captures London Bridge from the Heimskringla. It was then the case that the Danish king, Svend Forked Beard, was at that time in England with a Danish army, and had been fixed there for some time, and had seized upon King Ethelred's kingdom. The Danes had spread themselves so widely over England that it was come so far that King Ethelred had departed from the country and had gone south to the land. The same autumn that King Olaf came to England, it happened that King Sven died suddenly in the night in his bed, and it is said by Englishmen that Edmund the Saint killed him in the same way that the holy Mercurius had killed the apostate Julian. When Ethelred, the king of the English, heard this in Flanders, he returned directly to England, and no sooner was he come back than he sent an invitation to all the men who would enter into his pay to join him in recovering the country. Then many people flocked to him, and among others came King Olaf with a great troop of Northmen to his aid. They steered first to London and sailed into the Thames with their fleet, but the Danes had a castle within. On the other side of the river is a great trading place, which is called Suderviki. There the Danes had raised a great work, dug large ditches, and within had built a bulwark of stone, timber, and turf, where they had stationed a strong army. King Ethelred ordered a great assault, but the Danes defended themselves bravely, and King Ethelred could make nothing of it. Between the castle and Southwark there was a bridge, so broad that 2 wagons could pass each other upon it. On the bridge were raised barricades, both towers and wooden parapets, in the direction of the river, which were nearly breast high, and under the bridge were piles driven into the bottom of the river. Now when the attack was made, the troops stood on the bridge everywhere and defended themselves. King Ethelred was very anxious to get possession of the bridge, and he called together all the chiefs to consult how they should get the bridge broken down. Then said King Olaf he would attempt to lay his fleet alongside of it, if the other ships would do the same. It was then determined in this council that they should lay their war forces under the bridge, and each made himself ready with ships and men. King Olaf ordered great platforms of floating wood to be tied together with hazel bands, and for this he took down old houses, and with these as a roof he covered over his ships so widely that it reached over the ship's sides. Under this screen he set pillars so high and stout that there both was room for swinging their swords, and the roofs were strong enough to withstand the stones cast down upon them. Now when the fleet and men were ready, they rowed up along the river, but when they came near the bridge, there were cast down upon them so many stones and missile weapons, such as arrows and spears, that neither helmet nor shield could hold out against it, and the ships themselves were so greatly damaged that many retreated out of it. But King Olaf and the Northmen's fleet with him rowed quite up under the bridge, laid their cables around the piles which supported it, and then rowed off with all the ships as hard as they could down the stream. The piles were thus shaken in the bottom, and were loosened under the bridge. Now as the armed troops stood thick of men under the bridge, and there were likewise many heaps of stones and other weapons upon it, and the piles under it being loosened and broken, the bridge gave way, and a great part of the men upon it fell into the river, and all the others fled, some into the castle, some into Southwark. Thereafter Southwark was stormed and taken. Now when the people in the castle saw that the river Thames was mastered, and that they could not hinder the passage of ships up into the country, they became afraid, surrendered the tower, and took Ethelred to be their king. So says Otar Swarte: London Bridge is broken down, gold is won, and bright renown, shields resounding, war horns sounding, Hilder shouting in the din, arrows singing, mail coats ringing, Odin makes our Olaf win. Saint Olaf and his little brother from the Heimskringla. This winter his stepfather, Sigurd Sir, died, and King Olaf went to Ringerike, where his mother Asta made a great feast for him. Olaf alone bore the title of king now in Norway. It is told that when King Olaf was on his visit to his mother Asta, she brought out her children and showed them to him. The king took his brother Guttorm on the one knee, and his brother Halfdan on the other. The king looked at Guttorm, made a wry face, and pretended to be angry at them, at which the boys were afraid. Then Asta brought her youngest son, called Harald, who was 3 years old, to him. The king made a wry face at him also, but he looked the king in the face without regarding it. The king took the boy by the hair and plucked it, but the boy seized the king's whiskers and gave them a tug. Then said the king, "Thou wilt be revengeful, my friend, some day." The following day the king was walking with his mother about the farm, and they came to a playground where Asta's sons, Guttorm and Halfdan, were amusing themselves. They were building great houses and barns in their play, and were supposing them full of cattle and sheep, and close beside them, in a clay pool, Harald was busy with chips of wood, sailing them in his sport along the edge. The king asked him what these were, and he answered, these were his ships of war. The king laughed and said, "The time may come, friend, when thou wilt command ships." Then the king called to him Halfdan and Guttorm, and first he asked Guttorm, "What wouldst thou like best to have?" "Cornland," replied he. "And how great wouldst thou like thy cornland to be?" "I would have the whole Ness that goes out into the lake sown with corn every summer. On that Ness there are 10 farms." The king replied, "There would be a great deal of corn there." And turning to Halfdan, he asked, "And what wouldst thou like best to have?" "Cows," he replied. "How many wouldst thou like to have?" "When they went to the lake to be watered, I would have so many that they stood as tight round the lake as they could stand." "That would be a great housekeeping," said the king, "and therein ye take after your father." Then the king says to Harald, "And what wouldst thou like best to have?" "House servants." "And how many wouldst thou have?" "Oh, so many I would like to have as would eat up my brother Halfdan's cows at a single meal." The king laughed and said to Asta, "Here, mother, thou art bringing up a king." And more is not related of them on this occasion. HOW KING OLAF PREACHED CHRISTIANITY by John Fulford Vickery. In the summer of that year, King Olaf sailed down to Sondmoor, and leaving his ships in the fjord, went across the fields to Lesje and Gudbrandsdalen. He arrested the chief men in Dovre and elsewhere. They had either to accept Christianity or lose their lives and have their houses burnt. Those who were baptized were forced to give hostages for their future conduct. The result of this strong measure was that men left Norway in large numbers in preference to submitting to what they considered gross tyranny. The king then entered Lomdalen and exclaimed, when he saw its natural beauty and little farmhouses here and there, "What a pity such a pretty place should be laid in ashes!" He went down the valley to a farm called Noes, where he remained 5 days, and the room he occupied remained untouched for centuries. The king sent messages to the men in the district to meet him and accept Christianity, with the alternative that they would be visited with fire and sword. Most of them fled to the other end of the Gudbrandsdal, where they considered themselves in safety. The chief man was Dale Gudbrand. He was a herse and had much influence. He sent a boot stick round, which in this case was a stick in the form of a bow, with a piece of cord at one end, and the other charred, to signify that they might expect to be hung and their farms burnt. The place of meeting that Gudbrand fixed upon was Hundorp in the Gudbrandsdal. It was a place easily accessible by water as well as by land, and was well chosen for collecting men promptly. Gudbrand made a speech of forcible character to the men he had assembled. "There is come a man called by the name of Olaf. He will give us another faith than we have now, and will break down the images of our gods, because he says that he has a God mightier than our gods. It is a matter of surprise that so unreasonable a man is not swallowed up by the earth, and that our gods have not broken his neck long since. But I hope that when we carry Thor out, who now stands on his pedestal in the temple, he will be to us a comforter and friend. We shall then see this Olaf and his men melt like dew before the sun." At these words the Bonders shouted that if they got hold of Olaf they would kill him, and 700 men were sent under Gudbrand's son, who was then 18 years of age, to Bryden to fight the king. They remained there 3 days, and heard much of King Olaf from the men who had fled from the district which the king had visited. The king sowed priests broadcast, and journeyed towards Bryden, where he had heard the Bonders had collected in large numbers to oppose him. He rested during the night, and early in the morning he placed his men in good order for receiving an attack from the Bonders. He then rode forward and addressed them. They would not hear him, but howled like wolves, and struck their swords on their shields. The king's men advanced slowly, and threw their spears with such effect that the Bonders hesitated, and then fled. A few stood their ground, and were taken prisoners, and amongst them Gudbrand's son. King Olaf remained at Bryden for a few days, and sent Gudbrand's son to his father with a message that he, the king, was not afraid to pay him a visit, and intended to do so. Gudbrand's son returned and told his father that it was not possible to resist such a man as King Olaf, that he feared nothing, and possessed a will and courage that no one could resist. "What do I hear?" said Gudbrand. "You have been a short way, and lost courage in that little distance." The night after, Gudbrand dreamt that a man appeared to him of bright and shining appearance. "Your son," said the man, "has one little honor in opposing King Olaf, but if you draw the sword against him, you and your people will fall, and the wolves will drag your bodies about, and the ravens hack them." Gudbrand was frightened at this dream, and his fright was not lessened when, on telling his dream to another chief of the Gudbrandsdalen, Thord Isterbelg, the latter told him that he had dreamt precisely the same. A council was called of the Bonders, and Gudbrand advised that, before fighting the man from the north, they had better hear what he had to say respecting his new doctrine. This appears to have been at once assented to, as Gudbrand sent his son to King Olaf with 12 men, and instructions to say that the Bonders wished to discuss the subject with him, and meanwhile that no attempt to attack the king would be made. King Olaf was pleased at this, and moved his force to meet the Bonders at a place agreed upon. This was between a farm called Lid and Hundorp. It was pouring with rain, but the king stood up and explained how Christianity had been accepted at Lesja, Bayog, and Lam, and how that the people there had taken down their heathen temples and believed in the God that had created heaven and earth. When the king sat down, Gudbrand rose and said that he did not understand how faith could be placed in a God that no one saw, whilst they, on the other hand, had a God they could see, and if it had not been raining so hard that they should have had their God present, when the very look of him would inspire fear. "If your God is worth anything, King Olaf, let him give us a cloudy day tomorrow, with no rain, when we can discuss the matter further." King Olaf went to his quarters, where he detained Gudbrand's son as a hostage. Before they went to bed, the king asked Gudbrand's son what the god was that his father had referred to. He replied that it was the image of the god Thor, who was tall and big, with his hammer in his hand, and supposed to be standing on a mountain ridge. The next day the king rose at daybreak. A church service was held, and after an early meal he attended the Thing with Bishop Sigurd. The weather was cloudy, without rain, as Gudbrand had suggested. The bishop wore the full dress of a Catholic cleric, and spoke at some length of the advantages of Christianity and the infinite power and goodness of God. Thord Istelbelg rose and said, "The old unicorn who is just spoken has the use of his mouth. He has also a crooked staff in his hand and a ram's horn on his head. But can this God make a sunny day tomorrow, when we will meet him and his king, and either give way or fight, and meanwhile let each man go to his quarters?" The king had amongst his hermines, men of his bodyguard, a man named Kolben Kempe, on account of the great strength of his arms. He had a broad sword belted to his waist, and carried a heavy club. The king told Kolben that he was to stand close to him the next day, and directed holes to be bored in the Bonders' boats that were drawn up on land, and their horses led away so that they could not escape in case of a skirmish on the following day. As before, the king rose early, and after holding a church service he went to the Thing, and saw a number of men carrying the wooden image of the god Thor. The Bonders rose and kneeled to their god, which was placed in the middle of the Thing. The king and his men sat on one side, and the Bonders on the other. Dale Gudbrand rose and said, "Now, king, where's your god? He is not present, and neither you nor the unicorn, the bishop, appear so cheerful today as you did yesterday. You see the piercing eyes of our God. You seem as if you could not open your eyes, and I advise you to abandon your stiff-neckedness and worship our God, who has the power to destroy you in a moment." King Olaf whispered to Kolben Kempe, "Whilst I am speaking, and you see the Bonders' eyes are turned away from their idol, knock it down with your club." The king then rose and said, "You think we are afraid of your idol, Gudbrand? But there you are mistaken. How can we be afraid of a God who cannot do anything? He is blind and deaf and cannot move from where he is now. You ask where our God is. Look to the east, and you will see a part of his works." The Bonders looked at the early sun, and as their heads were turned in that direction, Kolben Kempe smashed the image of the god Thor with his club. A number of lizards, snakes, and rats as large as cats came out of the image. They had grown fat on the offerings of the heathen. The Bonders ran to their boats, but they sank when put into the water on account of the holes which the king had directed to be bored in them. They then ran for their horses, but could not find them. At length they returned slowly to the Thingstead, the place of holding the Thing. King Olaf's clear voice was heard above the tumult. He pointed out the miserable idol they had worshipped, and his forcible speech altered the fortunes of the day. Gudbrand and his son were baptized, and supported the king's efforts to establish Christianity in the Gudbrandsdal. Olaf as a saint from the Heimskringla. King Olaf was slain by his own people at the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030 in his attempt to regain his kingdom, from which he had been driven by the Danes. The Editor. King Olaf fell on Wednesday, the 29th of July. It was near midday when the two armies met, and the battle began before 1:30, and before 3 the king fell. The darkness continued from about 1:30 to 3 also. Sigvat the Skald speaks thus of the result of the battle. The loss was great to England's foes, when their chief fell beneath the blows by his own thoughtless people given, when the king's shield in two was riven. The people's sovereign took the field, the people clove the sovereign's shield. Of all the chiefs that bloody day, Dug only came out of the fray. The Bonders did not spoil the slain upon the field of battle, for immediately after the battle there came upon many of them who had been against the king a kind of dread, as it were. Yet they held by their evil inclination, for they resolved among themselves that none who had fallen with the king should receive the interment which belongs to good men, but reckoned them all robbers and outlaws. But the men who had power and had relations on the field cared little for this, but removed their remains to the churches and took care of their burial. Thorgils Halmason and his son Grim went to the field of battle towards evening, when it was dusk, took King Olaf's corpse up and bore it to a little empty houseman's hut, which stood on the other side of their farm. They had light and water with them. Then they took the clothes off the body, swathed it in a linen cloth, laid it down in the house, and concealed it under some firewood, so that nobody could see it, even if people came into the hut. Thereafter they went home again to the farmhouse. A great many beggars and poor people had followed both armies, who begged for meat, and the evening after the battle many remained there, and sought lodging round about in all the houses, great or small. It is told of a blind man who was poor, that a boy attended him and led him. They went out around the farm to seek a lodging, and came to the same empty house, of which the door was so low that they had almost to creep in. And when the blind man had come in, he fumbled about on the floor, seeking a place where he could lay himself down. He had a hat on his head, which fell down over his face when he stooped down. He felt with his hands that there was moisture on the floor, and he put up his wet hand to raise his hat, and in doing so put his fingers on his eyes. There came immediately such an itching in his eyelids that he wiped the water with his fingers from his eyes, and went out of the hut, saying nobody could lie there, it was so wet. When he came out of the hut he could distinguish his hands and all that was near him, as far as things can be distinguished by sight in the darkness of night. And he went immediately to the farmhouse, into the room, and told all the people he had got his sight again, and could see everything, although many knew he had been blind for a long time, for he had been there before going about among the houses of the neighborhood. He said he first got his sight when he was coming out of a little ruinous hut, which was all wet inside. I groped in the water, said he, and rubbed my eyes with my wet hands. He told where the hut stood. The people who heard him wondered much at this event, and spoke among themselves of what it could be that produced it. But Thorgils the peasant and his son Grim thought they knew how this came to pass. And as they were much afraid the king's enemies might go there and search the hut, they went and took the body out of it, and removed it to a garden, where they concealed it, and then returned to the farm, and slept there all night. The 5th day after this, Thorir Hund came down the valley of Virdelen to Stiklestad. and many people, both chiefs and bonders, accompanied him. The field of battle was still being cleared, and people were carrying away the bodies of their friends and relations, and were giving the necessary help to such of the wounded as they wished to save. But many had died since the battle. Thorir Hund went to where the king had fallen, and searched for his body, but not finding it, he inquired if any one could tell him what had become of the corpse, but nobody could tell him where it was. Then he asked the bonder Thorgils, who said, "I was not in the battle, and knew little of what took place there, but many reports are abroad, and among others, that King Olaf has been seen in the night up at Staff, and a troop of people with him. But if he fell in the battle, your men must have concealed him in some hole or under some stone heap." Now, although Thorir Hund knew for certain that the king had fallen, many allowed themselves to believe and to spread abroad the report that the king had escaped from the battle, and would in a short time come again upon them with an army. Then Thorir went to his ships and sailed down the fjord, and the bonder army dispersed, carrying with them all the wounded men who could bear to be removed. Thorgils Halmsson and his son Grim had King Olaf's body, and were anxious about preserving it from falling into the hands of the king's enemies and being ill-treated, for they heard the bonders speaking about burning it or sinking it in the sea. The father and son had seen a clear light burning at night over the spot on the battlefield where King Olaf's body lay, and since, while they concealed it, they had always seen at night a light burning over the corpse, therefore they were afraid the king's enemies might seek the body where this signal was visible. They hastened, therefore, to take the body to a place where it would be safe. Thorgils and his son accordingly made a coffin, which they adorned as well as they could, and laid the king's body in it, and afterwards made another coffin, in which they laid stone and straw, about as much as the weight of a man, and carefully closed the coffin. As soon as the whole bonder army had left Stiklestad, Thorgils and his son made themselves ready, got a large rowing boat, and took with them 7 or 8 men, who were all Thorgils' relations or friends, and privately took the coffin with the king's body down to the boat, and set the coffin containing the stones, and placed it in the boat where all could see it, and then went down the fjord with a good opportunity of wind and weather, and arrived in the dusk of the evening at Nidaros, where they brought up at the king's pier. Then Thorgils sent some of his men up to the town to Bishop Sigurd to say that they were come with the king's body. As soon as the bishop heard this news, he sent his men down to the pier, and they took a small rowing boat, came alongside of Thorgils' ship, and demanded the king's body. Thorgils and his people then took the coffin which stood in view, and bore it into the boat, and the bishop's men rowed out into the fjord, and sank the coffin in the sea. It was now quite dark. Thorgils and his people now rowed up into the river past the town, and landed at a place called Sourlid, above the town. Then they carried the king's body to an empty house standing at a distance from other houses, and watched over it for the night, while Thorgils went down to the town, where he spoke with some of the best friends of King Olaf, and asked them if they would dare take charge of the king's body. But none of them dared to do so. Then Thorgils and his men went with the body higher up the river, buried it in a sandhill on the banks, and leveled all around it, so that no one could observe that people had been at work there. They were ready with all this before break of day. When they returned to their vessel, went immediately out of the river, and proceeded on their way home to Stiklestad. In the sandhill where King Olaf's body had lain on the ground, a beautiful spring of water came up, and many human ailments and infirmities were cured by its waters. Things were put in order around it, and the water ever since has been carefully preserved. There was first a chapel built, and an altar consecrated where the king's body had lain, but now Christ Church stands upon the spot. Archbishop Eystein had a high altar raised upon the spot where the king's grave had been when he erected the great temple which now stands there. And it is the same spot on which the altar of the old Christ Church had stood. It is said that Olaf's church stands on the spot on which the empty house had stood in which King Olaf's body had been laid for the night. The place over which the holy remains of King Olaf were carried up from the vessel is now called Olaf's Road, and is now in the middle of the town. The bishop adorned King Olaf's holy remains, and cut his nails and hair, for both grew as if he had still been alive. So says Sigvat the Skald, "I lie not when I say the king seemed as alive in everything. His nails, his yellow hair still growing, and round his ruddy chin still flowing, as when to please the Russian queen his yellow locks adorned were seen. Or to the blind he cured, he gave a tress, their precious sight to save. End of section 15. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 16 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. The Ancient Church of Gull. Photograph, page 76. The oldest stave or wooden churches of Norway, of which 24 survive, were built about 1100. There is a theory that they were reared by ship carpenters, and certainly they do manifest in many details the methods of shipbuilding. Moreover, their gables are ornamented with dragons' heads in the fashion of the old Viking boats. The decorations are a strange mixture of all sorts of things, for carved on capitals and portals of the doorways are found centaurs, dragons, beasts, birds, saga stories, and mythological legends. Charles Loring Brace says of one of these churches, "The first sensation, on coming into view of it, in a solitary mountain valley, is as if suddenly seeing a huge mailed animal, with many necks and heads, resting on the earth, of something fantastic and living. You cannot in the least understand its structure or shape as a church, on approaching." The church of Gull, which is here pictured, was originally at Gull in Hallingdal, but it was carried to Bygdø and set up in the Norwegian National Museum, the famous out-of-door collection which illustrates so perfectly the history and customs of Norway. End of section 16. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 17 of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Pole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wanda Wilke. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 17. King Magnus, who was reformed by a poem, reigned from 1035 to 1047 by Hjalmar H. Boyesen. When he, Magnus, was born, he was so small and feeble that it seemed as if he could not live many hours. It was in the middle of the night, and no one dared to wake the king. His friend, Sigvat Skald, was therefore called, and he assumed the responsibility of naming the child Magnus, after Carolus Magnus, the German emperor. A priest was then found who baptized it. When the king heard of the occurrence, he was very wroth, and chided the Skald. There was no one in his family named Magnus, and perhaps he even suspected that Sigvat had made a mistake in selecting the Latin surname of the emperor, rather than his real name, Karl. It was under these unpropitious circumstances that the boy was born who became the heir to St. Olaf's kingdom, and the love which a repentant people lavished upon his memory. He was not quite 11 years old when he was proclaimed king at the Thing, but well grown and intelligent. He allowed himself, during the first years of his reign, to be guided by the counsel of Einar Tamberskelver and Kalf Arneson, but soon gained sufficient independence of judgment to assert his own will. It was but a short time after the proclamation of Magnus as king that Harthonut prepared to invade Norway. Magnus, who was eager to punish the race of Knut for their insidious plottings against his father, also made warlike preparations, apparently with the intention of invading Denmark. Whether any actual fighting took place is not known. It is not improbable that some insignificant skirmishing may have been done. But before any decisive battle was fought, the chieftains in both countries interfered and persuaded the two youthful combatants to make peace. At a meeting at the Bren Islands at the mouth of the Gutta Elv, An agreement was made in accordance with which each made the other his heir and successor, in case he died without issue, 1038. This might indeed seem to be a remote contingency, but it actually came to pass 4 years later, when Hartenut died and Magnus was without opposition, proclaimed King of Denmark at the Viborgting, and received the allegiance of the people. Thus Norway and Denmark were for the first time united, and the descendants of Harald the Fair-haired were recognized by the Danish branch of Ragnar Lodbrog's race as their equals, as they already had been recognized by the branch governing Sweden. Magnus must have been aware that it was to the sainthood of his father that he owed this recognition, and he lost no opportunity to show his reverence for his memory. He commenced the erection of a church in Nidaros, which was to bear St. Olaf's name, and made him a new sarcophagus adorned with gold and silver and precious stones. It was natural enough that he should take pleasure in the society of those who had been nearest to his father and stood at his side at Stiklestad, but the hostility aroused by the battle and the events that led to it existed in some measure yet, and one party began to fan the smoldering embers of distrust in the king's mind and incite him to vengeance against the other. In spite of the amnesty which he had in Russia given to those who had borne arms against St. Olaf, he began now to punish all the leaders in the rebellion with great harshness. It was the Tronders particularly who had to bear the brunt of his wrath, because it was they who had made common cause with Knut, and had been foremost in driving the sainted king into exile. Kalf Arneson was among the first to experience the changed temper of King Magnus. Jealousies had early arisen between him and Einar Tamberskelver, both of whom called the king their foster son, and prided themselves on possessing his confidence. Once, it is said, Kalf had seated himself in Einar's seat next to the king, whereupon Einar sat down upon Kalf's shoulder, saying, "It behooves an old bull to be stalled before the calf." At a party at the estate Hogue in Verdalen, the king uttered to Einar a desire to visit the field where his father had fallen. "I can give you no information about that," answered Einar, "as I was not present, but let Kalf ride along with you. He can give you full particulars." "Then thou shalt accompany me, Kalf," said the king, and Kalf, though he was very reluctant, was obliged to follow. When they reached the battlefield, the king dismounted and asked to be shown the spot where his father had received his death wound. "He lay here," said Kalf, pointing with his spear. "Where didst thou stand then, Kalf?" asked Magnus. "Here, where I am now standing." "Then thy axe could well reach him," cried the king, flushing violently. "My axe did not reach him," Kalf replied, jumped on his horse, and rode away. He had already given orders to have his ship in readiness, loaded with all his movable goods, and as soon as he reached home he put to sea and sailed for the Orkneys. The great possessions which he left behind were confiscated by Magnus. Thorir Hund escaped punishment by making a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, from which he never returned. Harik of Thota was slain with the king's consent by a private enemy, and many others were deprived of their cattle and otherwise molested. The odious laws which had been given by Sweyn Alfhifason were not repealed, and the king acted as if he regarded himself as the master of everyone's goods, life, and liberty. But the Norsemen were not accustomed to endure arbitrary conduct in their kings. A general dissatisfaction spread through the country, and threatened to break out an open rebellion. In Siegen the peasants were already under arms, and at Trøndelag a largely attended meeting was held at which the bitterest denunciation of the king found utterance. Happily, however, some were present who were yet kindly disposed to Magnus, and these determined to let him know how the people felt toward him. The question then arose as to who was to undertake this hazardous mission, for Magnus was hot-tempered, and had, moreover, made up his mind to inflict exemplary punishment upon the rebellious Sonings. His friends determined to let chance decide. They drew lots, and the lot fell upon Sigvat Skald, who, in a song called the Lay of Candor, took the king earnestly to task for his inconsiderate harshness, warned him of the consequences, and reminded him of his duties to the people, who had of their own accord made him king. The song made a deep impression upon Magnus, and he was from that day a changed man. He gave up all plans of vengeance, became gentle and forgiving, and governed the land in accordance with the law. His kindness and charm of manner made him now so popular that scarcely enough could be said in his praise. The people called him Magnus the Good. Magnus, however, never forgot that he was king, and that it behooved him to rule his kingdom and punish its enemies. Sweyn, one of his earls, was unfaithful to him, and the king pursued him and overcame him in 2 naval battles. He also broke up an old nest of pirates at Jomsburg, on the German coast. In the spring of 1044, when Magnus was 20 years old, he returned to Norway. His fame filled the north, for so great things scarcely any king of his race had achieved at so early an age. In spite of his hot temper, he was well beloved by all his people, for with all his vehemence, he was upright, generous, and noble. A pleasant story is told of him which throws much light upon his character. In Magnus's guard there was a high-born Icelander named Thorstein, son of Sidahall. Like most of his countrymen, he was not amenable to discipline, and offended the king by going to Dublin without his permission. In return for this he was outlawed, but relying upon his friends and family connections, he returned to Norway, paying no heed to the judgment of outlawry. He brought with him some fine stud horses and offered them as a gift to Einar Tamberskelver, whose influence with the king was known to be great. Einar declined them, but his son Eindrida, not knowing of his father's refusal, accepted them with joy. He even invited Thorstein to be his guest for the winter, and had the hardihood to bring him in his company to the king's Yule feast. He was, however, persuaded by his father to return home with the outlaw before the king had seen him. On the 4th day after Christmas, Einar, who was sitting at Magnus's side, ventured to put in a good word for Thorstein, to which the king answered, "Let us talk of something else, for I would not willingly anger thee." 4 days later, Einar again mentioned the Icelander, but the king, with a perfectly friendly manner, dismissed the subject. Then Einar let 5 days pass, and once more asked that the Icelander be forgiven. "We will not speak of that," said Magnus, with some irritation. "I do not understand how thou canst presume to protect a man who has provoked my wrath." "That was my son Eindrid's doing, rather than mine," replied Einar. "But I did think that my prayer for a single man would have some weight with thee, when we in all things have done and will continue to do what will promote thy honor. I, my lord, shall be in an evil plight if you will not accept atonement in money from my son for Thorstein, instead of fighting with him. For I cannot bring it over my heart to carry arms against you. But this will I say, that I do not perceive that you remember how I went to find you east in Russia, became your foster father, and have since supported and strengthened your kingdom, thinking late and early of how I could advance your honor. Now I will depart from the land, and no more aid thee, but there will be those who say that thou wilt not be the gainer by all this." Thus spoke Einar in anger, jumped up from his seat, and went toward the door. But the king arose, hurried after him, and flung his arms about his neck. "Come back, my dear foster father," he cried. "Never shall aught, whatever it be, have the power to break our friendship. Take the man in peace, as it may please thee." End of section number 17. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 18 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume VIII, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 18. How King Harald Hard-Ruler Gave His Treasure for His Life, 1049, by Hjalmar H. His, Harold's, annual summer amusement consisted for some time in surprising the exposed ports on the Danish coast and harrying them with savage cruelty. At last, when both sides grew tired of this aimless destruction, it was agreed that Sven Estridsson should meet Harold at the mouth of the Gotha Elf and that the issue of the battle should decide in regard to the latter's claim to the throne of Denmark. At the time appointed, however, Sweyn failed to make his appearance, and Harold, after having waited for him in vain, sailed southward with his fleet, ravaging the coast of Jutland, burning the great city of Hedeby, Sleswick, and carrying away a number of high-born women, besides an enormous booty. He was far from expecting to be pursued by the Danes, and accordingly allowed his ships to scatter on their homeward way. Headwinds and foggy weather delayed the Norsemen, and one morning when they were laying to under the island of Lesso, they saw a sudden flash through the fog, which caused alarm. The king was called and asked what he supposed it to be. "The Danish fleet is upon us," he said. "That which shines is the golden dragon heads which flash in the morning sun." Resistance was not to be thought of, and flight seemed also hopeless. But the king's presence of mind did not desert him. He ordered the men to the oars, but the ships, which were heavy and swollen from having been long in the water, made little headway, and as the fog lifted, the Danish fleet, counting several hundred galleys, was seen bearing down upon them. Harold then commanded his men to nail bright garments and other precious things to logs and throw them overboard. The Danes, who could not resist the temptation to stop and pick them up, thereby lost time and were rebuked by Sweyn for their folly. Again the pursuit began, and Harold was obliged to throw overboard malt, beer, and pork in order to lighten his ships. Nevertheless, Sweyn was still gaining upon him, and Harold's own dragon ship, which was the hindmost, was in danger of being captured. Then, in sheer desperation, he made rafts out of barrels and boards, put the Danish matrons and maidens upon them, and lowered them into the sea. One after another of these rafts was sent out at intervals, and the pursuers, seeing their wives and daughters stretching out their arms to them, crying to be rescued, and some even struggling in the water, could not forbear to pause and save them. Thus Harold escaped, and Sweyn cursed his ill luck. Nevertheless, when he captured some laggards among the Norse galleys, he refused to take vengeance upon them. During a later expedition to Denmark, Harold displayed again the same presence of mind and daring invention. He had just beaten Sweyn in the battle of De Jursa, and felt perfectly safe in entering the long and narrow Limfjord for purposes of plunder. But Sweyn, hearing that his antagonist had gone into such a trap, hastily gathered what forces he could command, and laid to at Hals, where the fjord is so narrow that a few ships could easily engage a much superior number. Harold, perceiving that he was caught, gave orders to sail in through the fjord to the very end. Here a narrow isthmus separates the fjord from the North Sea. With enormous difficulty he now dragged his ships across the isthmus and sailed gaily northward, while Sweyn lay guarding the empty cage from which he had escaped. End of section 18. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 19 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Fields. How King Sigurd Smoked Out the Pirates, 1107, from the Heimskringla. In 1103, Magnus Barefoot died, and the kingdom was divided among his 3 sons. 4 years later, the second son, Sigurd, set out on a crusade. On his way, he paid a friendly visit to the English king Henry I, then sailed to Spain, Italy, and the Holy Land. On the Spanish island of Formentara, one of the Balearic Islands, occurred the smoking out of the pirates, which is here described. The editor. King Sigurd then sailed eastward along the coast of Serkland, footnote, Northern Africa, end of footnote, and came to an island there called Formentara. There a great many heathen Moors had taken up their dwelling in a cave and had built a strong stone wall before its mouth. It was high up to climb to the wall, so that whoever attempted to ascend was driven back with stones or missile weapons. They harried the country all round, and carried all their booty to their cave. King Sigurd landed on this island and went to the cave, but it lay in a precipice, and there was a high winding path to the stone wall, and the precipice above projected over it. The heathens defended the stone wall, and were not afraid of the Northmen's arms, for they could throw stones or shoot down upon the Northmen under their feet. Neither did the Northmen under such circumstances dare to mount up. The heathens took out their clothes and other valuable things, carried them out upon the wall, spread them out before the Northmen, shouted and defied them, and upbraided them as cowards. Then Sigurd fell upon this plan. He had 2 ships' boats, such as we call barks, drawn up the precipice right above the mouth of the cave, and had thick ropes fastened around the stem, stern, and hull of each. In these boats as many men went as could find room, and then the boats were lowered by the ropes down in front of the mouth of the cave, and the men in the boats shot with stones and missiles into the cave, and the heathens were thus driven from the stone wall. Then Sigurd with his troops climbed up to the precipice to the foot of the stone wall, which they succeeded in breaking down, so that they came into the cave. Now the heathens fled within the stone wall that was built across the cave, on which the king ordered large trees to be brought to the cave, made a great pile in the mouth of it, and set fire to the wood. When the fire and smoke got the upper hand, some of the heathens lost their lives in it, some fled, some fell by the hands of the Northmen, and part were killed, part burned, and the Northmen made the greatest booty they had got on all their expeditions. So says Halldor the Skald, "'Twas a feast of renown, the boat lowered down, with the boat's crew brave, in front of the cave, while up the rocks scaling, and comrades up trailing, the Norsemen gain, and the blue men are slain." End of section 19. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 20 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Schmidt. Birchlegs Carrying King Hakon by Knut Bergslien, Norwegian painter, born 1827. Painting, page 88. During the 12th century, Norway was torn by the strife of 2 contending factions, a popular or democratic party, the Birkebeiners, Birchlegs, so called because at first their poverty was so great that they were compelled to wear shoes of birch bark, and the Church Party, or Beglers, Crozier men. In 1184, Sverri, the leader of the Birkebeiners, succeeded in gaining the crown and ruled Norway with a firm hand until his death. But in 1205, the line of King Sverri had apparently died out, and Norway was again in a state of confusion and anarchy. There was an heir to the throne, however, a baby of a year and a half, the child of Sverri's son and the beautiful Inga, daughter of King Inga of Nidaros. The priest who had baptized the child and named him Hakon advised that his birth be concealed, lest in the strife of parties he should come to harm. At length, however, he decided to entrust the secret to one Erlend of Huseby, a faithful friend. Erlend realized, even better perhaps than the priest, the danger in which the child stood, and urged that he be sent to his grandfather, King Inga. In the depth of winter as it was, the boy was carried by the 2 friends through the snowy wilderness to Nidaros. Here he was well cared for, and in 1217 he was made king. End of section 20. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 21 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. Norway Part III. Life in the Far North. Historical Note. In 1397, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were united by the Union of Kalmar. This was pleasing to Denmark, but Norway and Sweden were by no means contented. In 1523, under the lead of Gustavus Vasa, Sweden became free, but Norway had less strength to resist and remained a province of Denmark. In the readjustment of thrones after the Napoleonic Wars, the powers demanded the union of Norway and Sweden, but with independence for Norway within her own boundaries. The determination to be entirely free grew stronger, and in 1905, Norway declared that the union with Sweden was dissolved. The Norwegian crown was bestowed upon Prince Charles, the second son of Frederick VIII of Denmark, who ascended the throne as Hakon H. During the union with Denmark, the literature of Norway was much influenced by the writings of that country, but during the last century she has been making a literature of her own. The works of two of her authors, Ibsen and Bjørnson, are known everywhere. Equally famous are the compositions of two of her musicians, Ole Bull and Edvard Grieg. End of section 21. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 22 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 22. Finn Blood, 19th Century, by Jonas Lie. The following story is included both because it illustrates the superstitious fear and dislike of the Finns, and because it was written by one of Norway's best-known novelists. It is said that to this day sailors are unwilling to sail under a Finn captain. The Editor. In Svartfjord, north of Senja, dwelt a lad called Eilert. His neighbors were seafaring Finns, and among their children was a pale little girl, remarkable for her long black hair and her large eyes. They dwelt behind the crag on the other side of the promontory, and fished for a livelihood, as also did Eilert's parents. Wherefore there was no particular goodwill between the families, for the nearest fishing ground was but a small one, and each would have liked to row there alone. Nevertheless, though his parents did not like it at all, and even forbade it, Eilert used to sneak regularly down to the Finns. There they had always strange tales to tell, and he heard wondrous things about the recesses of the mountains, where the original home of the Finns was, and where in the olden time dwelt the Finn kings, who were masters among the magicians. There, too, he heard tell of all that was beneath the sea, where the mermen and the draug held sway. The latter are gloomy, evil powers, and many a time his blood stood still in his veins as he sat and listened. They told him that the draug usually showed himself on the strand in the moonlight on those spots which were covered with sea wrack, that he had a bunch of seaweed instead of a head, but shaped so peculiarly that whoever came across him absolutely could not help gazing into his pale and horrible face. They themselves had seen him many a time, and once they had driven him, thwart by thwart, out of the boat where he had sat one morning and turned the oars upside down. When Eilert hastened homewards in the darkness round the headland, along the strand over heaps of seaweed, he dare scarcely look around him, and many a time the sweat absolutely streamed from his forehead. In proportion as hostility increased among the old people, they had a good deal of fault to find with one another, and Eilert heard no end of evil things spoken about the Finns at home. Now it was this, and now it was that. They did not even row like honest folk, for after the Finnish fashion they took high and swift strokes as if they were womenkind, and they all talked together and made a noise while they rowed, instead of being silent in the boat. But what impressed Eilert most of all was the fact that, in the Finn woman's family, they practiced sorcery and idolatry, or so folk said. He also heard of something beyond all question, and that was the shame of having Finn blood in one's veins, which also was the reason why the Finns were not as good as other honest folk, so that the magistrates gave them their own distinct burial ground in the churchyard, and their own separate Finn pens in church. Eilert had seen this with his own eyes in the church at Berg. All this made him very angry, for he could not help liking the Finn folks down yonder, and especially little Zilla. They two were always together. She knew such a lot about the mermen. Henceforth his conscience always plagued him when he played with her, and whenever she stared at him with her large black eyes while she told him tales, he used to begin to feel a little bit afraid. For at such times he reflected that she and her people belonged to the accursed, and that was why they knew so much about such things. But on the other hand, the thought of it made him so bitterly angry, especially on her account. She, too, was frequently taken aback by his odd behavior towards her, which she could not understand at all, and then, as was her wont, she would begin laughing at and teasing him by making him run after her, while she went and hid herself. One day he found her sitting on a boulder by the seashore. She had in her lap an eider duck, which had been shot, and could only have died quite recently, for it was still warm, and she wept bitterly over it. It was, she sobbed, the same bird which made its nest every year beneath the shelter of their outhouse. She knew it quite well, and she showed him a red-colored feather in its white breast. It had been struck dead by a single shot, and only a single red drop had come out of it. It had tried to reach his nest, but had died on its way on the strand. She wept as if her heart would break, and dried her face with her hair in impetuous Finn fashion. Eilert laughed at her as boys will, but he overdid it, and was very pale the whole time. He dared not tell her that that very day he had taken a random shot with his father's gun from behind the headland at a bird a long way off, which was swimming ashore. One autumn Eilert's father was downright desperate. Day after day, on the fishing grounds, his lines caught next to nothing, while he was forced to look on and see the Finn pull up one rich catch after another. He was sure, too, that he had noticed malicious gestures over in the Finn's boat. After that, his whole house nourished a double bitterness against them, and when they talked it over in the evening, it was agreed as a thing beyond all question that Finnish sorcery had something to do with it. Against this there was only one remedy, and that was to rub corpse mold on the lines, but one must beware of doing so, lest one should thereby offend the dead, and expose oneself to their vengeance, while the sea folk would gain power over one at the same time. Eilert bothered his head a good deal over all this. It almost seemed to him as if he had had a share in the deed, because he was on such a good footing with the Finn folks. On the following Sunday both he and the Finn folks were at Berg Church, and he secretly abstracted a handful of mold from one of the Finn graves and put it in his pocket. The same evening when they came home, he strewed the mold over his father's lines unobserved. And oddly enough, the very next time his father cast his lines, as many fish were caught as in the good old times. But after this, Eilert's anxiety became indescribable. He was especially cautious while they were working of an evening round the fireside, and it was dark in the distant corners of the room. He sat there with a piece of steel in his pocket. To beg forgiveness of the dead is the only helpful means against the consequences of such deeds as his. Otherwise one will be dragged off at night by an invisible hand to the churchyard, though one were lashed fast to the bed by a ship's hawser. When Eilert on the following preaching Sunday went to church, he took very good care to go to the grave and beg forgiveness of the dead. As Eilert grew older, he got to understand that the Finn folks must, after all, be pretty much the same sort of people as his own folks at home. But on the other hand, another thought was now uppermost in his mind, the thought, namely, that the Finns must be of an inferior stock, with a taint of disgrace about them. Nevertheless, he could not very well do without Zilla's society, and they were very much together as before, especially at the time of their confirmation. But when Eilert became a man, and mixed more with the people of the parish, he began to fancy that this old companionship lowered him somewhat in the eyes of his neighbors. There was nobody who did not believe as a matter of course that there was something shameful about Finn blood, and he therefore always tried to avoid her in company. The girl understood it all well enough, for latterly she took care to keep out of his way. Nevertheless, one day she came, as had been her wont from childhood, down to their house, and begged for leave to go in their boat when they rowed to church next day. There were lots of strangers present from the village, and so Eilert, lest folks should think that he and she were engaged, answered mockingly, so that every one could hear him, that church cleansing was perhaps a very good thing for Finnish sorcery, but she must find someone else to ferry her across. After that she never spoke to him at all, but Eilert was anything but happy in consequence. Now it happened one winter that Eilert was out all alone fishing for a Greenland shark. A shark suddenly bit. The boat was small and the fish was very big, but Eilert would not give in, and the end of the business was that his boat capsized. All night long he lay on the top of it in the mist and a cruel sea. As now he sat there fainting for drowsiness and dimly conscious that the inn was not far off, and the sooner it came the better, he suddenly saw a man in seaman's clothes sitting astride the other end of the boat's bottom, and glaring savagely at him with a pair of dull reddish eyes. He was so heavy that the boat's bottom began to sink down at the end where he sat. Then he suddenly vanished, but it seemed to Eilert as if the sea fog lifted a bit. The sea had all at once grown quite calm. At least there was now only a gentle swell, and right in front of him lay a little low gray island, towards which the boat was slowly drifting. The skerry was red, as if the sea had only recently been flowing over it, and on it he saw a pale girl with such lovely eyes. She wore a green kirtle, and round her body a broad silver girdle with figures upon it, such as Finns use. Her bodice was of tar brown skin, and beneath her stay laces, which seemed to be of green seagrass, was a foam white chemise, like the feathery breast of a sea-bird. When the boat came drifting on to the island, she came down to him and said, as if she knew him quite well, "So you're come at last, Eilert. I've been waiting for you so long." It seemed to Eilert as if an icy cold shudder ran through his body when he took the hand which helped him ashore, but it was only for the moment, and he forgot it instantly. In the midst of the island there was an opening, with a brazen flight of steps leading down to a splendid cabin. Whilst he stood there thinking things over a bit, he saw 2 dogfish swimming close by. They were at least 12 to 14 ells long. As they descended, the dogfish sank down too, each on one side of the brazen steps. Oddly enough, it looked as if the island was transparent. When the girl perceived that he was frightened, she told him that they were only 2 of her father's bodyguard, and shortly afterwards they disappeared. She then said that she wanted to take him to her father, who was waiting for them. She added that if he did not find the old gentleman precisely as handsome as he might expect, he had nevertheless no need to be frightened, nor was he to be astonished too much at what he saw. He now perceived that he was under water, but for all that there was no sign of moisture. He was on a white sandy bottom, covered with chalk white, red, blue, and silvery bright shells. He saw meadows of sea grass, mountains thick with woods of bushy seaweed and sea wrack, and the fishes darted about on every side, just as the birds swam about the rocks that sea fowl haunt. As they 2 were thus walking along together, she explained many things to him. High up he saw something which looked like a black cloud with a white lining, and beneath it moved backwards and forwards a shape resembling one of the dogfish. "What do you see there is a vessel," said she. "There's nasty weather up there now, and beneath the boat goes he who was sitting along with you on the bottom of the boat just now. If it is not wrecked, it will belong to us, and then you will not be able to speak to father to day." As she said this, there was a wild, rapacious gleam in her eyes, but it was gone again immediately. And in point of fact, it was no easy matter to make out the meaning of her eyes. As a rule, they were unfathomably dark, with the luster of a night billow through which the sea fire sparkles. But occasionally, when she laughed, they took a bright sea green glitter, as when the sun shines deep down into the sea. Now and again they passed by a boat or a vessel half buried in the sand, out and in of the cabin doors and windows of which fishes swam to and fro. Close by the wrecks wandered human shapes which seemed to consist of nothing but blue smoke. His conductress explained to him that these were the spirits of drowned men who had not had Christian burial. One must always beware of them, for dead ones of this sort are malignant. They always know when one of their own race is about to be wrecked, and at such times they howl the death warning of the Draug through the wintry night. Then they went farther on their way right across a deep, dark valley. In the rocky walls above him he saw a row of 4-cornered white doors, from which a sort of glimmer, as from the northern lights, shot downwards through the darkness. This valley stretched in a northeastwardly direction, right under Denmark, she said, and inside the white doors dwelt the old Finn kings, who had perished on the sea. Then she went and opened the nearest of these doors. Here, down in the salt ocean, was the last of the kings, who had capsized in the very breeze that he himself had conjured forth, but could not afterwards quell. There, on a block of stone, sat a wrinkled yellow Finn, with running eyes and a polished dark red crown. His large head rocked backwards and forwards on his withered neck, as if it were in the swirl of an ocean current. Beside him, on the same block, sat a still more shriveled and yellow little woman, who also had a crown on, and her garments were covered with all sorts of colored stones. She was stirring up a brew with a stick. If she only had fire beneath it, the girl told Eilert, she and her husband would very soon have dominion again over the salt sea, for the thing she was stirring about was magic stuff. In the middle of a plain which opened right before them at a turn of the road stood a few houses together like a little town, and a little farther on Eilert saw a church turned upside down, looking with its long pointed tower as if it were mirrored in the water. The girl explained to him that her father dwelt in these houses, and the church was one of the 7 that stood in his realm, which extended all over Helgoland and Finnmark. No service was held in them yet, but it would be held when the drowned bishop, who sat outside in a brown study, could only hit upon the name of the Lord that was to be served, and then all the draugs should go to church. The bishop, she said, had been sitting and pondering the matter over these 800 years, so he would no doubt very soon get to the bottom of it. 100 years ago the bishop had advised them to send up one of the draugs to Rodo church to find out all about it, but every time the word he wanted was mentioned, he could not catch the sound of it. In the mountain Kunen, King Olaf had hung a church bell of pure gold, and it is guarded by the first priest who ever came to Nordland, who stands there in a white chasuble. On the day the priest rings the bell, Kunen will become a big stone church, to which all Nordland, both above and below the sea, will resort. But time flies, and therefore all who come down here below are asked by the bishop if they can tell him that name. At this Eilert felt very queer indeed, and he felt queerer still when he began reflecting and found, to his horror, that he also had forgotten that name. While he stood there in thought, the girl looked at him anxiously. It was almost as if she wanted to help him to find it and could not. So it is that the strange sights and scenes continued like the weird happenings of a nightmare. After a long, long time, he fancied that the long dark hair of a girl was flung about him like a curtain, and she had eyes that he remembered well. Then she smiled at him and said, "It is I, Eilert." With that he awoke and saw that the sunbeams were running over the wet skerry, and the mermaid was still sitting by his side. But presently the whole thing changed before his eyes. It was the sun shining through the window panes on a bed in the Finn's hut, and by his side sat the Finn girl, supporting his back, for they thought he was about to die. He had lain there delirious for 6 weeks, ever since the Finn had rescued him after capsizing, and this was his first moment of consciousness. After that it seemed to him that he had never heard anything so absurd and presumptuous as the twaddle that would fix a stigma of shame or contempt on Finn blood, and the same spring he and the Finn girl Zilla were betrothed, and in the autumn they were married. There were Finns in the bridal procession, and perhaps many said a little more about that than they need have done, but every one at the wedding agreed that the fiddler, who was also a Finn, was the best fiddler in the whole parish, and the bride the prettiest girl. End of Section 22. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 23 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. A Home in the North. Photograph, page 92. The northern part of Norway is inhabited by Laps, as the Norwegians call them, that is, nomads, but they call themselves Same or Samelats. They are thought to have once ruled all Scandinavia, but there are not more than 30,000 of them now surviving. They have no settled abodes, but wander about as they like, living upon roots and plants and the reindeer milk and flesh. Their custom is to milk the reindeer twice a week and make cheese of the milk. They own from 150,000 to 200,000 of these animals, and use them for transportation as well as food. In the summer, the Laps make tents of skin. In the winter they live in huts of earth, covered with turf. Their fire is built in the center of the hut on the hard beaten floor, and a hole in the roof allows the smoke to escape. For their beds they lay twigs and moss on this floor, and cover them with reindeer skins. They have triangular faces, high cheekbones, and flat noses. Their eyes are small and black. Their hair is usually black, but sometimes chestnut. They are short, but wonderfully enduring. They can bear extreme cold. They can go for several days without food and drink, and they can make journeys scores of miles in length without any apparent exhaustion. The Lapps do not change their clothing, and they have a horror of water. Therefore, it is no wonder that they are of swarthy aspect. The skins of the Lapp babies, however, are said to be fair and white. Beside the Fjeldlaps or land Lapps, there are also sea Lapps. These spend much of their time on the water, carrying on the annual fisheries with the rest of the people. They make their homes in settled villages. End of section 23. This recording is in the public domain. Section 24 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. The Naerodal and Jordalsnut. Photograph, page 100. The Naerodal is thus described by Helen Hunt Jackson. 5 miles down this cleft, called valley, to Gudvangen run the road and the little river, and the narrow strips of meadow, dark, thin, and ghostly. Long months in utter darkness this Naerodal lies, and never, even at summer's best and longest, has it more than a half-day of sun. The mountains rise in sheer black walls on either hand, bare rock in colossal shafts and peaks, 3, 4, and even 5,000 feet high, snow in the rifts at top, patches of gaunt firs here and there, great spaces of tumbled rocks where avalanches have slid, pebbly and sandy channels worn out from side to side of the valley, where torrents have rushed down and torn away across, white streams from top to bottom of the precipices, all foam and quiver, like threads spun out on the sword, more than can be counted. They seem to swing down out of the sky as spider threads swing swift and countless in a dewy morning. Sanna shuddered. Now you see, I could not spend a whole day in Naerodal Valley, she said. It does not wonder me that any people live here. Every spring the mountains do fall and people are killed. The most striking object in this wonderful valley is Jordalsnut, a mountain 3,620 feet high. This peak has the form of a gigantic thimble, and as it is composed of a silvery feldspar, it fairly glitters in the sun or glows resplendent in the evening light, an object never to be forgotten. End of section 24. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by phone.
Section 25 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 25, How the Laplanders Live, by A.F. Mockler Ferryman. Although Lapps are occasionally seen in charge of reindeer herds on some of the southern mountain tracts of Norway, the real home is in the far north, not only of Norway, but also of Sweden, Finland, and Russia, and the country which they inhabit is known as Lapland. That portion of it which belongs to Norway covers only some 3,000 or 4,000 square miles, while the whole of the land of the Lapps has an area of something like 35,000 square miles. But statistics show that in Norwegian Lapland there are a great many more inhabitants than there are in Russian, Finnish, and Swedish Lapland put together, and the people, whether they be under the rule of Russia, Sweden, or Norway, are all of the same race, Asiatics and Mongols, totally unlike Europeans in appearance. In the first place, they are dark, and what we consider ugly, though it is quite possible that in their eyes we ourselves are hideous. Then they are short. A 5-foot Lapp would be almost a giant, but what they lack in stature they make up in sturdiness. For although spare of body, probably no men in the world could do a longer day's work, or survive greater hardships. Dirty they are, certainly, since they never change their clothes and seldom comb their hair, yet for all that they are perfectly healthy and happy. They have gradually split up into 3 groups, known as mountain Lapps, sea Lapps, and river Lapps, the first being nomads or wanderers, and the other 2 settlers by the sea or river, who have abandoned the original mode of life of their race. Mountain Lapps are the most restless individual it is possible to imagine. Winter and summer they are always on the move, and 3 days are seldom passed in one place. Time does not enslave them, for they do not trouble about it. Routine is nothing to them. They eat and drink when they feel inclined, and they sleep when a favorable opportunity occurs. In such matters, as well as in many others, they resemble wild animals. But in some respects they are methodical. They work by the seasons, and in their wanderings take the same lines each year. In the summer months they are down by the sea. During the remainder of the year they are on the mountains, though at Christmas time they usually arrange to encamp somewhere in the vicinity of a church. For Christmas is a great event in the lives of the Lapps, since they profess Christianity, and if they are able to go to church at no other time of the year, they make a point of doing so at this season. Today these people are law-abiding and peaceable, but they are a strange mixture of good and bad. They are kind and hospitable, and of a cheerful disposition. At the same time they can be cruel, cunning, and selfish, while their love of money is no less than their love of drink, when they can obtain it. For one thing only does the mountain Lapp live, his herd of reindeer. They provide all his wants, food, clothing, and the wherewithal to purchase luxuries. They are his wealth. His very existence depends on them, and in consequence his mode of living has to be accommodated to the habits of his reindeer. Whithersoever they choose to graze, their owner has to follow, and he deems it no hardship to pitch his rough tent on the snowy wastes in winter, or even to sleep out under a rock, with the thermometer at 70 degrees below zero. It is his life. From earliest childhood he has known no other. He is content with it. And it is not only the men who pass their lives thus, for the Lapp family is to some extent a united one, and the women and children thoroughly enjoy the wild, free life, apparently suffering no ill effects from the rigors of the climate. A Lapp baby starts life in a very queer way. Until he is able to walk, it is kept in what is called a komsa, a kind of cradle made of strips of wood covered with leather, and just large enough to take the baby. The little creature is rolled up in sheepskin and put into the cradle, which is then stuffed with moss, and the leather covering lays securely all around, so that only the baby's face is seen. To protect its head, the komsa is provided with a wooden hood, like most cradles, and there is generally a shawl, which can be thrown over the whole thing in severe weather. In fact, when the baby has been properly done up in its komsi, it might go by parcel post without coming to much harm. It is a very excellent arrangement, because the family is incessantly moving about, and the mothers have their work to do, so cannot always be bothering about their babies. A thong of leather stretches from head to foot of the komsi, which the mother can thus sling on her shoulder when going about, and by this thong the baby can be hung up to a tent pole or to the branch of a tree if its mother is busy. But as often as not the komsis are just stuck up on end in the snow or against a rock while work is going on. As soon as the child can walk and has finished its cradle existence, it is dressed in clothes similar to those of his or her father or mother, and looks most quaint. The life which these children lead is devoid of much amusement. From the beginning they are helping to pack up and move the tent and to look after the reindeer. They are nothing more than little old men and women. Their toys are miniatures or models of such things as they will have to use later in life: lassos, snowshoes, sleighs, and their games are restricted to learning the use of the same. They are treated by their parents more or less as if they were grown up and allowed to do much as they please. Consequently, they become self-willed and have little respect for their elders. After all, the mode of life of the Lapps does not differ very greatly from that of our own gypsies, though of the two the Lapps are certainly the better people. The wandering spirit is inherent in both, but a portion of each sooner or later shakes it off, and leads a more settled life. Some there are, however, who will never be anything but wanderers, so long as there remains a free country wherein they are at liberty to roam. Let us now see the kind of place which the mountain Lapp calls home. It cannot be anything very elaborate or bulky, as it has to be packed up and moved about nearly every day, and it has to be carried on the backs of the reindeer in summer, or drawn by them in sleighs in the winter. So it is nothing more than a most unconventional form of tent, not altogether unlike the wigwam of the Red Indians, or the dwelling of many other nomadic people. A few long poles are stuck up on a circle, with their ends fastened together to form a sort of cone, and over this framework is stretched a covering of coarse woolen material. At one side there is a loose flap, forming a door, and the whole of the top part of the tent, round about the ends of the poles, is left open, to admit light and to allow the smoke from the fire to issue forth. The diameter of the tent is about 12 or 15 feet, and the height in the center 8 or 10 feet. This is the kitchen, larder, storeroom, drawing room, dining room, and bedroom of the family: men, women, boys, girls, babies, dogs, and all. A few branches of trees are spread on the ground, and in the middle, immediately under the opening in the roof, is the fire, which is kept alight day and night. Around it the inmates sit on the ground by day and sleep by night. There is no furniture of any kind, and only a few cooking pots with some wooden bowls and spoons of wood or of horn. Beds and blankets and such like luxuries are also absent, so undressing, dressing, washing, and absurdities of that kind are not indulged in. When the time has come to go to sleep, those who are in the tent just roll themselves close up to the fire, and sleep quite comfortably in the clothes which they probably have not taken off for a year or two. The whole family is not likely to be in the tent at the same time. Some members of it must always be looking after the reindeer, as the herd can never be left to its own devices. Consequently, there is generally plenty of room. Meals are free and easy affairs. There is no dinner bell and no fixed time for eating, but food is always ready, hanging in a pot over the fire, and when any one feels inclined to eat, the hand is plunged into the pot and a piece of meat pulled out and devoured. In addition to reindeer meat, of which the Lapps consume a great deal, the food consists of cheese and sometimes a kind of porridge, while for drink they have water, melted snow, reindeer milk, and on occasions coffee. The latter they are very fond of, but few families can afford to drink it often. So also with spirits, which, however, they only manage to obtain in the towns. Thus live the mountain Lapps year in and year out. Today a family is in one place, tomorrow a dozen miles away. Now and again other families are met with and receive hospitality, but for the most part the family and its herd keep to themselves, since to do otherwise might lead to difficulties about grazing. The rain floods their tent, the snow buries it, the wind blows it down, yet they survive and glory in their free life. The sea Lapps, though much more numerous than their brethren of the mountains, are not so interesting. They live by the coast in huts built of wood or of sods, and obtain a livelihood by fishing. The river Lapps, on the other hand, are both herdsmen and fishermen. Residing in small settlements on the banks of the rivers, they keep reindeer as well as a few cows and sheep, and they do a little in the way of farming the land round the settlement. Many of them are even intellectual, and the advantages of having their children properly educated in the schools are gradually becoming appreciated. End of section 25. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 26 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Monica M.C. Market Day in the Far North, photograph page 106. The Lapps are a simple folk who love the frozen country. From missionaries and settlers, many have learned to read and write, and have adopted some of the ways of civilization. Most of them are nominally Christians, but the rites of heathenism are not yet forgotten, and some of these are said to be still practiced in secret. The dress of the men consists of a coat or tunic and tight trousers. The former use of leather is giving way to that of the stout Norwegian cloth called vatmal. They wear boots of reindeer skin and woolen caps. The women dress in much the same fashion. Their gowns or tunics are sometimes ornamented with silver trimmings or with bands of some contrasting color, and are confined at the waist by a belt, often adorned with ornaments of either silver or copper, according to the wealth of the wearer. A small knife and a pair of scissors sometimes hang from this belt. The Lapps who live near the sea prefer to make their homes close to the towns. They are rather shrewd at a bargain, and regard summer tourists as being in a commercial way their most valuable friends. In the illustration they are shown bringing reindeer horns, bits of carved bone, in which art they have some skill, bags of reindeer cheese, etc., to be sold to travellers. The faces of these Lapps vary as much as would those of a group of any folk taken at random, from utter stolidity to quiet self-possessed dignity. One or two even manifest a keen sense of humour. Many settlers from surrounding countries have taken up their abode in Lapland, and it is probable that intermarriage will eventually bring about the disappearance of the Lapps as a separate people. End of section 26. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 27 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tapin. Section 27. The Music of Ole Bull by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The scene of Longfellow's Tales of a Wayside Inn, from which the following poem is taken, was the Red Horse Inn in Sudbury, Massachusetts. Here he placed in imagination a group of his friends. The musician is Ole Bull, the Norwegian violinist. The Spanish Jew, Israel Edrehi. The student, Henry Ware Wales. The poet, T.W. Parsons. The Sicilian, Luigi Monti. The theologian, Professor Daniel Treadwell. The assembling of these at the inn is not altogether fancy, for the last three were accustomed to spend the summer at this hostelry. The Editor. Last the musician as he stood, illumined by that fire of wood, fair-haired, blue-eyed, his aspect blithe, his figure tall and straight and lithe, and every feature of his face revealing his Norwegian race. A radiance streaming from within around his eyes and forehead beamed, the angel with the violin, painted by Raphael he seemed. He lived in that ideal world, whose language is not speech but song. Around him evermore the throng of elves and sprites their dances whirled. The Stromkarl sang, the cataract hurled its headlong waters from the height, and mingled in the wild delight the scream of seabirds in their flight, The rumour of the forest trees, the plunge of the implacable seas, the tumult of the wind at night, voices of eld like trumpets blowing, old ballads and wild melodies, through mist and darkness pouring forth, like Elivagar's river flowing out of the glaciers of the north. The instrument on which he played was in Cremona's workshops made, by a great master of the past, ere yet was lost the art divine, fashioned of maple and of pine, that in Tyrolean forests vast had rocked and wrestled with the blast. Exquisite was it in design, perfect in each minutest part, a marvel of the lutist's art, and in its hollow chamber thus, the maker from whose hands it came, had written his unrivalled name, Antonius Stradivarius. And when he played, the atmosphere was filled with magic, and the ear caught echoes of that harp of gold, whose music had so weird a sound the hunted stag forgot to bound, the leaping rivulet backward rolled, the birds came down from bush and tree, the dead came from beneath the sea, the maiden to the harper's knee. The music ceased, the applause was loud, the pleased musicians smiled and bowed. The wood fire clapped its hands of flame, the shadows on the wainscot stirred, and from the harpsichord there came a ghostly murmur of acclaim, a sound like that sent down at night by birds of passage in their flight, from the remotest distance heard. End of section 27. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Section 28 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. Sweden, Part I. Stories of Viking Life and Adventure. Historical Note. The Vikings, or Scandinavian and Danish pirates, first came down upon the eastern and southern coasts of England toward the end of the 8th century. In less than 100 years, they had a firm footing there, and in 1014 the Dane Knut became ruler of the land, which did not pass into Saxon hands again until 1042. Charlemagne was able to hold back the Norsemen from his domains, but early in the 10th century they got possession of the greater part of the valley of the Loire. The Vikings plundered the coasts of Spain, Africa, and the Balearic Isles, dashed into the Tyrrhenian Sea, and even ventured as far as Greece. They voyaged to the islands north of Scotland and Ireland, and settled not only in these, but also in Iceland. From Iceland they went to Greenland, and later to Vinland. The Swedish Vikings attacked the eastern shores of the Baltic Sea, and seem to have made their way inland as far as Novgorod. They were driven back, but were soon invited to return and rule the land. A century later, they were sweeping down the Black Sea and threatening Constantinople with their 1,000 boats of warriors. Before this, they had entered the Caspian Sea and had found their way to Persia. Toward the end of the 14th century, King Valdemar Atterdag of Denmark died, and the Danes elected his little grandson Olaf to be their king. His mother, Margaret, Valdemar's daughter, acted as his guardian and ruled in his place. Then Margaret's husband, who was king of Norway, died. The child Olaf was now entitled to a second crown, and his mother became governor of Norway as well as Denmark. But there was trouble in Sweden. The nobles were enraged at their king, and they came to the conclusion that their best course was to offer the crown to this powerful Margaret, who had Norway and Denmark to support her. Albert, the deposed sovereign, led a German army against her, but was completely routed. Through Margaret's influence, the Union of Hjalmar was formed in 1397 between Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. End of section 28. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 29 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Hall of the Early Chiefs by Henry Morley. The hall is long and wide, say 200 feet by 40, with a high roof and curved gables. There is at each extremity an entrance in the middle of the wall, protected by a porch, that is continued at its farther end to form cellar and pantry. We pass into the hall, a spacious nave with narrow side aisles. Pillars, dividing aisles from naves, support the central roof. The nave is the great hall itself, and down the middle of its floor run the stone hearths, upon which blaze great timber fires. At the upper end is the raised seat of the chief, at a cross-bench, where his wife, who fills the cups of the guests, and his familiar thanes, or those whom he distinguishes, sit with him. On each side of the long hearth there runs a line of tables, flanked with benches and stools, at which sit the people who are the chief's hearth-sharers. At the lower end, in the space corresponding to the dais, is a table for the drinking cups. Between the rows of pillars and the outer walls, spaces are parted off within the narrow aisles to the sleeping benches of the warriors. In some of the spaces are the gilded vats of liquor into which the pails of the cupbearers are dipped. If women sleep in the hall, the recesses of the pillars behind the vats are kept sacred to them, and there are in the aisles, if the hall be the chief's dwelling, distinct enclosures for the occupation of the family. The sleeping space behind the pillars might, perhaps, be parted from the hall by panelling and tapestry. End of section 29. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 30 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. How the Swedes Elected Their King by Neander N. Kronholm. The manner in which the Swedes in olden time elected their king was as follows. The Upper Swedes met at Mora Stone near Uppsala. This was an open space whereon were placed 13 stones, 12 in a circle and 1 in the centre. The lawmen sat on the ring of stones, and the king, when elected, on the centre one. After the bonders at the Al's Hajar Thing had signified the man of their choice, then did the lawman of the upland adjudge him king if he was properly elected. The old law says, the Swedes have a right to elect their king and also to depose him. The most competent man became king. The king's son was often selected to succeed him because such men were competent, having been trained from childhood for their high office. The ceremony was characteristic. After election, the king was placed on a shield resting on the shoulders of stout warriors who marched around and showed him to the people. These proceedings signified first that he was elevated by the people to this high office, and secondly that he could hold it only so long as he was supported by the people. It was an old custom that after the election a herald should blow a blast on the horn or trumpet and then proclaim, "Now is A.B. elected king of the Sver and Gotar, he and none other." Many of these old customs have come down to the present day. End of section 30. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 31 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume VIII, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 31. How the Swedes Learned of Christianity, 850, by S. Baring Gould. Regardless of the reputation of the Northmen for ferocity, the monk Anskar went among them to preach Christianity. For some time his work seemed to come to nothing, but at length one Herigar, counselor of the Swedish king, became a Christian, and through his influence Ardgar, one of Anskar's assistants whom he had sent to Sweden, was allowed to preach as much as he chose. The Editor. That chief, Herigar, was no half-hearted believer, and openly confronted the malice of the pagan party. On one occasion, as they were boasting of the power of their gods, and of the many blessings they had received by remaining faithful to their worship, he bade them put the matter to an open and decisive proof. "If there be so much doubt," said he, "concerning the superior might of our respective gods, let us see whose power is greatest, whether that of the many whom ye call gods, or that of my one omnipotent Lord Jesus Christ. Lo, the season of rain is at hand. Do ye call upon the names of your gods, that the rain may be restrained from falling upon you, and I will call upon the name of my Lord Jesus Christ, that no drop may fall upon me. And the God that answereth our prayers, let him be God." The heathen party agreed, and repairing to a neighboring field, took their seats in great numbers on one side, while Herigar, attended only by a little child, sat on the other. In a few moments the rain descended in torrents, drenched the heathens to the skin, and swept away their tents, while on Herigar and the little child no drop fell, and even the ground around them remained dry. "Ye see," he cried, "which is the true God. Bid me not then desert the faith I have adopted, but rather lay aside your errors and come to a knowledge of the truth." On another occasion the town of Berka was attacked by a piratical expedition of Danes and Swedes, under the command of a king of Sweden who had been expelled from his realm. The place was closely invested, and there seemed to be no prospect of a successful defense. In their alarm the townspeople offered numerous sacrifices to their gods, and when all other means failed, collected such treasures as they possessed, together with 100 pounds of silver, and succeeded in coming to terms with the hostile chiefs. But their followers, not satisfied with the amount, prepared to storm the town. Again the gods were consulted, the altars raised, the victims offered, but with results equally unpromising. Herigar now interposed, rebuked the people for their obstinate adherence to the worship of gods that could not give aid in trouble, and when they bade him suggest some device and promise to follow his counsel, he urged them to make a solemn vow of obedience to the Lord of the Christians, assuring them that if they turned to him, he, at any rate, would not fail them in the hour of danger. The people took his advice, went forth to an open plain, and there solemnly vowed to keep a fast in honor of the God of the Christians, if he would rescue them from their enemies. Help came in an unexpected fashion. The Swedish king, while the army was clamoring for the signal to attack, suggested that the gods should be consulted by lot, whether it was their will that Berka should be destroyed. "There are many great and powerful deities there," said he. "There also formerly a church was built, and even now the worship of the great Christ is observed by many, and he is more powerful than any other god. We ought then to inquire first whether it is the divine will that we attack the place." Accordingly the lots were cast, and it was discovered that the auspices were not favorable for the assault, and thus Berka was spared. The arrival, therefore, of Ardgar was well timed, and he was not only welcomed by Herigar, but the Christians were strengthened in their adherence to the faith by his coming. A little later Anskar himself, who had now been made an archbishop, set out for Sweden. The time of his landing was unfortunate. The heathen party had been roused by the native priests, and a crusade was proclaimed against the strange doctrines. Suborning a man who pretended to have received a message from the native deities, the priest announced it to be the will of heaven that if the people wished for new gods, they should admit into their company the late King Eric, and allow divine honors to be paid to him. This wrought up the feelings of the populace to such a pitch that the retinue of the archbishop pronounced it absolute madness to persevere in his undertaking. But Anskar was not thus to be thwarted. He invited Olaf to a feast, set before him the present sent by the king of Jutland, and announced the object of his visit. Olaf, on his part, was not indisposed to make the concessions he desired, But as former missionaries had been expelled from the country, he suggested that it would be well to submit the affair, once for all, to the solemn decision of the sacred lots, and consult in an open council the feelings of the people. Anskar agreed, and a day was fixed for deciding the question. First, the council of the chiefs was formally asked, and their opinion requested. They craved the casting of the sacred lots. The lots were accordingly cast, and the result was declared to be favorable to the admission of the archbishop and his retinue. Then a general assembly of the people of Berka was convened, and at the command of the king, a herald proclaimed aloud the purport of the archbishop's visit. This was the signal for a great tumult, in the midst of which an aged chief arose and thus addressed the assembly. Hear me, O king and people. The God whom we are invited to worship is not unknown to us, nor the aid he can render to those that put their trust in him. Many of us have already proved this by experience, and have felt his assistance in many perils, and especially in the sea. Why then reject what we know to be useful and necessary for us? Not long ago some of us went to Dorstadt, and believing that this new religion could profit us much, willingly professed ourselves its disciples. Now the voyage thither is beset with dangers, and pirates abound on every shore. Why then reject a religion thus brought to our very doors? Why not permit the servants of God, whose protecting aid we have already experienced, to abide amongst us? Listen to my counsel then, O king and people, and reject not what is plainly for our advantage. We see our own deities failing us, and unable to aid us in time of danger. Surely it is a good thing to obtain the favor of a God who always can and will aid those that call upon him. His words found favor with the people, and it was unanimously resolved that the archbishop should be permitted to take up his abode in the country, and should not be hindered in disseminating the Christian faith. End of section 31. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 32 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Schmidt. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Teppen. Section 32. How Ragnar Lodbrog won a wife and the nickname. By Saxo Grammaticus. Ragnar Lodbrog was a half-legendary Viking. According to tradition, he invaded England in the 8th or 9th century. The editor. Herod, the king of the Swedes, happening to go and hunt in the woods, brought home some snakes, found by his escort, for his daughter to rear. She speedily obeyed the instructions of her father, and endured to rear a race of adders with her maiden hands. Moreover, she took care that they should daily have a whole ox carcass to gorge upon, not knowing that she was privately feeding and keeping up a public nuisance. The vipers grew up, and scorched the countryside with their pestilential breath, whereupon the king, repenting of his sluggishness, proclaimed that whosoever removed the pest should have his daughter. Many warriors were attracted by courage as much as by desire, but all idly and perilously wasted their pains. Ragnar, learning from men who travelled to and fro how the matter stood, asked his nurse for a woolen mantle, and for some thigh pieces that were very hairy, with which he could repel the snake bites. He thought that he ought to use a dress stuffed with hair to protect himself, and also took one that was not unwieldy, that he might move nimbly. And when he had landed in Sweden, he deliberately plunged his body in water, while there was a frost falling, and wetting his dress, to make it the less penetrable, he let the cold freeze it. Thus attired, he took leave of his companions, exhorted them to remain loyal to Fridleif, and went on to the palace alone. When he saw it, he tied his sword to his side, and lashed a spear to his right hand with a thong. As he went on, an enormous snake glided up and met him. Another, equally huge, crawled up, following in the trail of the first. They strove now to buffet the young man with the coils of their tails, and now to spit and belch their venom stubbornly upon him. Meantime the courtiers, betaking themselves to safer hiding, watched the struggle from afar, like affrighted little girls. The king was stricken with equal fear, and fled, with few followers, to a narrow shelter.
But Ragnar, trusting in the hardness of his frozen dress, foiled the poisonous assaults not only with his arms, but with his attire, and single-handed, in unweariable combat, stood up against the two gaping creatures who stubbornly poured forth their venom upon him. For their teeth he repelled with his shield, their poison with his dress. At last he cast his spear and drove it against the bodies of the brutes, who were attacking him hard. He pierced both their hearts, and his battle ended in victory. The king scanned his dress closely and saw that he was rough and hairy, but above all he laughed at the shaggy lower portion of his garb, and chiefly the uncouth aspect of his breeches, so that he gave him in jest the nickname of Lodbrog. Footnote: shaggy breech, the epithet for a hawk. End of footnote. Also, he invited him to feast with his friends, to refresh him after his labors. Ragnar said that he would first go back to the witnesses whom he had left behind. He set out and brought them back, splendidly attired for the coming feast. At last, when the banquet was over, he received the prize that was appointed for the victory. By her he begot two nobly gifted sons, Radbard and Dunwart. End of section 32. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 33 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 33. The Defeat of the Jomsburg Vikings, 983. By Neander N. Kronholm. Some of the most daring of the Vikings formed a little community of men near the mouth of the Oder and named it Jomsburg. The leader of this wild and fearless band was Styrbjörn Starke. He was a nephew of King Eric of Sweden, and when only 12 years old, he had demanded of the king a share in the kingdom. The people had voted against him, but his uncle gave him a great fleet, that he might go forth on marauding expeditions. In 983, with the promised support of Harald Bluetooth of Denmark, he swept up the Baltic and into Lake Mälaren. The Editor. Eric the Victorious, who at this time was reigning in Uppsala, was a great and renowned king. Skoglar Toste, a freeholder and celebrated Viking in West Gothland, had a daughter named Sigrid, much famed for her beauty, but very proud and haughty. King Eric chose her for his queen, and gained much support in the country from her relations, particularly from Torgny the Wise, who was judge in Uppland. When King Eric heard that Styrbjörn with his great fleet had entered Lake Mälaren, he sent out a summons throughout the kingdom for all the men at arms to meet in Uppsala. He then blocked the entrance of Flot Sound so that Styrbjörn could not sail out of the lake toward Uppsala. As soon as the latter had arrived, he made his men go on shore and burned all his ships, to the end that his supporters might fight with more courage, having no hopes of safety by flight. Scarcely was this done when Harald Bluetooth ordered his men on board his ships, put out to sea, and sailed home to Denmark, leaving Styrbjörn in the trap. This proceeding he and his men were obliged to witness from the shore, having no means of preventing or punishing Harald's treachery. He, however, did not lose courage, but made his men cut a broad road through the forest to the great plains of Fyrisvall, near Uppsala. On this plain he marshalled his army, having many brave chiefs in it, amongst others his uncle Jarl Ulf and Bjorn Bredviking, an Icelander. Eric the Victorious marshalled his men on the other side, and Torgny the Judge was his chief man, both in word and deed. The battle was violent and long. Torgny had caused chariots to be made with lances, projecting in front, and sickles and scythes, fastened on either side, which were drawn by condemned criminals into the enemy's ranks, and caused great havoc. But Styrbjörn had such superior numbers, that in spite of this he was able to make a stout resistance. And so they fought the whole day, without either being able to gain the victory. During the night, many people from the neighborhood joined Eric, so that his army was not less than on the first day. But the Jomsviking were such brave men that they kept up the fight the whole of the second day, and at its conclusion no one could yet determine who would be victorious. The chiefs offered sacrifices during the night to propitiate the gods. Styrbjörn sacrificed to Thor, and it was said that a red-bearded man, who was thought to be Thor, showed himself to Styrbjörn, announcing his defeat. Eric, on his side, went up to the temple in Uppsala and sacrificed to Odin, promising himself to the god at the expiration of 10 years, if he would only this time grant him the victory. It is said that a one-eyed man in blue cloak, with a wide hat on his head, then showed himself to Eric, and gave him a lance which he should hurl against Styrbjörn's troop, saying, "Ye now all belong to Odin." And this man was thought to have been Odin himself. The third day a much severer conflict ensued, numerous reinforcements, as before, having joined King Eric from the neighborhood on the preceding night. But a universal panic presently overtook Styrbjörn's men. They fancied the air was full of light arrows hovering over their heads, which blinded and confused them, and were thought to be sent by Odin. A sand hill in the neighborhood also slid down upon them, causing much confusion. When Styrbjörn at last saw that all was tending to his fall and defeat, in anguish and despair he stuck his banner fast into the ground and shouted with a terrible voice to the remainder of his troops that it was better to die with glory than to fly with shame. He then cast himself wildly among his enemy, and so fell, pierced with many wounds. The greater part of his men followed him, and few fled or surrendered themselves prisoners. When the battle was done, King Eric mounted on one of the mounds and promised a great reward to him who could sing a drapa on this battle. On this, Thorvald Hjalteson, an Icelander, presented himself, and sang for the king and the army a glorious song of victory, and received as a reward 2 precious gold chains. And yet this Thorvald, neither before nor afterwards, ever concerned himself with poetry. After this, Eric's son, who was only 2 years old, was carried before the troops and was proclaimed and received homage as his father's successor and sovereign of the whole kingdom. As he was, on account of his tender age, on this occasion carried in arms, he was called Olaf Skottkonung, or Olaf Lapking. Styrbjörn left a son called Thorkil Sparkalag, whose son was named Ulf, and was the father of Sven Ulfson, from whom a whole line of Danish kings descend. This battle took place in the year 983 AD, and from it King Eric received the surname the Victorious. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 34 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 34, Sigrid the Haughty, about 988 to 1000. The Wooers of Sigrid, from the Heimskringla. Sigrid was a woman of the greatest understanding, and too very clever in many things. In the morning there was also the most excellent entertainment, but then it went on as usual when people have drunk too much, that next day they take care not to exceed. The queen was very gay, and she and the king talked of many things. With each other, among other things, she valued her property, and the dominions she had in Sweden, as nothing less than his kingdom and property in Norway. With that observation the king was nowise pleased, and he found no pleasure in anything after that, but made himself ready for his journey in an ill humour. On the other hand, the queen was remarkably gay, and made him many presents, and followed him out to the road. Now Harald returned about harvest to Norway, and was at home all winter, but was very silent, and cast down. In summer he went once more to the Baltic with his ships, and steered to Sweden. He sent a message to Queen Sigrid that he wished to have a meeting with her, and she rode down to meet him. They talked together, and he soon brought out the proposal that she should marry him. She replied that this was foolish talk for him, who was so well married already that he might think himself well off. Harald says, "Asta is a good and clever woman, but she is not so well born as I am." They exchanged but few words more before the queen rode away. King Harald was always dull in apprehension, and prepared himself again to ride up the country to meet Queen Sigrid. Many of his people dissuaded him, but nevertheless he set off with a great attendance, and came to the house in which the queen dwelt. The same evening came another king, called VIII, from Russia, likewise to pay his addresses to Queen Sigrid. Lodging was given to both the kings and to all their people, in a great old room of an outbuilding, and all the furniture was of the same character. But there was no want of drink in the evening, and that so strong that all were drunk, and the watch both inside and outside fell fast asleep. Then Queen Sigrid ordered an attack on them in the night, both with fire and sword. The house was burnt with all who were in it, and those who slipped out were put to the sword. Sigrid said that she would make these small kings tired of coming to court her. She was afterwards called Sigrid the Haughty. Queen Sigrid and the Ring, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Queen Sigrid in Sweden, who had for surname the Haughty, sat in her mansion, and during the same winter messengers went between King Olaf and Sigrid to propose his courtship to her, and she had no objection, and the matter was fully and fast resolved upon. Thereupon King Olaf sent to Queen Sigrid the great gold ring he had taken from the temple door of Lade, which was considered a distinguished ornament. The meeting for concluding the business was appointed to be in spring on the frontier, at the Gotha River. Now the ring which King Olaf had sent Queen Sigrid was highly prized by all men. Yet the queen's goldsmiths, two brothers, who took the ring in their hands and weighed it, spoke quietly to each other about it, and in a manner that made the queen call them to her and ask what they smiled at. But they would not say a word. She commanded them to say what it was they had discovered. Then they said, "The ring is false." Upon this she ordered the ring to be broken in pieces, and it was found to be copper inside. Then the queen was enraged, and said that Olaf would deceive her in more ways than this one. Early in spring King Olaf went eastwards to Kungel, to the meeting with Queen Sigrid. And when they met, the business was considered about which the winter before they had held communication, namely their marriage, and the business seemed likely to be concluded. But when Olaf insisted that Sigrid should let herself be baptized, she answered thus: "I must not part from the faith which I have held, and my forefathers before me, and on the other hand I shall make no objection to your believing in the God that pleases you best." Then King Olaf was enraged, and answered in a passion, "Why should I care to have thee, an old faded woman and a heathen jade?" And therewith struck her in the face with his glove which he held in his hand, rose up, and they parted. Sigrid said, This may some day be thy death. The king sent off to Viken, the queen to Sweden. From the Heimskringla, Queen Sigrid the Haughty sat proud and aloft, in her chamber, that looked over meadow and croft. Heart's dearest, why dost thou sorrow so? The floor with tassels of fir was besprent, filling the room with their fragrant scent. She heard the birds sing, she saw the sun shine, the air of summer was sweeter than wine. Like a sword, without scabbard, the bright river lay, between her own kingdom and Norway. But Olaf the king had sued for her hand. The sword would be sheathed, the river be spanned. Her maidens were seated around her knee, working bright figures in tapestry. And one was singing the ancient rune of Brynhilda's love and the wrath of Godrun. And through it, and round it, and over it all, sounded incessant the waterfall. The queen in her hand held a ring of gold, from the door of Lade's temple old. King Olaf had sent her this wedding gift, but her thoughts as arrows were keen and swift. She had given the ring to her goldsmiths twain, who smiled as they handed it back again. And Sigrid the queen, in her haughty way, said, "Why do you smile, my goldsmiths, say?" And they answered, "O queen, if the truth must be told, the ring is of copper and not of gold." The lightning flashed o'er her forehead and cheek, she only murmured, she did not speak. If in his gifts he can be faithless be, there will be no gold in his love for me. A footstep was heard on the outer stair, and in strode King Olaf with royal air. He kissed the queen's hand, and he whispered of love, and swore to be true, as the stars are above. But she smiled with contempt as she answered, "O king, will you swear it, as Odin once swore, on the ring?" And the king, "O speak not of Odin to me, the wife of King Olaf a Christian must be." Looking straight at the king with her level brows, she said, "I keep true to my faith and my vows." Then the face of King Olaf was darkened with gloom. He rose in his anger, and strode through the room. "Why then should I care to have thee?" he said, "a faded old woman, a heathenish jade?" His zeal was stronger than fear or love, and he struck the queen in the face with his glove. Then forth from the chamber in anger he fled, and the wooden stairway shook with his tread. Queen Sigrid the Haughty said under her breath, "This insult, King Olaf, shall be thy death." Heart's dearest, why dost thou sorrow so? The Revenge of Sigrid the Haughty, from the Heimskringla. The Danish king, Sven Forked Beard, was married to Sigrid the Haughty. Sigrid was King Olaf Tryggvason's greatest enemy, the cause of which, as before said, was that King Olaf had broken off with her, and had struck her in the face. She urged King Sven much to give battle to King Olaf Tryggvason, saying that he had reason enough, as Olaf had married his sister Thyri without his leave, and that your predecessors would not have submitted to. Such persuasions Sigrid had often in her mouth, and at last she brought it so far that Sven resolved firmly on doing so. Early in spring, King Sven sent messengers eastward into Sweden, to his brother-in-law Olaf, the Swedish king, and to Earl Eric, and informed them that King Olaf of Norway was levying men for an expedition, and intended in summer to go to Vendland. To this news the Danish king added an invitation to the Swedish king and Earl Eric to meet King Sven with an army, so that all together they might make an attack on King Olaf Tryggvason. The Swedish king and Earl Eric were ready enough for this, and immediately assembled a great fleet and an army through all Sweden, with which they sailed southwards to Denmark, and arrived there before King Olaf Tryggvason had sailed to the eastward. Haldor the Unchristian tells of this in his lay on Earl Eric. "The king subduer raised a host of warriors on the Swedish coast. The brave went southwards to the fight, who loved the sword's storm's gleaming light. The brave who fill the wild wolf's mouth followed bold Eric to the south. The brave who sport in blood, each one with a bold earl to sea is gone." The Swedish king and Earl Eric sailed to meet the Danish king, and they had all went together in immense force. At the same time the Earl Sven sent a message to Sweden for an army. He sent Earl Sigvald to Vendland to spy out King Olaf Tryggvason's proceedings, and to bring it about by cunning devices that King Svend and King Olaf should fall in with each other. So Sigvald sets out to go to Vendland. First he came to Jomsburg, and then he sought out King Olaf Tryggvason. There was much friendship in their conversation, and the earl got himself into favor with the king. Astrid, the earl's wife, King Bruslof's daughter, was a great friend of King Olaf Tryggvason, particularly on account of the connection which had been between them when Olaf was married to her sister Gera. Earl Sigvald was a prudent, ready-minded man, and as he had got a voice in King Olaf's council, he put him off much from sailing homewards, finding various reasons for delay. Olaf's people were in the highest degree dissatisfied with this, for the men were anxious to get home, and they lay ready to sail, waiting only for a wind. At last Earl Sigvald got a secret message from Denmark that the Swedish king's army was arrived from the east, and that Earl Eric's was also ready, and that all these chiefs had resolved to sail eastwards to Vendland, and wait for King Olaf at an island which is called Svald. They also desired the earl to contrive matters so that they should meet King Olaf there. There came first a flying report to Vendland that the Danish king, Svend, had fitted out an army, and it was soon whispered that he intended to attack King Olaf. But Earl Sigvald says to King Olaf, "It never can be. King Svend's intention to venture with the Danish force alone to give battle to thee with such a powerful army. But if thou hast any suspicion that evil is on foot, I will follow thee with my force. At that time it was considered a great matter to have Jomsburg Vikings with an army, and I will give thee 11 manned ships." The king accepted this offer, and as the light breeze of wind that came from was favorable, he ordered the ships to get under way, and the war horns to sound the departure. The sails were hoisted, and all the small vessels, sailing fastest, got out to sea before the others. The earl, who sailed nearest to the king's ship, called to those on board to tell the king to sail in his keel tracks. "For I know where the water is deepest between the islands and in the sounds, and these large ships require the deepest." Then the earl sailed first, with his 11 ships, and the king followed with his large ships, also 11 in number. But the whole of the rest of the fleet sailed out to sea. Now when Earl Sigvald came sailing close under the island Svald, a skiff rowed out to inform the earl that the Danish king's army was lying in the harbor before them. Then the earl ordered the sails of his vessel to be struck, and they rowed in under the island. Haldor the young Christian says, "From out the south bold Trægri's son, with 71 ships came on, to die his sword in bloody fight, against the Danish foeman's might. But the false earl king betrayed, and the treacherous Sigvald, it is said, deserted from King Olaf's fleet, and basely fled the Danes to meet." It is said here that King Olaf and Earl Sigvald had 70 sail of vessels and one more, when they sailed from the south. The Danish king Svend, the Swedish king Olaf, and Earl Eric were there with all their forces, the weather being fine and clear sunshine. All these chiefs with a great suite went out on the isle to see the vessels sailing out at sea, and many of them crowded together, and they saw among them one large and glancing ship. The 2 kings said, "That is a large and very beautiful vessel. That will be the Long Serpent." Earl Eric replied, "That is not the Long Serpent," and he was right, for it was a ship belonging to Endric of Grimsar. Soon after they saw another vessel coming, sailing along much larger than the first. Then says King Svend, "Olaf Tryggvason must be afraid, for he does not venture to sail with the figurehead of the dragon upon his ship." Says Earl Eric, "That is not the king's ship yet, for I know that ship by the colored stripes of cloth in her sail. That is Erling Skidlison. Let him sail, for it is better for us that this ship is away from Olaf's fleet, so well equipped as she is." Soon after they saw and knew Earl Sigvald's ships, which turned in and laid themselves under the island. Then they saw 3 large ships coming along under sail, and one of them very large. King Svend ordered his men to go to their ships, for there comes the Long Serpent." Earl Eric says, "Many other great and stately vessels have they besides the Long Serpent. Let us wait a little." Then said many, "Earl Eric will not fight and avenge his father, and it is a shame that it should be told that we lay here with so great a force, and allowed King Olaf to sail out to sea before our eyes." But when they had spoken thus for a short time, they saw 4 ships come sailing along, of which one had a large dragon head richly gilt. Then King Sven stood up and said, "That dragon shall carry me this evening high, for I shall steer it." Then said many, "The Serpent is indeed a wonderfully large and beautiful vessel, and it shows great mind to have built such a ship." Earl Eric said so loud that several persons heard him, "If King Olaf had no other vessels but only that one, King Sven would never take it from him with the Danish force alone." Thereafter all the people rushed on board their ships, took down the tents, and in all haste made ready for battle. While the chiefs were speaking among themselves, as above related, they saw 3 very large ships coming sailing along, and at last after them a 4th, and that was the Long Serpent. Of the large ships which had gone before, and which they had taken for the Long Serpent, the first was the Crane, the one after that was the Short Serpent. And when they really saw the Long Serpent, all knew, and nobody had a word to say against it, that it must be Olaf Tryggvason, who was sailing in such a vessel, and they went to their ships to arm for the fight. An agreement had been concluded among the chiefs, King Sven, King Olaf the Swede, and Earl Eric, that they should divide Norway among them in 3 parts, in case they succeeded against Olaf Tryggvason, but that he of the chiefs who should first board the Serpent should have her and all the booty found in her, and each should have the ships he cleared for himself. Earl Eric had a large ship of war, which he used upon his Viking expeditions, and there was an iron beard or comb above on both sides of the stem, and below it a thick iron plate as broad as the combs, which went down quite to the gunwale. When Earl Sigvald with his vessels rode in under the island, Thorkel Drydrill of the Crane and the other ship commanders who sailed with him saw that he turned his ships toward the isle, and thereupon let fall the sails, and rowed after him, calling out and asking why he sailed that way. The earl answered that he was waiting for King Olaf, as he feared there were enemies in the way. They lay upon their oars until Thorkel Nevia came up with the Short Serpent, and the 3 ships which followed him. When they told them the same, they too struck sail, and let the ships drive, waiting for King Olaf. But when the king sailed in towards the isle, the whole enemy's fleet came rowing within them out to the sound. When they saw this, they begged the king to hold on his way, and not risk battle with so great a force. The king replied, high on the quarter-deck where he stood, "Strike the sails! Never shall men of mine think of flight. I never fled from battle. Let God dispose of my life, but flight I shall never take." It was done as the king commanded. Alfred tells of it thus: "And far and wide the saying bold of the brave warrior shall be told. The king, in many a fray well tried, to his brave champions round him cried, 'My men shall never learn from me, from the dark weapon cloud to flee.' Nor were the brave words spoken then forgotten by his faithful men. King Olaf ordered the war horns to sound for all his ships to close up to each other. The king's ship lay in the middle of the line, and on one side lay the Short Serpent, and on the other the Crane. And as they made fast the stems together, the Long Serpent's stem and the Short Serpent's were fast together. But when the king saw it, he called out to his men, and ordered them to lay the larger ship more in advance, so that its stern should not lie so far behind in the fleet. Then says Ulf the Red, "If the Long Serpent is to lie as much more ahead of the other ships as she is longer than they, we shall have hard work of it here on the forecastle." The king replies, "I did not think I had a forecastle man afraid as well as red." Footnote: Regan of Rawdon. End of footnote. Says Ulf, "Defend thou the quarter-deck, as I shall the forecastle." The king had a bow in his hands, and laid an arrow on the string, and aimed it at Ulf. Ulf said, "Shoot another way, king, where it is more needful. My work is thy gain." King Olaf stood on the serpent's quarter-deck, high over the others. He had a gilt shield, and a helmet inlaid with gold. Over his armor he had a short red coat, and was easy to be distinguished from other men. When King Olaf saw that the scattered forces of the enemy gathered themselves together under the banners of their ships, he asked, "Who is the chief of the force right opposite to us?" He was answered that it was King Svend with the Danish army. The king replies, "We are not afraid of these soft Danes, for there is no bravery in them. But who are the troops on the right of the Danes?" He was answered that it was King Olaf with the Swedish forces. "Better it were," says King Olaf, "for these Swedes to be sitting at home killing their sacrifices, than to be venturing under our weapons from the Long Serpent. But who owns the large ships on the larboard side of the Dane?" "That is Earl Eric Haakonson," say they. The king replies, "He, methinks, has good reason for meeting us, and we may expect the sharpest conflict with these men, for they are Norsemen like ourselves." The kings now laid out their oars, and prepared to attack. King Svend laid his ship against the Long Serpent. Outside of him Olaf the Swede laid himself, and set his ship's stem against the outermost ship of King Olaf's line, and on the other side lay Earl Eric. Then a hard combat began. Earl Sigvald held back with the oars on his ships, and did not join the fray. So says Skald Thorstensen, who at that time was with Earl Eric. "I followed Sigvald in my youth, and gallant Eric, and in truth, though now I am growing stiff and old, in the spear song I once was bold. Where arrows whistled on the shore of Swalder Fjord, my shield I bore, and stood amidst the loudest clash, when swords on shields made fearful crash." And Halfred also sings thus: "In truth I think the gallant king, midst such a foeman's gathering, would be the better of some score of his tight draw them lads or more. For many a chief has run away, and left our brave king in the fray. 2 great kings his power to withstand, and 1 great earl's with his small band. The king who dares such mighty deed, a hero for his skald would need." This battle was one of the severest told of, and many were the people slain. The forecastle men of the Long Serpent, the Short Serpent, and the Crane, threw grapplings and stem chains into King Svend's ship, and used their weapons well against the people standing below them, for they cleared the decks of all the ships they could lay fast hold of, and King Svend and all the men who escaped fled to other vessels, and laid themselves out of bowshot. It went with this force just as King Olaf Tryggvason had foreseen. Then King Olaf the Swede laid himself in their place. But when he came near the great ships, it went with him as with them, for he lost many men and some ships, and was obliged to get away. But Earl Eric laid the Iron Beard side by side with the outermost of King Olaf's ships, thinned it of men, cut the cables, and let it drive. Then he lay alongside of the next, and fought until he had cleared it of men also. Now all the people who were in the smaller ships began to run into the larger, and the earl cut them loose as fast as he cleared them of men. The Danes and Swedes laid themselves now out of shooting distance all around Olaf's ship, but Earl Eric lay always close alongside of the ships, and used his swords and battle axes, and as fast as people fell in his vessel others, Danes and Swedes, came in their place. So says Haldor, "Sharp was the clang of shield and sword, and shrill the song of spears on board, and whistling arrows thickly flew against the Serpent's gallant crew, and still fresh foemen, it is said, Earl Eric to her long side led, whole armies of his Danes and Swedes, wielding on high their blue sword blades." Then the fight became most severe, and many people fell. But at last it came to this, that all King Olaf Tryggvason's ships were cleared of men, except the Long Serpent, on board of which all who could still carry their arms were gathered. Then Ironbeard lay side by side with the serpent, and the fight went on with battle-axe and sword. So says Haldor. Hard pressed on every side by foes, the serpent reels beneath the blows. Crash go the shields around the bow, breastplates and breasts pierced through and through. In the sword storm, the holm besides, the Ironbeard lay alongside. The king's long serpent of the sea, fate gave the earl the victory. Earl Eric was in the forehold of his ship, where a cover of shields had been set up. In the fight both hewing weapons, sword and axe, and the thrust of spears had been used, and all that could be used as weapon for casting was cast. Some used bows, some threw spears with the hand. So many weapons were cast into the serpent, and so thick flew spears and arrows that the shields could scarcely receive them, for on all sides the serpent was surrounded by warships. Then King Olaf's men became so mad with rage that they ran on board of enemies' ships to get at the people with stroke of sword and kill them. But many did not lay themselves so near the serpent, in order to escape the close encounter with battle-axe or sword, and thus the most of Olaf's men went overboard and sank under their weapons, thinking they were fighting on plain ground. So says Halfred, the daring lads shrink not from death, overboard they leap, and sink beneath. The serpent's keel all armed they leap, and down they sink 5 fathoms deep. The foe was daunted at their cheers, the king, who still the serpent steers, in such a strait beset with foes, wanted but some more lads like those. Einar, Tambar's clever, one of the sharpest of bow-shooters, stood by the mast and shot with his bow. Einar shot an arrow at Earl Eric, which hit the tiller end just above the earl's head so hard that it entered the wood up to the arrow shaft. The earl looked that way and asked if they knew who had shot, and at the same moment another arrow flew between his hand and his side, and into the stuffing of the chief's stool, so that the barb stood far out on the other side. Then said the earl to a man called Finn, but some say he was of Finn, Laplander, race, and was a superior archer, "Shoot that tall man by the mast!" Finn shot, and the arrow hit the middle of Einar's bow, just at the moment that Einar was drawing it, and the bow was split in 2 parts. "What is that?" cried King Olaf. "That broke with such a noise?" "Norway, king, from thy hands," cried Einar. "No, not quite so much as that," says the king. "Take my bow and shoot," flinging the bow to him. Einar took the bow and drew it over the head of the arrow. Too weak, he said, "for the bow of a mighty king." And throwing the bow aside, he took sword and shield and fought valiantly. The king stood on the gangways of the long serpent and shot the greater part of the day, sometimes with the bow, sometimes with the spear, and always throwing 2 spears at once. He looked down over the ship's side and saw that his men struck briskly with their swords, and yet wounded but seldom. Then he called aloud, "Why do ye strike so gently that ye seldom cuts?" One among the people answered, "The swords are blunt and full of notches." Then the king went down into the forehold, opened the chest under the throne, and took out many sharp swords, which he handed to his men. But as he stretched down his right hand with them, some observed that blood was running down under his steel glove, but no one knew where he was wounded. Desperate was the defense in the Serpent, and there was the heaviest destruction of men done by the forecastle crew, and those of the forehold, for in both places the men were chosen men, and the ship was highest, but in the middle of the ship the people were thinned. Now when Earl Eric saw there were but few people remaining beside the ship's mast, he determined to board, and he entered the Serpent with 4 others. Then came Harning, the king's brother-in-law, and some others against him, and there was the most severe combat, and at last the earl was forced to leap back on board the Iron Beard again, and some who accompanied him were killed, and others wounded. Thord Kolbestian alludes to this. On Odin's deck, all wet with blood, the helm-adorned hero stood, and gallant Hirning honor gained, clearing all round with sword deep-stained. The high-field peaks shall fall, ere men forget this to recall. Now the fight became hot indeed, and many men fell on board the Serpent, and the men on board of her began to be thinned off, and the defense to be weaker. The earl resolved to board the Serpent again, and again he met with a warm reception. When the forecastle men of the Serpent saw what he was doing, they went aft and made a desperate fight. But so many men of the Serpent had fallen, that the ship's sides were in many places quite bare of defenders, and the earl's men poured in all around into the vessel, and all the men who were still able to defend the ship crowded aft to the king, and arrayed themselves for his defense. So says Haldor the unchristian, "Ere cheers on his men, on to the charge again! The gallant few of Olaf's crew must refuge take. On the quarter-deck, around the king, they stand in ring, their shields enclose the king from foes, and the few who still remain fight madly but in vain. Ere cheers on his men, on to the charge again!" Kolbiorn the marshal, who had on clothes and arms like the king's, and was a remarkably stout and handsome man, went up to the king on the quarter-deck. The battle was still going on fiercely, even in the forehold. But as many of the earl's men had now got into the Serpent as could find room, and his ships lay all round her, and few were the people left in the Serpent for defence against so great a force, and in a short time most of the Serpent's men fell, brave and stout though they were. King Olaf and Kolbiorn the marshal both sprang overboard, each on his own side of the ship. But the earl's men had laid out boats around the Serpent and killed those who leaped overboard. Now when the king had sprung overboard, they tried to seize him with their hands, and bring him to Earl Eric. But King Olaf threw his shield over his head and sank beneath the waters. Kolbiorn held his shield behind him to protect himself from the spears cast at him from the ships which lay round the Serpent. And he fell so upon his shield that it came under him, so that he could not sink so quickly. He was thus taken and brought into a boat, and they supposed he was the king. He was brought before the earl, and when the earl saw it was Kolbiorn, and not the king, he gave him his life. At the same moment all of King Olaf's men who were in life sprang overboard from the Serpent, and Thorkelnivia, the king's brother, was the last of all men who sprang overboard. It is thus told concerning the king by Halfred: "The Serpent and the crane lay wrecks upon the main. On his sword he cast a glance, with it he saw no chance. To his marshal, who of yore many a war chance had come o'er, he spoke a word, then drew in breath, and sprang to his deep-sea death." Earl Sigvald, as before related, came from Vendland in company with King Olaf, with 10 ships, but the 11th ship was manned with the men of Astrid, the king's daughter, the wife of Earl Sigvald. Now when King Olaf sprang overboard, the whole army raised a shout of victory. And then Earl Sigvald and his men put their oars in the water and rowed towards the battle. Haldor the unchristian tells of it thus: "Then first the Vendland vessels came into the fight with little fame. The fight still lingered on the wave. The hope was gone with Olaf brave. War, like a full-fed ravenous beast, still oped her grim jaws for the feast. The few who stood now quickly fled, when the shout told, 'Olaf is dead!'" But the Vendland cutter in which Astrid's men were rowed back to Vendland, and the report went immediately abroad, and was told by many that King Olaf had cast off his coat of mail under water, and had swam, diving under the long ships until he came to the Vendland cutter, and that Astrid's men had conveyed him to Vendland. And many tales have been made since about the adventures of Olaf the king. Halfred speaks thus about it: "Does Olaf live, or is he dead? Has he the hungry ravens fed? I scarcely know what I should say, for many tell the tale each way. This I can say, nor fear to lie, that he was wounded grievously, so wounded in his bloody strife, he scarce could come away with life." But however this may have been, King Olaf Tryggvason never came back again to his kingdom of Norway. End of section 34. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 35 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, read for LibriVox.org. Sweden Part II. Tales from Swedish History. Historical note. Sweden was restless under the Union of Kalmar, and in 1520 the Danish king Christian II invaded the country. The Swedes, under Gustavus Vasa, rose against him and freed themselves from Denmark. Gustavus was elected king and established the Vasa line of rulers. During the 30 Years' War, Gustavus Adolphus became the leader of the Protestant forces, but was slain at the Battle of Lutzen. He was succeeded by his daughter Christina, who finally resigned the throne and left the country. During the 17th century, one war was hardly concluded before it was followed by another. In 1679, Charles XII came to the throne, and by his extraordinary military genius made Sweden for a time one of the great powers of Europe. His overreaching ambition at length proved his ruin. After draining the country of fighting men and of money to carry on his interminable wars, he was killed in 1710 during an invasion of Norway. His sister succeeded him, but the real sovereignty lay in the hands of the nobles, and their dissensions were constant. In 1810, the Swedish Riksdag, Parliament, chose Bernadotte, one of Napoleon's marshals, as the heir to the throne, and in 1818 he became King of Sweden. In the settlement of the complications that came about through the Napoleonic Wars, Denmark was required to yield Norway to Sweden. Norway was never content under the Union, and in 1905 she forced Sweden to renounce all authority over her, much to the sorrow of the aged king, Oscar II, a descendant of Bernadotte. 2 years later, King Oscar died and was succeeded by his son, Gustavus Adolphus V. End of section 35. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 36 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hopeforce 1. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 36. The Bloodbath of Stockholm, 1520, by William Widgery Thomas, Jr. To a Swede, the whole province of Dalecarlia is sacred soil, for this was the scene of the wanderings, adventures, and hairbreadth escapes of the great Gustavus Vasa. Here he first induced his countrymen to rise and throw off the Danish yoke, and here he gained his first victories. The brilliant career of Gustavus was preceded by the bloodiest drama in Swedish history. Late in the autumn of 1520, Christian II, the Dane, was crowned King of Sweden in the church of St. Nicolaus at Stockholm. The coronation was followed by festivities of more than usual brilliancy. For 3 days they were feasting and rejoicing without interruption at the palace, and tournaments were ridden by brave knights in the presence of the fair dames of the court. King Christian himself was in especial good humor. He struck hands with many of the guests, embraced and kissed them. On the 4th day, when the festivities were at their height, many of the first nobles of the kingdom, together with the chief burghers of Stockholm and some of the most distinguished prelates of the church, were suddenly summoned into the great hall of the palace. Here, to their utter astonishment, a charge of heresy was raised against them, and, on this flimsy pretext, the nobles and burghers were thrown into the dungeons of the tower, and the clergy imprisoned in a room by themselves. The next morning, Thursday, November 8, the trumpeters made proclamation throughout the city that no one, on pain of death, should go out of his house till the signal was given. Soldiers were drawn up along all the streets, cannon were hauled into position around the palace, and their muzzles pointed down the principal avenues. At noon the gates of the palace were thrown open, and there marched forth a sorrowful procession, the best men of Sweden, surrounded by soldiers and executioners. First came the bishops, Vincentius and Matthias, clad in the ceremonial robes of the church. Next, senators in the regalia of office, followed by the mayors and council and chief citizens of Stockholm. They were conducted to the great market-place hard by. Here the soldiers formed a hollow square around the doomed men. A forest of steel spears and halberds glistened above the closed ranks of the troops. Then a Danish councillor calls upon the populace not to be alarmed at what was about to take place, since these prisoners had sinned against the church. At this, Bishop Vincentius raised his voice and cried out, "This is not true! I demand a legal trial. The king is a traitor to the Swedes, and God will punish him." Many others began to speak in the same way, and some prayed piteously that they might at least be permitted to receive the last sacrament, but all in vain. Their voices were drowned in the clamour of the mercenaries. King Christian, who, it is said, saw all that was taking place from a window of the council house, now gave orders that the execution should begin. Bishop Matthias was first led forth. As he knelt with hands pressed together and uplifted as in prayer, his own brother and his chancellor sprang forward to take a last farewell, but at that very moment the headsman swung his broadsword, the bishop's head fell and rolled on the ground toward his friends, while his blood spurted from the headless trunk. Next, Bishop Vincentius was beheaded, and then the blows of the executioner's sword fell thick and fast upon the necks of the kneeling victims. 12 senators and nobles were thus murdered, 3 mayors and 14 of the council of Stockholm, and then, in rapid succession, many of the most respected citizens. One of the bystanders, bursting into tears at the horrid spectacle, was instantly seized, his head cut off, and his body cast upon the great pile of dead. Some citizens were seized at their homes, dragged by the soldiery to the market, and executed. 82 of the first men of the kingdom, the flower of Swedish nobility and of the burgher class, were thus slain on that black Thursday, the 8th of November, 1520. This is the darkest day the beautiful capital of Sweden ever saw. Its streets ran red with the blood of its most loved citizens, and to this hour no Swede can speak without emotion of Stockholm's bloodbath. That night the houses of the murdered men were plundered, and their wives and daughters insulted. During the following days these horrible murders were continued. Some burghers were hung, or suffered a more cruel death in their houses. The heads of the slain were transfixed upon poles, except the head of Bishop Matthias, which was laid between his feet. The bodies were left in the market-place and torn by dogs. On Saturday the corpses were carried out of the city. An old engraving represents them being hauled away upon low, one-horse sleds, the decapitated trunks being thrown on helter-skelter, and the heads piled in barrels, one of which stands on the forepart of each sled. A great funeral pyre was erected on the rocky height to the south of the city, where now Katarina Kyrka raises its lofty dome, and here, as the victims had been executed on a charge of heresy, their bodies were burned. Furthermore, the corpses of the patriot leaders Sten Sture and his son were dragged from their graves and thrown upon the burning pile. Many noble Swedish ladies were carried to Copenhagen and thrown into the dungeons of the Blue Tower, a melancholy prison house, where numbers sickened and died, among them the mothers and sisters of Gustavus Vasa. The king soon dispatched emissaries into the country, by whom the bloodbath was continued. Even the learned Hemingad, now 80 years of age, was not spared. In December, Christian returned to Denmark, and his way thither across Sweden was stained with blood. At Linköping he celebrated Christmas by breaking upon the wheel 2 of Sture's trusty servants. In Jönköping he beheaded Lindorm Ribbing and his 2 little boys, 8 and 6 years of age. The elder son was first decapitated. When the younger saw the flowing blood dye his brother's clothes, he said to the headsman, "Dear man, don't let my shirt get all bloody like brother's, for mother will whip me if you do." This childish prattle touched the heart of even the grim headsman. Flinging away his sword, he cried, "Sooner shall my own shirt be stained with blood than I make bloody yours, my boy." But the barbarous king beckoned to a more hardened butcher, who first cut off the head of the lad, and then that of the executioner who had showed mercy. At Mydala Kloster, on Candlemas Day, the abbot and monks were torn from the altar, where they were administering the sacrament, and, after being well beaten, were bound and cast into the lake. The monks sank at once, but the abbot, having burst his bonds, was able to keep on the surface, whereupon a long spear was thrust into his back, and he was pressed under water till he drowned. Some 600 of the best men in Sweden were thus murdered before the bath of blood came to an end. Little wonder that Christian is always called the tyrant by the Swedes. No sane man acts without some object in view. Christian's object could not have been simply or chiefly the exercise of devilish cruelty, notwithstanding the fiendish ingenuity with which he went about this business. His real purpose was, undoubtedly, to cripple, and if possible, annihilate the patriotic party in Sweden. With this party he had been forced to go to war for the Swedish crown, and in this war he had been humiliated, since, with all his forces by land and sea, he was unable to take Stockholm, within whose walls that brave and noble woman, Christina, widow of Sten Sture, made a most gallant and successful defence. By deceit and lying promises, Christian at last induced the brave defenders to open the gates of Stockholm and receive him as king. To his coronation were purposely invited the chief patriots of Sweden. The charge of heresy against them was trumped up as the most convenient pretext, and the bloodbath arranged that the king might at one blow get rid of his chief opponents in the land, and, by the manner of their taking off, intimidate all others from raising hand or voice against his power in Sweden. But this very bloodbath cost Christian his Swedish crown. End of section 36. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 37 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinge. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 37. Gustavus Vasa, the Savior of Sweden, 1520. By William Widgery Thomas Jr. Among the noblemen who were beheaded on that bloody November day was one Erik Johansson. He surely was a man stout of heart, for even as he knelt with the executioner behind him, a messenger came offering him pardon. But brave Erik replied, "My comrades are honorable gentlemen. I will, in God's name, die the death with them." The next moment his head fell upon the paving of the marketplace. Erik's son, Gustavus, had also been summoned to attend the coronation, and complete amnesty was promised him. But, wiser than his father, he stayed away. The news of the bloodbath soon reached Gustavus in his hiding place at the castle of Gripsholm, and he instantly crossed the Mälar Lake and fled to the remote province of Dalecarlia. There is no more romantic chapter in Swedish history than that which recounts the adventures of Gustavus in the Dales. Everywhere throughout the province, you come upon traces of this patriot leader. Disguising himself in a homespun suit of vadmal, chopping his hair squarely off so that it hung at even lengths all around his head after the manner of the district, donning a round hat and throwing a narrow Swedish axe over his shoulder, young Gustavus started forth one bleak November morning in the year of grace 1520 on his perilous mission. He was but 24 years of age, yet for more than 2 years he had been a prisoner or a fugitive. Now he was an outlaw. A price was set upon his head, and Danish spies and informers were following like bloodhounds on his track. On the southern shore of Lake Runn is still standing the barn of Rankhyttan, its walls built of massive logs roughly squared by the axe. In this barn, Gustavus worked for goodman Arent Persson, threshing grain, till a servant maid discovered the corner of a gold-embroidered collar sticking out above his homespun coat. Youth is not always an advantage, and perhaps, if Gustavus had been older, the girl would not have been sufficiently interested to make the discovery that betrayed him. So Gustavus must continue his wanderings. On the western shore of the lake is a long, low peasant's house built of hewn timber with overhanging second story and low roof. You can see the house plainly from the car window as you speed by, standing on a promontory surrounded by a grove of birches. This is the cottage of Ornas. Here Gustavus had taken refuge, and here the brave woman, Barbro Stigsdotter, in the darkness of night let our hero down with a towel from a window in the loft to the snow-covered ground outside, whence a trusty servant, standing ready with horse and sleigh, drove him to a place of safety. And when, in the early dawn, her treacherous husband returned with a Danish bailiff and a posse of 20 men, he found his bird had flown. The chronicler sagely adds, "It is said that Arent Persson never forgave his wife this deed, and really, there seems to be no good reason why he should." At Isala, on the banks of a river tributary to Lake Runn, the noble outlaw took refuge in the hut of Sven Elfson, the woods ranger. And just as he was warming himself before the oven in which the busy housewife was baking bread, the Danish spies burst into the room. They began to cast suspicious glances at Gustavus, notwithstanding his homespun suit, whereat the good woman struck him smartly over the shoulders with her bread spade, crying out, "What are you standing here and gaping at? Have you never seen folks before? Out with you into the barn." Never could the spies suppose that peasant woman could treat a noble youth like this, so they went their way. Soon the Danes seemed to have completely encompassed Gustavus in their toils. So Sven, the ranger, bedded him into a load of straw and drove him farther into the forest. Quickly they were surrounded by a bailiff's posse. "What have you in that straw?" "Nothing," We'll see. So the soldiers ran the straw through and through with their spears, but they discovered nothing, and Sven drove on. Now the soldiers came hastening after him again. Drops of blood dyed the December snow all along his route. One of the spears had wounded Gustavus in the leg, but this the quick peasant had seen before the bailiff's gang, and, drawing out his sheath knife, had cut his horse's leg close down to the hoof. So this accounted for the blood on the snow, and Sven drove on again in peace. And so, after many wanderings, being hidden at one time under a fallen pine in the forest, and at another on a wooded height in the midst of a vast swamp, our fugitive at last made his way to Lake Siljan, the Eye of Dalarne, and reached Mora village. Here he was concealed, just outside the little town, in the cottage of Tomte Mats Larsson, and here he was saved once again from his pursuers, this time by the ready wit of good wife Margit. At noon of a Christmas holiday, when the wintry sun shone low and the north wind blew, the good people of the Dales came pouring forth from Mora church after service, as was their wont. But now the noble figure of young Gustavus suddenly appears upon a snow-covered mound by the roadside. Here he spoke to his countrymen, here he recited their wrongs, and here he begged them to rise up like men and free their country. When he spoke of the bloodbath and his father's death, he shed tears. But the people were tired of feuds and strife. They wished to live in peace, so they entreated Gustavus to leave them and seek only to save his own life. These sturdy peasants were Gustavus's last hope. Wherever he had wandered before in Småland and Östergötland, he had consoled himself, amid all reverses, with the thought that here, in the heart of Dalarne, among its brave and liberty-loving people, he could recruit the nucleus of an army to save his fatherland. Hither he had made his way with incredible toil and suffering, hunted like a wild beast and at risk of his life. Now they, too, had failed him. In despair he fastened his long Swedish snow skates to his feet and disappeared in the forest. Day after day he toiled on through the wilderness, up the valley of Östra Dalälv, sad and dejected. But he must hurry on, for a double price had been set on his head, and the hirelings of Denmark were in hot pursuit. Wearily he forces his way north through the vast forest, and at last sees the majestic mountains of the Norwegian fjeld rise before him. For his poor, oppressed, downtrodden native land, he had now no hope, and, outlaw and exile, he will seek an asylum among the eternal hills of Norway. But hark! He hears a sound behind him. Turning, he sees two swift skid runners speeding along his track. Were they Danish minions come to drag him back to an ignominious death when safety was in sight? Here, they speak. "Come back, Gustavus," they cry. "We Dalecarlians have repented. We will fight like men for fatherland. Come back and lead us." Should he return? The fate of Sweden, aye, the outcome of the 30 Years' War, the fate of Europe, the salvation of the Protestant faith, all hung upon the decision of that fair-haired, full-bearded young Swede, as he stood leaning on his staff on that winter's day amid the snow in the northern forest. Yes, he returns joyfully. With his two friends, he hurries back down the valley to Mora. Here, the peasants of the east and west dales chose him lord and chieftain over Dalarne and the whole realm of Sweden. 16 stalwart lads were at once placed around him as a bodyguard, and soon 200 men enrolled themselves under his command. Gustavus himself was everywhere, encouraging the people and gaining recruits, and the old men observed that whenever he spoke, the north wind blew, and this they had of old for a sign that God would give success. Early in February, Gustavus had 400 peasants enrolled under his banner. With this little force, he appears suddenly at Kopparberg, takes prisoner the royal bailiff of the mines, seizes the money that had been paid in rent and taxes, and possesses himself of the goods and wares of the Danish and German merchants. He divides the money and goods among his followers and disappears as swiftly as he came. In this first expedition, Gustavus showed the instincts of a successful commander. He struck for the sinews of war and dealt them out to his men with ungrudging hand. But he soon returns with an army of 1,500. It was Sunday. He speaks to the people from outside the church, even as he had done at Mora. His words were convincing, his little army potent. The miners of Kopparberg swear him fealty and take the oath of allegiance. Gustavus now leaves his growing army in charge of his lieutenant, Peder Svensson, and travels to the neighboring provinces of Hälsingland and Gästrikland to arouse the populace. But the news of the revolution in Dalarna had reached Stockholm, and the leaders of the Danish party marched forth with an army of 6,000 to quell the insurrection. Svensson met them with 5,000 men of the Dales at Brunbäcks ferry on the Dal River, near the southern border of the province. The leaders of the royal party were surprised at the numbers of the insurgents and at their strength, for the Dalesmen shot arrows clear across the broad river into the Danish camp. "How can so large a force be supplied with provisions from this wild country?" asked one of the Danish commanders. And when some Swedish gentlemen told him that the Dalecarlians were content to drink water and, in case of need, could eat bread made from the bark of trees, he sagely remarked, "A people who eat wood and drink water, the devil himself cannot subdue, much less any other." So the Danish force began to break camp for a retreat. But in the meanwhile, Svensson had secretly crossed Dal River by a ferry 6 miles lower downstream and fell upon the Danish army in the act of evacuating its position. The Dalecarlians were armed only with bows and arrows, axes and clubs, but so fierce was their onset, and so terribly did they use these homemade arms, that they drove a part of the enemy into the river, where they drowned, and put the rest to utter rout, following their flying and shattered columns far down into Westmanland. "So," says the old song, "we drove the Danes out of Sweden." There were yet 2 more years of fighting and sieges, but Gustavus marched on with his patriot army from victory to victory. On June the 6th, in 1523, he was unanimously elected King of Sweden by the Riksdag. Then Stockholm surrendered, and on Midsummer's Eve, June 23rd, in 1523, King Gustavus Vasa, then but 27 years of age, made his triumphal entry into his capital. He rode a horse richly caparisoned and was surrounded by knights and young nobles, all mounted and wearing brilliant armor, and was followed by a vast multitude of the populace. The procession rode first to the cathedral, where Gustavus, kneeling before the high altar, returned thanks to the Almighty God, who had so miraculously led him on and given him and his people the might to complete the deliverance of their country. So was Sweden freed forever from the Danish yoke. So was founded the great Vasa line of kings. End of section 37. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Max Schörlinge. Section 38 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinge. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 38. The Marriage of Gustavus Vasa in 1523 by Wilhelm Jensen. Much sorrow and woe had been poured out over Sweden by the hand of Christian of Denmark. Great joy and consolation had come through Gustav Eriksson and Gustavus Vasa, while the earth had completed its course around the sun, and now autumn was come again. Warm, sunny, northern autumn. Beneath the blue sky, the golden balls upon the cathedral spires of Uppsala shone far into the distance. They gleamed above the wild green forest, past rocks and brushwood, past the golden brown tops of the beeches upon the royal mounds of old Uppsala, even to the shining, tranquil sea. Heaven and earth seemed steeped in blue and golden light, and joy shone from the blue eyes of the men, women, and maidens in Uppsala. For half a league beyond the city, the broad highway was lined with eager crowds. From Westmanland and Södermanland they came, from the Svealand, and farther still, from the icy lakes of Norrland and Norrbotten. Expectantly, all eyes gazed southward, for from thence he was to come, he whose name none need mention who spoke of his deeds, no longer now the lord and captain of Sweden, but its king, Gustavus Vasa. For a week past, the Diet had been assembled at Strängnäs, and 2 days ago it had chosen Gustavus Vasa, king of Sweden. And now he appeared. His eyes wore a gentler look than his new subjects had ever seen there. The warmth, the brightness, the sunny joyousness of the autumn day lay upon him. In regal attire, his ermine cloak sweeping the flanks of the horse that bore him so proudly, he rode beside the milk-white palfrey of Carina Stenbock, the royal bride of Sweden. She too bowed graciously to right and left. She wore no ermine cloak, but the jubilant throng was enraptured with her beauty, with the golden hair that streamed from under the circlet on her brow, falling in streams of brightness over her neck and shoulders. Suddenly, the smile vanished from Carina's lips, and the thoughtful, strangely serious expression took its place. She lifted her hand. Something was fluttering toward her through the tranquil air, a white butterfly with red spots upon his wings. Fearlessly he rested upon her hand, as upon the edge of a flower, and spread his wings. The women in the crowd saw it, and hailed the happy omen. The royal butterfly had come down from the mountains to greet Sweden's queen. Why does Sweden's queen gaze upon the white butterfly so absently, so lost in dreams, that she fails to see the people's joy at the peaceful omen? Is her ear listening westward, through the still air? Does she hear faintly in the distance the roaring of the Trollhätta? No, it is too far. She hears only the rustling in the beech tops on Odin's hill. They too send their greeting to Carina's mute eyes. Gently their branches sway against the sky. Carina started. The drums beat a flourish. They were entering Uppsala. The burgomaster of the city, surrounded by its senators and dignitaries, welcomed the King of Sweden in a solemn oration, to which the latter listened with exemplary patience, although he breathed more freely when the speech reached its end. The procession moved on, its destination known to all. The streets through which it passed were converted into a forest, the ground covered with a carpet of rushes and pine boughs. Now, the cathedral, in its gigantic proportions, rose before them. Under the portal, the Archbishop of Uppsala, in full canonicals and surrounded by his clergy, awaited them. In spite of his trailing ermine, the young king sprang lightly from his horse and lifted Carina from hers. Both bowed before the archbishop, who lifted his hands in blessing, and preceding them, walked toward the altar. The interior of the church was not ornamented. Its marvelous beauty and purity of form, the Gothic pillars, tall and slender, like clustering sheaves, rose to a dizzy height, sustaining the noble arch that hung above the central nave. Through the tinted windows streamed a tender, mellowed light, mingling strangely with the light of innumerable candles that surrounded the altar and gleamed upon its gold-embroidered cloth. The immediate retinue of the royal pair filled a large portion of the vast space. Behind them thronged the multitude, pouring into the church or climbing recklessly to the high windows, hoping to catch, at least from the outside, a glimpse of what was going on within. There, King Gösta and Carina Stenbock were to be married by the Primate of Sweden. Just as the solemn ceremony was about to begin, a man was seen forcing his way through the crowd. He whispered some words to the king, who, with a short excuse, followed the messenger and disappeared. The people gazed after him in astonishment as he left his beautiful bride standing between her father and her blind mother, and an excited hum of voices ran through the church. But in a few moments the king reappeared. With beaming face he approached the archbishop and said, "Permit me, most reverend lord, to speak before you in this holy place. It will not be profaned by my words, for, like yours, they come from God." He rapidly ascended the altar steps and spoke in a voice that rang loud and clear through the vast cathedral arches. "Heaven sends two greetings to the people of Sweden. Stockholm is ours. This morning, at sunrise, the Danish commander surrendered the keys." Like one great cry of joy, it burst from 1,000 lips. The last, longed-for end was reached. Sweden was free. The stormy rejoicings of the multitude were not to be restrained. Each embraced and kissed his neighbor. From 1,000 voices the cry surged upward and echoed back from the arched roof. "Long live King Gustavus! Sweden is free!" "And so it will continue," Gustav Vasa's voice rang out above the tumult. "For I have another message to deliver to the people of Sweden. The ambassador whom I sent to the Emperor Charles V has returned. The Emperor renounces the cause of his brother-in-law, Christian of Denmark, and offers to Sweden his friendship and recognition. The Danish people have risen against the king and put him under the ban." Carina's eyes shone with a new light when the king clasped her hand, and leading her to the altar, whispered, "And thus the second condition is fulfilled, Carina, before you become mine. Sweden is free." She did not look into his face as she answered, "Yes, all the conditions are fulfilled. Sweden is free. And you are its queen." A quiver ran through the young girl's frame, a feeling at once of pride and awe. Firmly she stepped upon the velvet carpet. "In the name of Almighty God, I greet you, Gustavus, King of Sweden, whom the nobles and commons of the land has chosen as their king. Generations of kings have come and gone. Upon this spot, the priests of another faith placed the crown upon the brow of the Ynglings, who deemed themselves the sons of Odin, the mighty. But they fell, like the leaves in autumn, and their memory has passed away. Here, the proud Folkungs received the crown from the hands of holy men, and were anointed with holy oil from Rome. But, like the foam of the sea, their traces have vanished. Many came after them, with great names and proud hearts. From near and from far, they were anointed and crowned. But where is their record? It is not the drop of oil from human hands that makes small things great and exalts the lowly. It is the Spirit of the living God which must uphold the mightiest among men, lest their memory perish from among the righteous. Thus, I greet you, Gustavus Vasa, in the ancient city of kings, and I joyfully lift up my hands to the great King over us all, and give him thanks." Thus began the venerable Bishop of Uppsala. Solemnly and powerfully, his words rolled over the thousands of bowed heads. As the wind stirs the sails of a ship, So they stirred the heart of each Swedish hero who heard in them the promise of a great and glorious future. Most deeply of all, they moved Carina Stenbock, who looked up with admiration to the majestic figure at her side, to the man she heard praised as an instrument of heaven, whom his people worshipped, and who had chosen her from among all others to help him to complete his work. After the struggle for peace, after the victory by the sword, to establish the supremacy of right and liberty. Yes, proud and happy at last, Carina looked upon the ermine that fell from the shoulders of her royal bridegroom. It seemed as though she heard from above a rustling like that of the beech tops on Odin's hill, to help others and to serve a worthy end. How far otherwise than she had imagined events had shaped themselves? How far more perfectly would a queen succeed in realizing those high endeavors which the sunbeams above the slumbering world had revealed to her soul. And this duty was her choice, her proud and willing choice. And proudly, joyfully, Carina's eyes, during the Archbishop's sermon, looked on high and at the listening crowd that thronged about the altar. The Almighty God bless you and keep you, King and Queen of Sweden. May he rule your hearts for your own happiness and for the welfare of your country. May he lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Like a plain citizen, Gustavus Vasa bent down and kissed his wife. End of section 38. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Max Schörling.
Section 39 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 39. Gustavus Adolphus at Lutzen, 1632, by Johann Christoph Friedrich von Schiller. During the 30 Years' War in Germany, the Protestants had long hoped that Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, would become their leader, but he felt that he must first care for the needs of his country. At length, however, the time came when he saw that his own land was in danger. Then he led his army into Germany, and there he was joined by the allied forces of the Protestant princes. At Lutzen he met the troops of the Austrian Emperor under Wallenstein. On the outcome of this battle depended the fate of Protestant Germany. The Editor. At last the fateful morning dawned, but an impenetrable fog which spread over the plain delayed the attack till noon. Kneeling in front of his lines, the king offered up his devotions, and the whole army at the same moment, dropping on their knees, burst into a moving hymn, accompanied by the military music. The king then mounted his horse, and clad only in a leathern doublet and surtout, for a wound he had formerly received prevented his wearing armor, rode along the ranks to animate the courage of his troops with a joyful confidence, which, however, the foreboding presentiment of his own bosom contradicted. God with us was the war cry of the Swedes, Jesu Maria that of the Imperialists. About 11 the fog began to disperse, and the enemy became visible. At the same moment Lutzen was seen in flames, having been set on fire by command of the Duke, to prevent his being outflanked on that side. The charge was now sounded, the cavalry rushed upon the enemy, and the infantry advanced against the trenches. Received by a tremendous fire of musketry and heavy artillery, these intrepid battalions maintained the attack with undaunted courage till the enemy's musketeers abandoned their posts. The trenches were passed, the battery carried and turned against the enemy. They pressed forward with irresistible impetuosity. The first of the 5 imperial brigades was immediately routed, the second soon after, and the third put to flight. But here the genius of Wallenstein opposed itself to their progress. With the rapidity of lightning, he was on the spot to rally his discomfited troops, and his powerful word was itself sufficient to stop the flight of the fugitives. Supported by 3 regiments of cavalry, the vanquished brigades, forming anew, faced the enemy and pressed vigorously into the broken ranks of the Swedes. A murderous conflict ensued. The nearness of the enemy left no room for firearms, the fury of the attack no time for loading. Man was matched to man, the useless musket exchanged for the sword and pike, and science gave way to desperation. Overpowered by numbers, the wearied Swedes at last retired beyond the trenches, and the captured battery is again lost by the retreat. 1,000 mangled bodies already strewed the plain, and as yet not a single step of ground had been won. In the meantime, the king's right wing, led by himself, had fallen upon the enemy's left. The first impetuous shock of the heavy Finland cuirassiers dispersed the lightly mounted Poles and Croats who were posted here, and their disorderly flight spread terror and confusion among the rest of the cavalry. At this moment notice was brought the king that his infantry were retreating over the trenches, and also that his left wing, exposed to a severe fire from the enemy's cannon posted at the windmills, was beginning to give way. With rapid decision he committed to General Horn the pursuit of the enemy's left, while he flew at the head of the regiment of Steinbach to repair the disorder of his right wing. His noble charger bore him with the velocity of lightning across the trenches, but the squadrons that followed could not come on with the same speed. In only a few horsemen, among whom was Francis Albert, Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg, were able to keep up with the king. He rode directly to the place where his infantry were most closely pressed, and while he was reconnoitering the enemy's line for an exposed point of attack, the shortness of his sight unfortunately led him too close to their ranks. An imperial Gefreiter corporal, remarking that every one respectfully made way for him as he rode along, immediately ordered a musketeer to take aim at him. "Fire at him yonder," said he, "that must be a man of consequence." The soldier fired, and the king's left arm was shattered. At that moment his squadron came hurrying up, and a confused cry of "The king bleeds! The king is shot!" spread terror and consternation through all the ranks. "It is nothing, follow me," cried the king, collecting his whole strength, but overcome by pain and nearly fainting, he requested the Duke of Lauenburg in French to lead him unobserved out of the tumult. While the duke proceeded toward the right wing with the king, making a long circuit to keep this discouraging sight from the disordered infantry, his majesty received a second shot through the back, which deprived him of his remaining strength. "Brother," said he with a dying voice, "I have enough. Look only to your own life." At the same moment he fell from his horse, pierced by several more shots, and abandoned by all his attendants, he breathed his last amid the plundering hands of the Croats. His charger, flying without its rider and covered with blood, soon made known to the Swedish cavalry the fall of their king. They rushed madly forward to rescue his sacred remains from the hands of the enemy. A murderous conflict ensued over the body, till his mangled remains were buried beneath a heap of slain. The mournful tidings soon ran through the Swedish army, but instead of destroying the courage of those brave troops, it but excited it into anew a wild, a consuming flame. Life had lessened in value. Now that the most sacred life of all was gone, death had no terrors for the lowly, since the anointed head was not spared. With the fury of lions, the Upland, Småland, Finland, East and West Gothland regiments rushed a second time upon the left wing of the enemy, which, already making but feeble resistance to General Horn, was now entirely beaten from the field. Bernard, Duke of Saxe-Weimar, gave to the bereaved Swedes a noble leader in his own person, and the spirit of Gustavus led his victorious squadrons anew. The left wing quickly formed again and vigorously pressed the right of the Imperialists. The artillery at the windmills, which had maintained so murderous a fire upon the Swedes, was captured and turned against the enemy. The center also of the Swedish infantry, commanded by the Duke and Kniphausen, advanced a second time against the trenches, which they successfully passed, and retook the battery of 7 cannons. The attack was now renewed with redoubled fury upon the heavy battalions of the enemy's center. Their resistance became gradually less, and chance conspired with Swedish valor to complete the defeat. The imperial powder wagons took fire, and with a tremendous explosion, grenades and bombs filled the air. The enemy, now in confusion, thought they were attacked in the rear, while the Swedish brigades pressed them in front. Their courage began to fail them. Their left wing was already beaten, their right wavering, and their artillery in the enemy's hands. The battle seemed to be almost decided. Another moment would decide the fate of the day, when Pappenheim appeared on the field. With his cuirassiers and dragoons, all the advantages already gained were lost, and the battle was to be fought anew. The order which recalled that general to Lutzen had reached him in Halle, while his troops were still plundering the town. It was impossible to collect the scattered infantry with that rapidity which the urgency of the order and Pappenheim's impatience required. Without waiting for it, therefore, he ordered 8 regiments of cavalry to mount, and at their head he galloped at full speed for Lutzen to share in the battle. He arrived in time to witness the flight of the imperial right wing, which Gustavus Horn was driving from the field, and to be at first involved in their rout. But with rapid presence of mind he rallied the flying troops and led them once more against the enemy. Carried away by his wild bravery, and impatient to encounter the king, who he supposed was at the head of this wing, he burst furiously upon the Swedish ranks, which, exhausted by victory and inferior in numbers, were, after a noble resistance, overpowered by this fresh body of enemies. Pappenheim's unexpected appearance revived the drooping courage of the imperialists, and the Duke of Friedland quickly availed himself of the favorable moment to reform his line. The closely serried battalions of the Swedes were, after a tremendous conflict, again driven across the trenches, and the battery, which had been twice lost, again rescued from their hands. The whole yellow regiment, the finest of all that distinguished themselves in this dreadful day, lay dead on the field, covering the ground almost in the same excellent order which, when alive, they maintained with such unyielding courage. The same fate befell another regiment of Blues, which Count Piccolomini attacked with the imperial cavalry and cut down after a desperate contest. 7 times did this intrepid general renew the attack. 7 horses were shot under him, and he himself was pierced with 6 musket balls. Yet he would not leave the field until he was carried along in the general rout of the whole army. Wallenstein himself was seen riding through his ranks with cool intrepidity amidst a shower of balls, assisting the distressed, encouraging the valiant with praise and the wavering by his fearful glance. Around and close by him his men were falling thick, and his own mantle was perforated by several shots. But avenging destiny this day protected that breast for which another weapon was reserved. On the same field where the noble Gustavus expired, Wallenstein was not allowed to terminate his guilty career. Less fortunate was Pappenheim, the Telemann of the army, the bravest soldier of Austria and the Church. An ardent desire to encounter the king in person carried this daring leader into the thickest of the fight, where he thought his noble opponent was most surely to be met. Gustavus had also expressed a wish to meet his brave antagonist, but these hostile wishes remained ungratified. Death first brought together these 2 great heroes. 2 musket balls pierced the breast of Pappenheim, and his men forcibly carried him from the field. While they were conveying him to the rear, a murmur reached him that he whom he had sought lay dead upon the plain. When the truth of the report was confirmed to him, his look became brighter, his dying eye sparkled with a last gleam of joy. "Tell the Duke of Friedland," said he, "that I lie without hope of life, but that I die happy, since I know that the implacable enemy of my religion has fallen on the same day." With Pappenheim the good fortune of the Imperialists departed. The cavalry of the left wing, already beaten, and only rallied by his exertions, no sooner missed their victorious leader than they gave up everything for lost, and abandoned the field of battle in spiritless despair. The right wing fell into the same confusion, with the exception of a few regiments which the bravery of their colonels Gotz, Cerci, Colloredo, and Piccolomini compelled to keep their ground. The Swedish infantry, with prompt determination, profited by the enemy's confusion. To fill up the gaps which death had made in the front line, they formed both lines into one, and with it made the final and decisive charge. A third time they crossed the trenches, and a third time they captured the battery. The sun was setting when the two lines closed. The strife grew hotter as it drew to an end. The last efforts of strength were mutually exerted, and skill and courage did their utmost to repair in these precious moments the fortune of the day. It was in vain. Despair endows every one with superhuman strength. No one can conquer, no one will give way. The art of war seemed to exhaust its powers on one side, only to unfold some new and untried masterpiece of skill on the other. Night and darkness at last put an end to the fight before the fury of the combatants was exhausted, and the contest only ceased when no one could any longer find an antagonist. Both armies separated as if by tacit agreement. The trumpets sounded, and each party claiming the victory quitted the field. The artillery on both sides, as the horses could not be found, remained all night upon the field, at once the reward and the evidence of victory to him who should hold it. Wallenstein, in his haste to leave Leipzig and Saxony, forgot to remove his part. Not long after the battle was ended, Pappenheim's infantry, who had been unable to follow the rapid movements of their general, and who amounted to 6 regiments, marched on the field, but the work was done. A few hours earlier, so considerable a reinforcement would perhaps have decided the day in favor of the Imperialists, and even now, by remaining on the field, they might have saved the Duke's artillery and made a prize of that of the Swedes. But they had received no orders to act, and uncertain as to the issue of the battle, they retired to Leipzig, where they hoped to join the main body. The Duke of Friedland had retreated thither, and was followed on the morrow by the scattered remains of his army, without artillery, without colors, and almost without arms. The Duke of Weimar, it appears, after the toils of this bloody day, allowed the Swedish army some repose. Between Lutzen and Weissenfels, near enough to the field of battle to oppose any attempt the enemy might make to recover it. Of the two armies, more than 9,000 men lay dead, a still greater number were wounded, and among the Imperialists scarcely a man escaped from the field uninjured. The entire plain from Lutzen to the canal was strewed with the wounded, the dying, and the dead. Many of the principal nobility had fallen on both sides. Even the Abbot of Fulda, who had mingled in the combat as a spectator, paid for his curiosity and his ill-timed zeal with his life. History says nothing of prisoners, a further proof of the animosity of the combatants, who neither gave nor took quarter. But it was a dear conquest, a dearer triumph. It was not till the fury of the conquest was over that the full weight of the loss sustained was felt, and the shout of triumph died away into a silent, gloomy despair. He who had led them to the charge returned not with them. There he lies upon the field which he had won, mingled with the dead bodies of the common crowd. After a long and almost fruitless search, the corpse of the king was discovered, not far from the great stone which, for 100 years before, had stood between Lutzen and the canal, and which, from the memorable disaster of that day, still bears the name of the Stone of the Swedes. Covered with blood and wounds, so as scarcely to be recognized, trampled beneath the horses' hoofs, stripped by the rude hands of plunderers of its ornaments and clothes, his body was drawn from beneath a heap of dead, conveyed to Weissenfels, and there delivered up to the lamentations of his soldiers and the last embraces of his queen. The first tribute had been paid to revenge, and blood had atoned for the blood of the monarch, but now affection assumed its rights, and tears of grief must flow for the man. The universal sorrow absorbs all individual woes. The general, still stupefied by the unexpected blow, stood speechless and motionless around his bier, and no one trusted himself enough to contemplate the full extent of their loss. End of section 39. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 40 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Battle Song of Gustavus Adolphus by Michael Altenberg. Fear not, O little flock, the foe who madly seeks your overthrow. Dread not his rage and power. What though your courage sometimes faints, his seeming triumph o'er God's saints lasts but a little hour. Be of good cheer, your cause belongs to him who can avenge your wrongs. Leave it to him, our Lord. Though hidden now from all our eyes, he sees the Gideon who shall rise to save us and his word. As true as God's own word is true, not earth or hell with all their crew against us shall prevail. A jest and byword are they grown. God is with us, we are his own, our victory cannot fail. Amen, Lord Jesus, grant our prayer. Great Captain, now thine arm make bare. Fight for us once again. So shall the saints and martyrs raise a mighty chorus to thy praise, world without end. Amen. End of section 40. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 41 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, and Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 41, The Crossing of the Little Belt, 1658, by Z. Topelius. In 1658, Sweden was at war with Denmark. The Swedish king, Charles X, had captured a fortress on that point of Denmark which is separated from the island of Funen by the Little Belt. Count Bertelskjold has been blamed by the king, and to prove that good fortune still attends him, he has declared that he will ride over the Little Belt, though the ice has broken up and the channel is still open. The Editor. Count, you speak boldly. How will you prove your presumption of good fortune? By riding first over the ice of the belt. The king smiled and turned to Wrangel. That man is of the stock with which to thrash the Jutlanders. I need such men. Foolhardy fellow, muttered Wrangel. Well, Count Bertelskjold, continued the king, I will believe you if tomorrow you ride across the belt and before night bring me a prisoner from Funen. It shall be done, your majesty, answered Bertelskjold in short and measured tones, and undisturbed by Wrangel's sarcastic smile, for nobody was ignorant of the fact that the ice of the eastern part of Little Belt had broken up and the bay near Middelfart consequently rendered impassable. But the king's mind was turned so longingly in that direction that everything which flattered his hopes was seized upon with the greatest eagerness. Perhaps there was also a certain similarity of temperament which moved him to listen to Bertelskjold's boldness with secret pleasure. At least it is certain that he himself, like the spoiled favorite of fortune, was fond of venturing everything on a single card to win or lose. The review was ended. The king rode away, and the troops separated to their quarters to warm their stiffened limbs. The barracks could not contain all at once. Fires were kindled in the fields, and the canteen went its rounds amongst the soldiers who for the time could find no roof to cover their heads. Other soldiers came flocking thither. Finally they took possession of the church. War and the cold season respected nothing. The soldiers were seen lying with their bottles in the aisles of the church and around the altar, and wild and ribald songs sounded within the walls, which lately echoed to the tones of sacred hymns. Charles Gustavus had his headquarters in the parsonage, from the windows of which he had an open view over the coast and the ice beyond. From time to time the king interrupted his deliberations with his officers, went impatiently to the window, and looked at the darkening surroundings, where it was still possible to distinguish in the distance the blue open channel near the shore of Funen. The thermometer had not yet been invented, but the cloudy sky and the appearance of the snow sufficiently indicated to him that the thaw still continued to mock his expectations. Suddenly the king broke off a conversation with Dahlberg and sent for Berchtesgaden. "Count," said he, gruffly, "tell me frankly and without fear, are you in league with the devil? Do not be afraid, I will give you absolution." "I do not understand your Majesty. I wish to learn from you the art of riding across the open sea to Middelfart." "Nothing is easier. Will your Majesty be pleased to cast a glance through the window?" The king looked out. The sky, lately covered with clouds, had quickly cleared, and everything betokened a severe cold, which indeed came the same night. Charles Gustavus clapped Berchtesgaden lightly upon the shoulder. "Count," said he, "the news is worth a parish in Finland if you accomplish what you have undertaken." "It shall be done, your Majesty." When on the following morning the sun rose over the leafless beaches of Funen, the entire little belt glittered with the luster of new ice. The Swedes flocked to the shore to persuade themselves of the power of the winter night to build bridges, and of the favor of fortune in building them at just the right moment. The king was in a good humor. All the three crowns of the north seemed to him to glitter in the horizon. The cold continued to be extremely severe. Already in the morning the ice was strong enough to bear footmen. Toward night Berchtesgaden began his bold attempt. He laid aside his heavy armor and put on a light jacket. Instead of the large brown horse he generally rode, he chose a small and lean but sinewy runner of the Erland breed. Two attendants on skates followed him, each pushing a sledge before him. Then the expedition set off, in view of almost the entire Swedish army. At first, where the ice was stronger, Berchtesgaden rode very slowly, in order not to fatigue his small Erlander. But the nearer he approached to the more dangerous part of the belt, the channel, the more he increased his speed, so that the attendants on their light skates had hard work to keep up with him. Nearer and nearer drew the snow-covered coast of Funen. The ice cracked and bent under the horses' feet. Again and again a hoof struck through the clear, thin ice, spattering the water high into the air, but the audacious soldier dashed onward with quickened speed. A moment more, and Berchtesgaden stood safe on Funen, and at the same instant his horse fell, never to rise again. The sun went down, frosty and yellow, behind the coast of Schleswig, and the early winter twilight began to darken. Time was precious. Berchtesgaden had landed near a village south of Middelfart. A crowd of Danes, men, women, and children, had collected upon the beach, curious to know what the adventurous rider had to tell. Probably they considered him a messenger from the Swedish king. No one divined the real cause of this unusual visit. Berchtesgaden looked behind him. The attendants with the sledges were still a good distance away. He approached the crowd, inquiring here and there for the road to Odense, letting them understand that he was sent to make peace. The news filled all with joy. They crowded innocently around the stranger near the ice. Just then, according to previous orders, one of the attendants arrived, left his sledge and an extra pair of skates which he had carried with him, and immediately started on his return. Berchtesgaden inquired if it were possible to reach Middelfart across the ice, meanwhile fastening on the skates. The peasants, in their joy, offered to lend him a horse in place of the one that had fallen, Everything seemed friendly and well. Then Berta Skirld suddenly seized a boy of 5 years around the waist, threw him into the sledge, pushed it out before him on the ice, and hastened on his light skates with the speed of the wind, away with his booty. It was all done in a moment. The peasants, amazed and benumbed, scarcely believed their own eyes before they heard the shrieks of the boy, already far out on the ice. A woman rushed forward. She was the mother of the captured boy. She tore her hair and was the first to leap after them on the ice. She slipped, fell, rose again, fell once more, rose for the second time, and leaped after the robber till she sank down fainting. Some young men followed her example. In vain. The robber was already out of sight in the increasing twilight, and it was impossible to overtake him. With rage and curses at the faithlessness of the Swedes, the pursuers returned with the unhappy mother. Meanwhile, Berta Skirld, with the boy in the sledge, reached the opposite shore in safety. The rays of the rising moon had favored his perilous journey. On the Swedish side he was already given up as lost. Darker grew the twilight, and darker grew the king. He repented his foolhardiness. He needed so urgently every brave arm. And what was most important of all, the whole army would foresee its own fate in Berta Skirld's, whether success or defeat, if the proposed expedition were attempted. But Berta Skirld came. "I have ridden across the belt, Your Majesty, although I have returned on my skates. Here is my living witness from Funen." And the captured boy was brought forward with his nose red from the cold and munching a piece of wheat bread which had been given him to stop his crying. The king unfastened from his neck a gold chain to which was attached a medallion set with jewels and containing the portrait of Queen Christina. "General," said he, "take this as a souvenir of your exploit. Hereafter you shall wear the escutcheon of Funen in your coat of arms. And hereafter," the king added with proud confidence, "we will visit our brother Frederick in Copenhagen." The morning of the 29th of January dawned. The cold was more severe than ever. At daybreak the whole army was at the shore ready for the start. The ice had been tested and found strong, yet the cautious Dahlberg did not trust it fully. On the places which were most dangerous by reason of the current, he had spread straw, poured upon it water, which immediately froze, and laid down planks. The ever memorable expedition, sung 100 years later by Gyllenborg, was begun. The cavalry and the cannon started first from Halse over the small Isle of Brandser toward a bay on the coast of Funen, south of Inverness. Then came the right wing under Wrangel and Tott, next the left wing under the king and Barentz. The infantry marched north of the other forces. It was a strange march over the wide blue ice, silent, earnest, as if crossing an open grave. When they approached the channel, the troops dismounted and led their horses by the reins, a little apart from each other. But once past this dangerous spot, they threw themselves into their saddles and rushed with loud cheers against the enemy waiting on the coast. About 4,000 Danish soldiers, 1,500 peasants at work sawing the ice, and several thousand spectators stood upon the coast of Funen, praying fervently that the Swedish army might sink, like Pharaoh of old, into the depths of the sea. But the Swedes came safely over with their superior force. A sharp attack of the mail-clad horsemen and the disheartened Danish soldiers were overwhelmed, and many of them taken prisoners. Charles Gustavus, who followed, saw the contest, but not the sudden victory of his men. "Follow me," he exclaimed, and with his wing made a detour to the right in order to land at another point and attack the Danes in the rear. The whole wing rushed thither. "Take care, Berta Skirld," cried Dahlberg to the general, who, with his left arm in a sling, hurried by, galloping at the head of his troops. "Go slowly. Separate your men. You are riding too close together." But Berta Skirld was conscious only of the distant coast and of new exploits there under the eyes of the king. With closed ranks, the two foremost squadrons dashed forward over the channel, when quickly the frail bridge cracked, burst with a terrible report, and the proud onrushing squadron sank. So suddenly, so unexpectedly, amidst their cheers came their destruction, that horses and men were seen only for a moment struggling with the rising waves before they were all carried away by the current and disappeared in the depths. Both squadrons were lost beyond rescue. The carriages of the king and the French ambassador with their horses shared the fate of the horsemen. Charles Gustavus saw his men perish before his eyes, and he could not help them. The crown of Denmark beckoned again. The king looked away from the open blue grave, made his detour, and reached land in safety with the rest of his wing. Here the battle was already ended. Funen was conquered. Zealand trembled, and King Frederick sent messenger after messenger to ask for peace, for the old kingdom of Denmark tottered under his feet. But the Swedish lion accomplished his leap. Dahlberg strove zealously, therefore, though Wrangel and the traitor Corfitz Ulfeld, at that time cowardly, were eager to oppose it. After some uncertainty, the king resolved to adopt Dahlberg's boldly laid plans. The 6th of February, before daybreak, the cavalry moved forward from Svenborg over the island Tasinga to Langeland. It was a sad and gloomy march, says Fryxell. By the tramping of horses, the snow on the ice was melted, so that the way resembled an open stream. Through this the soldiers were obliged to wade in water almost a foot deep, fearing every moment to feel the frail ice break under their feet. Some lost their way bewildered, and disappeared in the depths. But resistless as an avalanche, the force swept on, from Langeland to Laaland, from Laaland to Falster, from Falster to Zealand. The faithless sea betrayed its own children, the lovely Danish islands, and carried, like another Ulfeld, the enemy willingly on its back. The 12th of February, 1658, the Swedish army landed on the coast of Zealand, near Vordingborg. The heroic achievement was ready to be engraven forever in the memories of the centuries. The peace at Roskilde was its result, Schonen, Holland, and Blekinge its most precious gain. End of section 41. This recording is in the public domain. Section 42 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 42. How the Madman of the North defended himself at Bender, 1713, by François Marie Arouet Voltaire. When Charles XII was in his 15th year, he became, by the death of his father, King of Sweden. He showed little interest in the affairs of the nation, and when he went to meetings of his council, he sat with his legs crossed on the table, and was evidently dreaming of everything except the question in hand. He was willing to study and to carry on all sorts of out-of-door amusements, but he gave little promise of kingly qualities, and when it was known that Peter the Great of Russia, Augustus II of Poland, and Frederick IV of Denmark were preparing to attack Sweden, the councilors were in despair. Suddenly this boy of 18 started to his feet. "Gentlemen," said he, "I've made up my mind. I intend to attack the first who declares war against me, and when I have conquered him, I hope to strike terror into the rest." From that day he became a soldier, was ready to endure any hardships, and showed himself to have the qualities of a great commander. He promptly invaded Denmark and defeated the Russians at Narva, but was defeated by Peter the Great at Pultowa, and barely escaped into Turkey. There he tried his best to induce the Turks to attack Russia. When this proved impossible, he concluded that they meant to give him up to his enemies. He refused to obey the Sultan's command to leave the country, and set to work to fortify his house. Even Charles could hardly have expected this defense to succeed, and he was taken prisoner. But in 1714, this unwilling and unwelcome guest made his escape. The Editor. Charles, quite convinced that the Khan and the Pasha intended to hand him over to his enemies, ordered Monsieur Funk, his envoy at the Ottoman court, to lay his complaints against them before the Sultan, and to ask for 1,000 purses more. His great generosity and his indifference to money hindered him from seeing the baseness of this proposal. He only did it to get a refusal, so that then he might have a fresh pretext for failing to depart. But a man must be reduced to great straits when he has recourse to such tricks. Savary, his interpreter, a crafty and enterprising character, carried the letter to Adrianople, in spite of the Grand Vizier's care to have the roads guarded. Funk was forced to go and deliver this dangerous message, and all the answer he got was imprisonment. Thoroughly angry, the Sultan called an extraordinary divan and made a speech at it himself. His speech, according to the translation then made of it, was as follows: I hardly knew the King of Sweden, but from his defeat at Pultowa and the request he made to me to grant him sanctuary in my empire, I'm under no obligation to him, nor have I any reason either to love or fear him. Yet thinking only of the hospitality of a Mussulman and my own generosity, which sheds the dew of its favor on small and great alike, I received and aided him, his ministers, officers, and soldiers in every respect, and for 3 years and a half have continually loaded him with presents. I have granted him a considerable guard to take him to his own country. He has asked for 1,000 purses to defray expenses, though I am paying them all, and instead of 1,000 I have granted him 1,200. After getting these from the Seraskier of Bender, he wants 1,000 more, and refuses to go under the pretext that the guard is too small, whereas it is too large to pass through the country of a friend and ally. I ask you then, is it any breach of the laws of hospitality to send this prince away, and whether foreign princes would have any ground for accusing me of cruelty and injustice, if I used force to make him go? All the divan answered that the Sultan might lawfully do as he said. The Mufti declared that Mussulmans are not bound to offer hospitality to infidels, much less to the ungrateful, and he granted his festa, a kind of mandate which generally accompanies the Sultan's important orders. These festas are revered as oracles, though the persons who issue them are as much the Sultan's slaves as any others. The order and the festa were taken to Bender by the master of the horse and the first usher. The Pasha of Bender received the order at the Khan's, whence he went at once to the Varnitsa to ask if the king would go away in a friendly way, or would force him to carry out the Sultan's orders. Charles XII, not being used to this threatening language, could not command his temper. "Obey your master if you dare," he said, "and be gone." The Pasha, in indignation, set off at a gallop, an unusual thing with a Turk. On the return journey he met Monsieur Fabricius, and called out to him without stopping, "The king won't listen to reason. You'll see strange doings presently." The same day he cut off the king's supplies, and removed the guard of Janissaries. He also sent to the Poles and Cossacks to let them know that if they wanted to get any provisions, they must leave the King of Sweden's camp and come and put themselves under the protection of the Porte at Bender. They all obeyed and left the king with only the officers of his household and 300 Swedes to cope with 2,000 Tartars and 6,000 Turks. There was now no more provision in the camp for man or beast. The king at once gave orders that the 20 fine Arabian horses they had given him should be shot, saying, "I will have neither their food nor their horses." This made a great feast for the Tartars, who, as every one knows, think that horseflesh is delicious. In the meantime the Turks and Tartars invested the little camp on all sides. The king, with no signs of panic, appointed his 300 Swedes to make regular fortifications, and worked at them himself. His chancellor, treasurer, secretaries, valets, and all his servants lent a hand to the work. Some barricaded the windows, others took the bars behind the doors and placed them like buttresses. When the house was well barricaded, and the king had reviewed his pretenses at fortifications, he began to play chess unconcernedly with his favorite Grothusen, as if everything had been perfectly safe and secure. It happened very luckily that Fabricius, the envoy of Holstein, did not lodge at Varnitsa, but at a small village between Varnitsa and Bender, where Mr. Jeffreys, the English envoy to the King of Sweden, lived also. These two ministers, seeing that the storm was about to break, undertook to mediate between the Turks and the king. The Khan, and especially the Pasha of Bender, who had no intention of hurting the monarch, were glad of the offers of their services. They had 2 conferences together at Bender, at which the usher of the seraglio and the Grand Master of the Horse, who had brought the order from the Sultan, were present. Monsieur Fabricius owned to them that the Swedish king had good reason to believe that they intended to give him up to his enemies in Poland. The Khan, the Pasha, and the rest swore on their heads, calling God to witness that they detested the thought of such a horrible piece of treachery, and would shed the last drop of their blood rather than show the least lack of respect to the king in Poland. They added that they had the Russian and Polish ambassadors in their power, and that their lives should answer for the least affront offered to the King of Sweden. In a word, they complained bitterly of the outrageous suspicions which the king was harboring about people who had received and treated him so well. And though oaths are often the language of treachery, Monsieur Fabricius allowed himself to be persuaded by these barbarians. He thought he saw that air of truth in their protests which falsehood imitates but lamely. He knew that there was a secret correspondence between the Tartar Khan and Augustus, but he remained convinced that the object of this negotiation was only to force Charles to retire from the territories of the Sultan. But whether Fabricius was mistaken or not, he assured them that he would represent to the king the unreasonableness of his jealousies. "But do you intend to force him to go?" he added. "Yes," answered the pasha, "such are our master's orders." Then he desired them to consider again whether that order was to spill the blood of a crowned head. "Yes," answered the Khan with warmth, "if that head disobeys the Sultan in his own dominions." In the meantime everything was ready for the assault, and Charles's death seemed inevitable. But as the Sultan's command was not positively to kill him in case of resistance, the pasha prevailed on the Khan to send a messenger that moment to Adrianople to receive His Highness's final orders. Mr. Jeffreys and Monsieur Fabricius, having got this respite, hurried to acquaint the king with it. They hastened like bearers of good news, and were received very coldly. He called them forward, meddling mediators, and still insisted that the Sultan's order and the Mufti's festa were forged, because they had sent for fresh orders to the Porte. The English minister withdrew, resolving to trouble himself no further with the affairs of so obstinate a prince. Monsieur Fabricius, a favorite of the king, and more accustomed to his whims than the English minister, stayed with him to exhort him not to risk so valuable a life on so futile an occasion. The only reply the king made was to show him his fortifications, and to beg him to mediate so far as to obtain provisions for him. Leave was easily obtained from the Turks to let provisions pass into the king's camp till the couriers should return from Adrianople. The Khan himself had forbidden the Tartars to make any attempt on the Swedes till a new order came, so that Charles went out of his camp, sometimes with 40 horse, and rode through the midst of the Tartar troops, who respectfully left him a free passage. He even marched right up to their lines, and they did not resist, but opened to him. At last the Sultan's order arrived with command to put to the sword all the Swedes who made the least resistance, and not to spare the king's life. The pasha had the civility to show the order to Monsieur Fabricius, that he might make a last effort with Charles. Fabricius went at once to tell him his bad news. "Have you seen the order you refer to?" said the king. "I have," replied Fabricius. "Tell them," said the king, "from me, that this order is a second forgery of theirs, and that I will not go." Fabricius fell at his feet in a transport of rage, and scolded him for his obstinacy. "Go back to your Turks," said the king, smiling at him. "If they attack me, I know how to defend myself." The king's chaplains also fell on their knees before him, beseeching him not to expose the wretched remnant over from Pultowa, and above all his own sacred person, to death, adding besides that resistance in this case was a most unwarrantable deed, and that it was a violation of the laws of hospitality to resolve to stay against their will with strangers who had so long and generously supported him. The king, who had showed no resentment with Fabricius, became angry on this occasion, and told his priests that he employed them to pray for him and not to give him advice. General Hord and General Dardoff, who had always been against venturing a battle which in the result must prove fatal, showed the king their breasts covered with wounds received in his service, and assured him that they were ready to die for him, and begged him that it might be on a more worthy occasion. "I know," said the king, "by my wounds and yours, that we have fought valiantly together. You have hitherto done your duty, do it again now." The only thing remaining was to obey. They were all ashamed not to seek death with their king. He prepared for the assault, secretly gloating over the pleasure and honor of resisting with 300 Swedes the efforts of a whole army. He gave every man his place, his chancellor Malern, his secretary Imprius, and the clerks were to defend the Chancery House. Baron Fife, at the head of the officers of the kitchen, was to defend another post. The grooms of the stables and the cooks had another place to guard, for with him every man was a soldier. He rode from his fortifications to his house, promising rewards to every one, creating officers, and declaring that he would make his humblest servant captain if he behaved with valor in the engagement. It was not long before they saw the Turks and Tartars advancing to attack the little fortress with 10 cannon and 2 mortars. The horsetails waved in the air, the clarions brayed, and cries of Allah, Allah were heard on all sides. Baron Grothusen remarked that they were not abusing the king as they shouted, but only calling him de Murbash, that is, Iron Head. So he resolved to go alone and unarmed out of the fort. He advanced to the line of the Janissaries, who had almost all of them received money from him. "What, my friends," he said in their own language, "have you come to massacre 300 defenseless Swedes? You brave Janissaries, who have pardoned 100,000 Russians when they cried, 'Aman!' Pardon to you? Have you forgotten the kindness you have received at our hands? And would you assassinate the King of Sweden, whom you loved so much, and who has been so generous to you? My friends, he asks only 3 days, and the Sultan's orders are not so strict as they would make you believe." These words had an effect which Grothusen himself had not expected. The Janissaries swore on their beards that they would not attack the king, and would give him the 3 days that he demanded. In vain was the signal given for assault. The Janissaries, far from obeying, threatened to turn their arms against their leaders if 3 days were not granted to the King of Sweden. They came to the Pasha of Bender's tent in a band, crying that the Sultan's orders were forged. To this sedition the Pasha could oppose nothing but patience. He pretended to be pleased with the generous resolve of the Janissaries, and ordered them to retreat to Bender. The Khan of Tartary, who was a passionate man, would have made the assault at once with his own troops, but the Pasha, who would not allow the Tartars alone to have the honor of taking the king, while he might perhaps be punished for the disobedience of his Janissaries, persuaded the Khan to wait till next day. The Pasha, returning to Bender, assembled all the officers of the Janissaries and the older soldiers. He read them and showed them the positive command of the Sultan and the mandate of the Mufti. 60 of the oldest of them, with venerable gray beards, who had received innumerable presents from the king, proposed to go to him in person and entreat him to put himself into their hands and permit them to serve him as guards. The Pasha consented, for there was no stone he would leave unturned rather than be forced to kill the king. So these 60 old soldiers went next morning to Varnitza, having nothing in their hands but long white staves, their only weapon when they intend not to fight, for the Turks consider it a barbarous custom of the Christians to wear swords in time of peace, and to go armed to the churches or the houses of friends. They addressed themselves to Baron Grothusen and Chancellor Malune. They told them that they had come with the intention of serving as faithful guards to the king, and that if he pleased they would conduct him to Adrianople, where he might speak to the Sultan in person. While they were making the proposal, the king read the letters that had come from Constantinople, and that Fabricius, who could not see him again, had sent to him privately by a Janissary. These letters were from Count Poniatowski, who could neither serve him at Bender nor at Adrianople, having been detained at Constantinople by the Czar's order from the time of the imprudent demand of 1,000 purses. He told the king that the Sultan's order to seize his royal person was only too true, that the Sultan was indeed imposed upon by his ministers, but that the more he was imposed upon in the matter, the more he would be obeyed, that he must submit to the times and yield to necessity, and that he took the liberty of advising him to attempt all that was possible in the way of negotiation with the ministers, not to be inflexible in a case where the gentlest methods would prevail, and to trust to time and diplomacy the healing of an evil which rough handling would aggravate beyond the hope of recovery. But neither the proposal of the old Janissaries nor Poniatowski's letters could in the least convince the king that it was possible for him to give way without injuring his honor. He would rather die by the hands of the Turks than be in any sense their prisoner. He dismissed the Janissaries without seeing them, sending them word that if they did not hurry he would shave their beards for them, which in the East is considered the most provoking affront that can be offered. The old soldiers, in a rage, returned home crying, "Down with this iron head! Since he is resolved to die, let him." They gave the pasha an account of their mission, and told their comrades at Bender of the strange reception they had met with. Then all swore to obey the orders of the pasha without delay, and they were now as eager for the assault as they had been adverse to it the day before. The word was given at once. They marched up to the entrenchments. The Tartars were already waiting for them, and the 10 cannon began to play. The Janissaries on one side and the Tartars on the other forced this little camp in an instant. 20 Swedes had scarcely time to draw their swords. The 300 were surrounded and taken prisoners without resistance. The king was then on horseback between his house and his camp, with Generals Hoord, Dardoff, and Spar. Seeing that all his soldiers had suffered themselves to be taken before his eyes, he said with sang-froid to those 3 officers, "Let us go and defend the house. We'll fight," he added with a smile, "pro aris et phocis." With them he immediately galloped up to the house, where he had placed about 40 servants as sentinels, and which they had fortified as best they could. These generals, though they were accustomed to the obstinate courage of their master, could not but be surprised that in cold blood and with a jest he should propose that they should defend themselves against 10 cannon and a whole army. They followed him with 20 guards and domestics. But when they were at the door, they found it besieged by Janissaries. Besides, nearly 200 Turks and Tartars had already got in at a window and had seized all the rooms except a great hall, whither the king's servants had withdrawn. Luckily, this hall was near the door at which the king intended entering with his 20 men. He threw himself from his horse, pistol and sword in hand, and his followers did the same. The Janissaries fell on him from all sides, encouraged by the pasha's promise of 8 gold ducats to any who did but touch his coat, in case they could not take him. He wounded and killed all that came near him. A Janissary whom he had wounded stuck his musket in the king's face, and if the arm of a Turk had not jostled him in the crowd, the king would have been killed. The ball grazed his nose and took off a piece of his ear, and then broke the arm of General Hoord, whose fate it was always to be wounded at his master's side. The king stuck his sword into the Janissary's breast, and at the same time his servants, who were shut up in the hall, opened the door to him. He and his little troop slipped in as swiftly as an arrow. They closed the door at once and barricaded it with all they could find. Behold Charles shut up in this hall with all his attendants, about 80 men, officers, secretaries, valets, and servants of all kinds. The Janissaries and the Tartars pillaged the rest of the house and filled the rooms. "Come," said the king, "let us go and drive out these barbarians." Then putting himself at the head of his men, he with his own hands opened the door of the hall, which opened into his bedroom, went in and fired on his plunderers. The Turks, laden with booty, terrified at the sudden appearance of the king, whom they had reverenced, threw down their arms and jumped out of the window or fled to the cellars. The king, taking advantage of their confusion, and his own men being animated with their piece of success, pursued the Turks from room to room, killed or wounded those who had not made their escape, and in a quarter of an hour cleared the house of the enemy. In the heat of the combat, the king saw 2 Janissaries who had hidden themselves under his bed. He thrust one through, but the other asked pardon, saying, "Aman, I grant you your life," said the king, "on condition that you go and give the pasha a faithful account of what you have seen." The Turk readily promised to do as he was told, and was then allowed to leap out of the window like the others. The Swedes were at last masters of the house again, and shut and barricaded the windows. They did not lack arms, for a room on the ground floor, full of muskets and powder, had escaped the tumultuous search of the Janissaries. This they turned to good account, firing close on the Turks through the window, and killing 200 of them in less than a quarter of an hour. The cannon played against the house, but as the stones were very soft, they only made holes in the wall, but demolished nothing. The Khan of Tartary and the pasha, who wanted to take the king alive, ashamed at losing time and men, and employing a whole army against 60 persons, thought it expedient to fire the house in order to force the king to surrender. They had arrows twisted with lighted matches shot onto the roof and against the door and windows. By this means the whole house was soon in flames. The roof, all in flames, was about to fall on the Swedes. The king quietly gave orders for extinguishing the fire, and finding a small barrel full of liquor, he took hold of it himself, and with the help of 2 Swedes threw it on the place where the fire was most violent. Then he found that it was full of brandy. The fire burned more furiously than ever. The king's room was burned, and the great hall, where the Swedes were then, was filled with terrible smoke mingled with tongues of flame that came in through the doors of the next rooms. Half the roof fell in, and the other had fallen outside the house, cracking among the flames. A guard called Walberg ventured, when things had got to this pass, to say that they must surrender. "What a strange man this is," said the king, "to imagine that it is not more glorious to be burned than to be taken prisoner." Another guard, called Rosen, remarked that the Chancery House, which was only 50 paces away, had a stone roof and was fireproof, that they might well sally out, gain that house, and there stand on the defensive. "A true Swede," cried the king. Then he embraced him and made him a colonel on the spot. "Come on, my friends," he said, "take all the powder and ball you can carry, and let us gain Chancery sword in hand." The Turks, who were all this while round the house, were struck with fear and admiration at seeing that the Swedes were staying inside in spite of the flames. But they were much more astonished when they saw them open the doors, and the king and his men fall on them desperately. Charles and his leading officer were armed with sword and pistol. Every one fired 2 pistols at a time at the instant that the door opened, and in a flash, throwing away their pistols and drawing their swords, they drove back the Turks 50 paces. But the next moment the little band was surrounded. The king, booted according to custom, got his spurs entangled and fell. At once 1 and 20 Janissaries fell on him, disarmed him, and took him away to the quarters of the pasha, some holding his arms and others his legs, as a sick man is carried for fear of incommoding him. As soon as the king saw himself in their hands, the violence of his rage and the fury which so long and desperate a fight had naturally inspired gave way to gentleness and calm. Not one impatient word escaped him, not one frown was to be seen. He smiled at the Janissaries, and they carried him, crying Allah, with mingled indignation and respect. His officers were taken at the same time and stripped by the Turks and Tartars. This strange adventure happened on the 12th of February, 1713. It had extraordinary consequences. The Pasha of Bender waited in state in his tent, with a certain Marco for interpreter, expecting the king. He received him with great respect, and asked him to rest on a sofa, but the king disregarded his civilities and continued standing. "Blessed be the Almighty," said the pasha, "that your majesty is safe. I am grieved that you have forced me to execute the sultan's orders." The king, on the other hand, was only vexed that his 300 men had allowed themselves to be taken in their entrenchments, and said, "Ah, if they had fought like men, we should have held out these 10 days." "Alas," said the pasha, "what a pity that so much courage should be misapplied." Then the king was taken on a fine horse with magnificent trappings to Bender. All the Swedes were either killed or taken prisoners. The king's equipage, furniture, and papers, and the most needful of his clothes were pillaged or burned. On the roads the Swedish officers, almost naked and chained in pairs, followed the horses of the Tartars and Janissaries. The chancellor and the general officers were in the same condition, becoming slaves to those of the soldiers to whose share they fell. The pasha Ismail, having brought the king to his seraglio at Bender, gave him his own room, where he was served in state, but not without a guard of Janissaries at the room door. They prepared a bed for him, but he threw himself down on a sofa in his boots and fell fast asleep. An officer in waiting near by put a cap on his head. The king threw it off directly he awaked, and the Turk was amazed to see a king sleeping on a sofa in his boots and bareheaded. In the morning Ishmael brought Fabricius to the king, and when he saw his prince's clothes all rent, his boots, his hands, and his whole person covered with blood and dust, his eyebrows scorched, yet even in this state smiling, he threw himself on his knees, unable to speak. But soon, reassured by the natural and gentle manner of the king, he resumed his ordinary familiarity, and they began to make sport of the battle. "They tell me," said Fabricius, "that your majesty killed no fewer than 20 Janissaries." "No, no," said the king. "You know a story always grows in the telling." In the midst of the conversation, the pasha brought to the king his favorite Grothusen and Colonel Ribbons, whom he had generously ransomed at his own expense. Fabricius undertook to ransom all the other prisoners. Jeffreys, the English ambassador, helped him with money, and La Mortrelle, the French noble who had come to Bender from curiosity to see him, and who has written some account of these matters, gave all he had. These strangers, assisted by the czar's advice and money, redeemed all the officers and their clothes from the Tartars and Turks. Next morning they took the king in a chariot decked with scarlet to Adrianople, and his treasurer, Grothusen, was with him. The Chancellor Malern and some officers followed in another carriage. Many others were on horseback and could not restrain tears at the sight of the king's chariot. The pasha commanded the escort. Fabricius remarked that it was a shame that the king had no sword. God forbid, said the pasha, he would soon be at our throats if he had a sword. End of section 42. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 43 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Bringing Home the Body of Charles XII by Gustav Olof Cederström, Swedish painter, 1845. Painting, page 208. The military ability of Charles XII of Sweden had given his country a high rank among the nations. He had met the armies of Russia, Poland, and Denmark, and had struck blow after blow. His success, however, was of short duration. He lost much territory to Peter the Great, and while attacking Norway, he came to his death. This took place at Frederikshall. It was midwinter, and the ground was deep with snow, but his loyal soldiers were determined that his body should rest in his native soil. The illustration shows the sad procession making its way over a mountain pass towards the capital, which he had never seen but as a boy. His body now lies in a sarcophagus of black marble, covered with a lion's skin and surmounted by a crown and sceptre, and as a fitter monument there flutter around hundreds of standards and banners, ensigns of many nations captured in his wars. Sweden was now deep in trouble. All around her were enemies. In the confusion of war, the nobles had regained the unfair powers which they had formerly held, and there was doubt in regard to the succession to the throne. The younger sister of Charles agreed not to challenge the demands of the nobles, and therefore they upheld her claim to the crown. The aristocracy really ruled, but they were divided into two parties, the Hats or French party, and the Caps or Russian party. Disastrous wars followed, and much territory was lost. The nobles remained in control until the reign of Gustavus III, who succeeded in restoring the royal authority. End of section 43. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 44 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2019. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 44. The Nobel Prize, by Vance Thompson. The most familiar names of persons to whom Nobel Prizes have been awarded since 1905 are William Marconi in physics, Madame Curie in chemistry, Rudyard Kipling, Selma Lagerlöf, Maurice Maeterlinck, Gerhard Hauptmann, and Thomas Hardy in literature, and Theodore Roosevelt and Elihu Root for the promotion of international peace. The Editor. As you go from San Remo toward Tadja and the golf links, you pass the big white villa where Alfred Nobel died in December 1896. The greater part of his life had been spent in inventing explosives and perfecting methods of manifold death. His genius had made it possible to sink a fleet of battleships and obliterate half an army corps in one thoroughgoing moment.
In his old age he thought of these things. Then, too, he felt under the influence of a very extraordinary woman, the Baroness von Suttner. In books and public lectures she has long preached the sane doctrines of peace, and it was her novel, Lay Down Your Arms, which inspired the Tsar to summon the first peace congress at The Hague. "Try and convince me," Nobel wrote her once, "of the justice of your cause, and I will furnish the means of action, that is to say, the funds." In time the Baroness von Suttner succeeded, and when Nobel died he left his huge red fortune to the cause of peace and the advancement of science. It was in its way a grim philanthropic paradox. The income of his 8 millions and more is divided into 5 equal parts and awarded yearly in prizes to those who have done most to benefit humanity. The 5 prizes are for discoveries in physics, chemistry, and medicine, for distinguished work in imaginative literature, and, lastly, for advancing the cause of peace among the nations. The average value of a Nobel Prize is $40,000. It is worthwhile looking for a moment into the life of this strange old man. The race of money-getters is always interesting. Of English origin, he was born in Stockholm in 1833. His father constructed the first practical torpedoes and dabbled for years in explosives. Working together, father and son finally perfected nitroglycerin. The successful experiment was made in their factory in Heleneborg. It resulted in a terrible explosion which killed one of the sons and completely paralyzed the old father. Yet this very catastrophe was a successful demonstration of the value of the new explosive. It spelled out success and fortune. Success came, and the fortune, having blood at the root of it, grew into millions. Alfred Nobel went to Paris to secure financial backing for the invention. He told the French bankers that he had an oil that could blow up the globe. The bankers thought their interests lay in leaving the globe just about as it was, but Napoleon III, being less conservative, provided the necessary funds. A few years later, the new explosive, in German hands, blew him off his throne. The fluid nitroglycerin was ultimately developed into dynamite. When Alfred Nobel had carried his invention to the perfect end, he went to New York. His luggage consisted of a few trunks of dynamite. He used to say that not a hotel would take him in, and that the New Yorkers shunned him as though he had brought the pest in his pocket. So he went to San Francisco, where the first American plant for the manufacture of giant powder was established. Once before he had been in the United States. As a boy he had worked in the shops of John Ericsson, to whom the world owes the modern battleship. His last achievement was the creation of ballastine, the first smokeless powder. 2 inventions he left unfinished. One was the preparation of artificial silk, the other, and this was anxiously awaited in all the industrial world, was the production of artificial rubber. He was a grim old man. During his last illness he bought a sphygmograph and recorded the variations of his pulse. "I don't know whether I have a heart in the figurative sense of the word," he said, "but physiologically I have a heart, and it is a mighty bad one." There was a sentimental side to this old millionaire, whose life was spent in collaborating with violent death. In his youth he loved a young girl, but she died or married someone else. All his days he mourned her, writing endless poems to her memory. In addition to these love verses he left a Swedish play, Nemesis. Withal he had theories. One of them was welcomed by Mr. Andrew Carnegie. "Experience has taught me," he said, "that no happiness goes with inherited fortunes. They serve merely to deaden the faculties. A man should leave to his heirs enough to start them in life, and no more. Work is not only the law of life, but the source of happiness." A more questionable theory was that his explosives and formidable destroyers really made for peace, since they rendered war so deadly that humanity would be forced to declare against it. Ericsson, when he built the Monitor, said much the same thing. It was his dream so to perfect the art of war that men would not dare to break the peace. Of course, it is possible that these two great inventors were right, but if you go to the bottom of their thought, you will discover that it rests upon the assumption that at some fixed point human courage will fail, that the machine will beat the man. There is nothing in history to buttress up this contention, nor in one's knowledge of human nature. Men have never hesitated to go up against any kind of weapon. Bludgeons and poisoned arrows, or steel cartridges and cordite, it has never mattered much. I do not think the cause of peace will gain much by changing weapons. You will have to change the breed of men. And you will have to find, what has never yet been found, the freezing point of human courage. It was not until 5 years after his death that the Nobel Institute was finally established in Stockholm and the first prizes awarded. This was in 1901. The bestowal of the Peace Prize had been entrusted to a committee elected by the Norwegian Parliament, the most notable member of which was Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson. According to the will, no one may apply directly for the prize. He must be proposed by a statesman, by a professor of law and political science, or by some member of the International Peace Commission. The first Peace Prize was divided between Jean-Henri Dunant of Geneva and Frédéric Passy of Paris, two white-haired apostles of peace. To Monsieur Dunant, more than to anyone else, is due the creation of the Red Cross Society. It was at the bloody Battle of Solferino in 1851 that he first realized how little the doctors and nurses could do unless they were given the freedom of the battlefield. Within 4 years he had spread his ideas so far that he was able to convoke in Geneva an international congress, and at the Second Congress in 1864, 16 nations were officially represented. The Cross of Geneva was adopted as the sign of this new neutrality, which covered the physicians, their aides, and their ambulances. In this work Dunant spent all his fortune. By the time the Red Cross was established all the world over, his last penny was gone. Then for years he wandered precariously over Europe, writing and teaching languages in Paris, London, Stuttgart, until in his old age Nobel's $20,000 lifted him from poverty. Now he lives at ease in a little Swiss town in the canton of Appenzell. He is 74 years of age and very feeble. Frédéric Passy, who was honored with him, has written and lectured for the last 50 years in France on economic questions. He is one of the few free traders in that old protected land. His first notable effort in the cause of peace was in 1867, when France and Prussia were at sword's point over the Luxembourg question. He founded the first French Peace Society, and so stirred up public opinion that no responsible statesman dared declare for war. His League of Peace failed to prevent the great Franco-Prussian War of 1870, but it has not been without influence in later days. Lastly, he was one of the creators of the Interparliamentary Union for International Arbitration, the peace propagandists love pompous phrases, which met first in 1889. Probably no one has done more than he to base the dreams of the peace lovers on sound methods of international discussion and concession. The prize was again divided in 1902. 2 Swiss peace propagandists were honored. Élie Ducommun is secretary of the Permanent and International Bureau of Peace of Bern, which serves as a sort of clearing-house for the various peace associations in Europe and America. He is a journalist, and in prose and verse has preached the White Crusade. Dr. Charles Albert Goba is director of the Central Bureau of the Interparliamentary Union at Bern. He holds the threads of all the legislative efforts for peace in the parliaments of the world. Before taking up the work, he gave himself to teaching and politics. None of these men was widely known outside his own little circle of pacific friends. Nor had the world heard much of William Randall Kramer, the old English radical who was given the prize in 1903. In London he edits the Arbitrator, and was for a number of years a member of Parliament, sitting for one of the divisions of Shoreditch. With Frederick Passy he founded the Society for Interparliamentary Efforts toward Arbitration, and has been for years the secretary. He was brought most prominently to the front by his agitation in favor of a treaty of arbitration between England and the United States. Twice he visited Washington, presenting memorials, signed by members of Parliament, to the President and to Congress. The prize of 1904 rewarded the anonymous piecework of the Institute of International Law of Ghent in Belgium, and finally, in September 1905, with strict justice, the $40,000 was given to the enthusiastic Bohemian baroness who converted Alfred Nobel to the grandeur of peace. Madame Bertha von Suttner was 37 years old when she wrote her first book. In its way, it was as epoch-making a novel as Uncle Tom's Cabin. Since it appeared in 1884, Lay Down Your Arms has made more friends for peace than all the polysyllabic societies of Europe. The history of modern science might be written without going outside the names of the winners of the Nobel Prizes for beneficent discoveries in physics, chemistry, and medicine. Röntgen was first with the rays that bear his name, then Lorentz of Leiden and Peter Seemann of Amsterdam for their researches into the effects of magnetism on the phenomena of radiation, then Becquerel and Monsieur and Madame Curie. There was a just order in this distribution of awards. Becquerel had worked for many years on phosphorescence, and to him and his father was due the discovery of uranium, which came after the Röntgen rays, out of which proceeded radium. A great deal of nonsense has been said and written about the famous discovery of Madame Curie and her husband. The properties of radium are not yet wholly known. Of all substances, it is the most costly. If all that has been produced in the world were brought together, it would lie on the point of a knife blade. Nothing is so endowed with radioactivity. Without apparent diminution, it continues to emit light, heat, and various other rays. Of course, the most interesting question is as to the source of this continuous output. The theory that Madame Curie holds today is that radium is an unstable chemical element which does decompose in giving out heat, but with extreme slowness. In fact, she has recently found that where radium is present, there is constantly being formed a little quantity of helium gas. So, in reality, what one sees is the first example of the transformation of a chemical element. Neither Lord Rayleigh's discovery of argon nor the discoveries of Professor Leonard of Kiel, the later prize winners, has such an air of magic as Madame Curie's radium. A Pole by birth, she came to Paris long ago. It was while studying in the schools that she met Professor Curie and married him. He was a quiet, dreamy man who came little before the public. How much he had to do with the discovery of radium no one will ever know. His recent untimely death left his wife to carry on the experiments alone. The works for which the chemists were rewarded interest chiefly their fellow chemists. Van 't Hoff's Laws of Chemical Dynamics, Fischer's work on sugars, that of Arrhenius on electrolysis, and that of Sir William Ramsay on the gaseous elements of the air, lack dramatic interest. Of more human significance are the discoveries in the domain of medical science. The first Nobel Prize was rightly awarded to Professor von Behring of Marburg for his discoveries in serum therapeutics and its especial use in diphtheria. He placed in the hands of physicians a mighty weapon for combating disease and death. Since he received the Nobel Prize in 1901, he has gone far toward perfecting a cure for tuberculosis. "A little while must elapse," he said the other day, "before I can give it to the public in a practical way. When the next tuberculosis congress is held in Washington in 1908, I hope to demonstrate that at last the battle against human phthisis is in the way of being won. Professor Koch was the first to discover the tuberculosis bacillus. It was for this the Nobel Prize of 1905 was awarded him, but if the cure of consumption be indeed found, it is thanks to the serum of von Behring. Of almost equal benefit to humanity was Ronald Ross's discovery of the parasite of malaria. Of course, he merely completed the labor of scores of illustrious men who had worked on the subject since the first Jesuit missionaries found out the specific properties of quinine. Virchow, Pasteur, and Koch were his immediate forerunners. What the young English scientist made clear was the precise manner in which the malarial infection reaches the human blood. Physicians had long recognized a vague connection between malarial fever and stagnant water. It was assumed even that the disease was due to miasmata exhaled from marshes and poisonous soil. This theory has been thrown to the dustbin of science since Ronald Ross proved that the responsible author of malaria is the wicked little spotted-winged mosquito. The Ross method was applied in Havana by Assistant Surgeon General Gorgas of the United States Army. In the first year of his mosquito work, he practically blotted out yellow fever. There were only 5 cases, and the second year there were none. It was Nobel's wish that the literary prize should be awarded to the authors whose writings were of an idealistic tendency. What he had in mind may be gathered from the fact that Shelley was his favorite poet. The honor first went to Sully Prudhomme, who is one of the most delicate poets of the last generation. Sweet and grave and calm, his poetry differs from almost all the hectic verse of modern days. Its quiet beauty was worthy the award. The second year Mommsen's Roman History was chosen, though its idealism is perhaps disputable. In the succeeding years, however, the Swedish committee showed a clearly defined policy to reward those writers who had done most to keep alive the fine feelings of race, of country, of patriotism. Doubtless from an idealistic viewpoint they are quite right, but in honoring patriotism they are bringing into eminence one of the most indefatigable enemies of peace. The preservation of race, of national traditions, is a stumbling block in the way of that internationalism of good feeling toward which the peace propagandists are jogging. The patriot is always a fighting man. Björnson was given the prize in 1903, and he is not so much an author as a flag, the symbol of that young Norway which has finally got itself free of its gentler Swedish sister. And Björnson, with his rather narrow puritanism, his intellectual energy, his vanity, like that of a child, is a fair type of young Norway. You remember his famous remark, "There are 2 men of genius in Europe, I and Ibsen," admitting, that is, that Ibsen is a man of genius. Certainly no man of our day has left a broader mark upon the intellectual life of his own land. As author, orator, statesman, he has done more than any one man to make Norway what it is. The laureates of 1904 were Echegaray and Mistral. The great Spanish dramatist is known in the United States by one play only, I think, El Gran Galeato, which was produced at the end of the last century by one of the short-lived free theatres. But in Spain he is ranked with the masters of the drama, and especially that drama which is essentially Spanish. Oddly enough, he spent a good part of his life as a teacher of mathematics. He wrote on geometry, tunnel building, and sewers. He was 40 when he wrote his first play. Frédéric Mistral, who received the other half of the prize, is a strange old poet, whose fame has gone half around the world, though he writes in a dialect that is dying out even in his native Provence. Few Frenchmen can read Mireille, save in translation. Yet, for a little while at least, Mistral has saved his native land from the businesslike equality that is sweeping away all that is picturesque in Europe. He lives, as he has always lived, in the village of Mayenne, near Avignon. It was there, in the old square house, that I saw him shortly after he had received his $20,000. A soldierly old man, with grey moustaches and an imperial, he sat in his huge study, the many windows open on the garden, and beyond the far line of the Alps, and talked of the Provençal Renaissance to which he has given his life. On one occasion, the Emperor of Brazil, Dom Pedro, said to him, "All the languages which are not of the first order, like English and German and French, are in danger of dying out, just as your native Provençal. So, in defending your own historic language, you are defending a crowd of little languages, the Finnish, the Portuguese, the Swedish, the Dutch, the Spanish, and the Norwegian, all of which are menaced by the great commercial languages." Doubtless that is why the Swedes were glad to recompense his work. The greater part of his prize money has been expended in the restoration of the ancient palace of Arles, where he hopes to install a Provençal museum. Not without a little pride in the universality of American interests, I may state that Mistral's readers in the United States have already subscribed $10,000 to help him in carrying out his work. President Roosevelt was one of the subscribers, and Mistral showed me a copy of Mireille, which he was about to send to the White House. Mistral will not, I fear, bring back the owl of old, but he is doing all that can be done to preserve for his countrymen the heritage of art, literature, and legend left by the mighty ancestors. In Sienkiewicz, too, the Swedish Academy honored racial and national patriotism. It was not so much to the author of Quo Vadis that they gave the prize of 1905, as it was to the Polish patriot whose work has kept alive the Polish ideal. It is not very well known that Henryk Sienkiewicz is a practical worker in the cause of Polish freedom, and more than once has felt the snaffle of the law. The author of Quo Vadis passed through Berlin some months ago on his way to Stockholm to receive the $40,000 prize in person. He traveled in state, with a retinue of secretaries and translators, for it is a part of literary history that Quo Vadis in book and play has proved as profitable as the ownership of a mind on the Rand. You have had a word with the various men honored by the Nobel Institute, and what do you think now of the use to which the red fortune has been put? Wreaths have been laid upon the white heads of the stanchest old lovers of peace. Men already famous in the scientific world have been guerdoned with helpful money. Poets who have sung the old racial songs have been lifted into momentary notoriety. Writers who saw a duty in patriotism have been commended in a fine financial way. But is the great white cause to which Alfred Nobel left his millions any further advanced? In Europe alone there are 16 millions of men under arms. The fighting tonnage of the seas is over 4,000 millions. The annual military budgets of the great powers tower up into the billions of money. That is one side of the picture. And in the other you have a dozen amiable old Swedish gentlemen sitting in the library, or on the balcony, of the Nobelstiftelsen in the Norrlandsgatan of Stockholm, dividing the $200,000 a year among the 5 men of idealistic tendencies, who have worked themselves into fame of some sort. There seems to be an inequality between the two forces. It is like fighting a city fire with a gilt-tipped bottle of rose water. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. Denmark, Part I. Tales of the Dark Ages. Historical note. The Danes like to dream that their history goes back to one Dan, who is fancied to have reigned in their land more than 1,000 years before Christ, and that the name Denmark signifies the marches of the followers of Dan. Unfortunately, the proof is lacking for any such chapter in their history, and for many centuries after Christ, the most that is known of the land and its people comes from the old sagas or hero stories, wherein fact and fiction are poetically mingled. Denmark was governed by a number of chiefs, but about the year 900, one Gorm the Old is said to have subdued so many of these little kings that he may fairly be called the first ruler of the land. There are stories of wild voyages over stormy seas to the south and the west, of the invasion of England, and of increasing power in that country until, in the 11th century, Svend of the Forked Beard, and after him his son Canute, or Knut, became its rulers. It was during the reign of Knut that Denmark was converted to Christianity. Never did a land undergo more abrupt changes than Denmark. In Knut's time, the Danes ruled Norway. After his death, Norway for a time ruled Denmark. In the reign of Valdemar II, 1202 to 1241, Holstein, Pomerania, and other provinces north of the Elbe were under Danish control. But Valdemar was captured by his enemies, and to free himself was obliged to renounce his conquests. His death was followed by a century of anarchy and civil wars. In 1340, Valdemar III came to the throne, and by his vigorous policy restored the ancient boundaries of his kingdom. The greatest struggle of Valdemar III was with the Hansa, or Hanseatic League of German cities, which was determined that commerce should be free in the north of Europe. On the other hand, Denmark controlled the entrance to the Baltic Sea and was equally determined that merchant vessels should pay toll to her. After varying fortune, Valdemar was at last forced to grant the demands of the Hansa. End of section 45. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 46 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia as the narrator.
Alan Mapstone as Bernardo.
Jim Locke as Francisco.
Eva Davis as Horatio.
Thomas Peter as Marcellus.
And Nemo as Hamlet.
The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 46. The Ghost of Hamlet's Father by William Shakespeare. The scene of Hamlet is laid at Elsinore, and the ghost appears on the platform of the castle of Kronborg. Hamlet's grave and Ophelia's brook are shown at Marienlyst, having been invented for anxious inquirers by the complacent inhabitants. The Editor. Elsinore, a platform before the castle. Francisco at his post. Enter to him Bernardo.
Who's there?
Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
I think I hear them. Stand ho! Who's there?
Enter Horatio and Marcellus.
Friends to this ground.
And liegemen to the Dane.
Give you good night.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Who hath relieved you?
Bernardo has my place. Give you good night.
Exit.
Holla, Bernardo.
Say, what, is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What, has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dreaded sight, twice seen of us. Therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, tush, 'twill not appear.
Sit down a while, and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we have 2 nights seen.
Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon same star that westward from the pole had made his course to illume that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating 1.
Enter Ghost.
Peace, break thee off. Look, where it comes again.
In the same figure, like the king that's dead.
Thou art a scholar. Speak to it, Horatio.
Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio.
Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder.
It would be spoke to.
Question it, Horatio.
What art thou that usurpest this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven I charge thee, speak.
It is offended.
See, it stalks away.
Stay, speak. Speak, I charge thee, speak.
Exit Ghost.
'Tis gone, and will not answer.
How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy? What think you on't?
Before my God, I might not this believe without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
As thou art to thyself. Such was the very armour he had on when he the ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once when in an angry parle he smote the sledded poleaxe on the ice. 'Tis strange.
Thus twice before, and jump at this dead hour, with martial stalk hath he gone by our watch.
While Horatio and Marcellus are discussing the ghost, and fearing lest its appearance forebode some disaster to the state, it suddenly appears again.
But soft, behold, lo, where it comes again.
Re-enter Ghost.
I'll cross it, though it blast me. Stay, illusion. If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done, that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me.
Cock crows.
If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which happily foreknowing may avoid, oh, speak. Or if thou hast abhorred in thy life extorted treasure in the womb of earth, for which they say you spirits oft walk in death, speak of it. Stay, and speak. Stop it, Marcellus.
Shall I strike at it with my partisan?
Do, if it will not stand.
'Tis here.
'Tis here.
Exit Ghost.
'Tis gone. We do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it the show of violence. For it is, as the air, invulnerable, and our vain blows malicious mockery.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. I have heard, the cock, that is the trumpet to the morn, doth with his lofty and shrill-sounding throat awake the god of day. And at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine, and of the truth herein this present object made probation.
It faded on the crowing of the cock. Some say that ever gainst that season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, the bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then, they say, no spirit dares walk abroad. The nights are wholesome. Then no planet strike, no fairy takes, no witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time.
So have I heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn, in russet mantle clad, walks over the dew of yon high eastern hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet, for upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him. Do you consent we shall acquaint him with it as needful in our loves, fitting our duty?
Let's do it, I pray, and I this morning know where we shall find him most conveniently.
Exeunt. Thus it is that they tell the story to Hamlet.
2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch, in the dead vast and middle of the night, been thus encountered. A figure like your father, armed at point exactly, cap a pie, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. Thrice he walked by their oppressed and fear-surprised eyes, within his truncheon's length, whilst they, distilled almost to jelly with the act of fear, stand dumb and speak not to him. This to me in dreadful secrecy impart they did, and I with them the 3rd night kept the watch, whereas they had delivered, both in time, form of the thing, each word made true and good the apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like.
But where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watched.
Did you not speak to it?
My lord, I did, but answer made it none. Yet once, methought it lifted up its head, and did address itself to motion, like as it would speak. But even then the morning cock grew loud, and at the sound it shrunk in haste away, and vanished from our sight.
'Tis very strange.
As I do live, my honoured lord, 'tis true, and we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, indeed, sirs. But this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight?
We do, my lord.
Armed, say you?
Armed, my lord.
From top to toe?
My lord, from head to foot.
Then saw you not his face?
Oh, yes, my lord, he wore his beaver up.
What? Looked he frowningly?
Countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
Pale or red?
Nay, very pale.
And fixed his eyes upon you?
Most constantly.
I would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Very like, very like. Stayed it long?
Well, one with moderate haste might tell 100.
Longer.
Not when I saw it.
His beard was grisly, no?
It was, as I have seen it in his life, a sable silvered.
I will watch tonight. Perchance it will walk again.
I warrant it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be tenable in your silence still, and whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, but no tongue. I will requite your loves, so fare you well. Upon the platform, 'twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honour.
Your loves is mine to you. Farewell.
Exeunt all but Hamlet.
My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play would the night were come. Till then, sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them, to men's eyes.
Exit. When night has come, Hamlet goes out on the platform, and in a few minutes the ghost appears.
Look, my lord, it comes.
Enter Ghost.
Angels and ministers of grace, defend us! Be thou a spirit of health, or goblin damned. Bring with thee airs from heaven, or blast from hell. Be thy intents wicked or charitable? Thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their cerements. Why the sepulchre, wherein we saw thee quietly inurned, hath oped his ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean, that thou, dead corse, again in complete steel revisits thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous, and we fools of nature so horridly to shake our disposition with thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls? Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
Ghost beckons Hamlet.
It beckons you to go away with it, as if its some apartment did desire to you alone.
Look, with what courteous action it waves you to a more removed ground. But do not go with it.
No, by no means.
It will not speak. Then will I follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why? What should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? It waves me forth again. I'll follow it.
What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord, or to the dreadful summit of the cliff that beetles o'er his base into the sea, and there assume some other horrible form which might deprive your sovereignty of reason and draw you into madness? Think of it. The very place puts toys of desperation, without more motive, into every brain that looks so many fathoms to the sea and hears it roar beneath.
It waves me still. Go on. I'll follow thee.
You shall not go, my lord.
Hold off your hands.
Be ruled, you shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hearty as the Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say, away. Go on. I'll follow thee.
Exeunt Ghost and Hamlet. The ghost then reveals the story that Hamlet has already half suspected, namely that his uncle, who has just married his mother, is guilty of his father's death. Upon Hamlet is laid the burden of revenge. End of section 46. This recording is in the public domain. Section 47. Of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Play Scene in Hamlet by Daniel Maclise. Irish painter 1806 to 1870. Painting page 234. There is a legend that in the 2nd century before Christ there lived in Jutland a prince by the name of Hamlet, or Amleth. According to the story, his father, the king, was murdered by Hamlet's uncle, who then married the queen. To save his own life, the prince pretended to be insane. Later he succeeded in so terrifying his mother that she aided him in avenging the murder of the king. This story, many times retold and rewritten, fell at last into the hands of Shakespeare, who made of it his famous tragedy of Hamlet. The illustration represents a scene in Hamlet, showing the performance of a play of which Hamlet has said to his friend Horatio, "There is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe mine uncle. Give him heedful note, for I mine eyes will rivet to his face." The representation shows the act of murder by pouring poison into the ear, the manner in which Hamlet's father is thought to have come to his death. Hamlet in the front of the stage intently observes the king. On the left sits Ophelia, with Horatio behind her chair. On the right the king and queen are seated. End of section 47. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 48 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 48. The Slaying of the Monster Grendel. Retold by Florence Holbrook. From Beowulf, an ancient epic poem of Denmark. Hrothgar, the aged king of Denmark, built a lordly hall where he and his warriors might enjoy music and feasting together after their hard-fought battles. They would have been very happy had it not been for the horrible demon Grendel, who night after night stalked up through the mist and darkness and dragged away many of the thanes to be devoured by the fiend. By and by the story of the terrible slaughter came to the ears of the young hero Beowulf, who dwelt in Sweden, and he set out for Denmark to fight the monster and free the aged king and his men from terror. He is welcomed by Hrothgar and is left in charge of the hall. The Editor. Beowulf then spoke to his men. I do not think myself less in warlike strength than Grendel, so I will not use the sword or shield, but we two shall fight tonight without weapons, and the Lord shall give the glory to whom glory belongs. Around him lay the warriors, little thinking they would ever see their homes across the sea again, for so many before that night had been slain by the cruel Grendel. At last they slept, all but one. The mighty Beowulf, in angry mood, awaited the battle meeting. Now truly it is shown that mighty God rules the race of men. Over the moor came the shadow walker stalking. He strode under the clouds until he saw the golden hall of men. This was not the first time he had come to the hall of Hrothgar. On the door he rushed. He opened the mansion's mouth and trod on the floor. When he saw the men sleeping on the benches, he laughed, thinking how he would take life from the body of everyone there. The shadowy form came nearer and nearer. At last he stretched out his great hand to take Beowulf, but with all his strength the brave warrior seized the arm of the monster. Then did the heart of Grendel fill with fear. Fearful was his mind, but not for that could he escape the sooner. Then stood Beowulf upright and firmly grasped Grendel. Very angry were both. The wonder was that the great hall did not fall to the ground, but it was fast within and without with iron bands, and naught but fire could destroy it. Then the noise grew greater. The Danes who had heard it were terrified. Never had such horrid noise filled the air, for Beowulf, the strength of men, held Grendel fast. Not for anything would he let the dreadful one escape that day. The warriors sought to help their leader, but he would not use any weapon. With his bare hands, he held fast the fearful foe. On the shoulder of Grendel was a horrid wound, and Beowulf tore the arm from the body. Well knew the monster then that his life's end had come. Glad was Beowulf that his strength had aided the Danes, had cleaned the great hall, and had healed the deep sorrow which had been theirs for so many years. There was in the morning many a great warrior in the gift hall. From far and near over distant ways they came to behold the wonder, the arm of Grendel, the joy-killer. Away to the dark water, his home, had he gone with his death wound. All the warriors rode in gladness to the great hall. There was told the bravery of Beowulf. No other was so great, so worthy of honor as he. Hrothgar also they praised as a good king and famous in war. All the Danes and the Goths were happy that the terror of the land had been destroyed. Care was removed from their hearts. They were filled with joy and turned to games and plays. Some let their beautiful horses run in contest over the fair roads. Some who knew the famous stories of heroes told them to eager listeners. Laughter, song, and merry voices were heard once more in the hall. Soon one of the singers began a song in honor of this new deed, the victory of Beowulf. Then over the meadow came the great king with many knights famed for their brave deeds. With them also walked the fair queen and a company of maidens. When Hrothgar entered the gold-crowned hall and saw the great hand and arm of Grendel, he said, "Now let us give to the Almighty thanks. Wonder after wonder can God work. This one brave warrior has, through the Lord's might, performed a deed which the Danes could not. Happy is the mother of such a son. Now, Beowulf, as a dear son, will I hold you in my heart. Nothing shall you want which I have power to give you. You have done a deed which will make your glory live through every age." Then replied Beowulf,
with great good will we fought the fight. I seized the enemy quickly with hard hands, and hoped to lay him on his deathbed. But I have his hand and arm, and he will surely die, for pain has him in its deadly grip. Hrothgar now gave the order that the hall should be adorned for the feast of joy. Men and women worked to make all clean and whole. Beautiful banners, a wonder to all who beheld them, decked the walls. When all was ready, the king himself came to the feast in honor of Beowulf. Never had a larger or a nobler company sat in the gift hall. Merry at heart were they all, and they had a merry feast. Then Hrothgar gave to Beowulf a golden banner in reward of victory. A sword, a cup, and a helmet he gave, 4 beautiful and wonderful gifts. These were most precious gifts, of which Beowulf need not be ashamed. Then Hrothgar, the shield of warriors, had 8 warlike steeds, brought into the hall as gifts to Beowulf. On one of the horses was the war seat the king himself used when going to battle. So with steeds and treasures did the king of the Danes reward the brave prince. To every man with the hero did the king give a precious gift. Then the song of praise was heard. The wise God rules all, therefore is understanding everywhere best. Wise forethought is best. When the song was ended, the queen took the mead cup to the king, saying, Accept this cup, my beloved lord. Be thou happy, gold friend of men, and to the Goths speak with kind words, as one should do. Be cheerful to thy guests, and mindful of gifts. The bright hall is made safe. Be happy with thy sons and friends. Then the gracious queen said to Beowulf, Receive as a gift this collar, dear prince. Thou hast done that which men will praise throughout all time. Be noble and happy. Be brave and gentle in deeds. Here in this hall is every man to each other true, and to his lord faithful. The thanes unite to praise thee. Then the queen went to her seat, and all the court united in praise of Beowulf, who had driven Grendel from the great hall. After the merry feast, all left the hall except a few warriors, who slept rejoicing, thinking all their warfare was over. But Grendel's mother did not close her eyes in sleep. When her son came home with his death blow, great was the sorrow and anger in her heart. She would punish the Danes and the Goths for her son's death. In the middle of the night, she crept to the hall where the Danes were sleeping, free from all fear. One she seized, a brave man and dear to the king. Then rose a great cry in the hall when Grendel's mother saw her son's well-known hand and arm. She seized it and bore it away to the dark lake, together with the body of the warrior. Soon Hrothgar was told of the great sorrow, and he grieved at the death of his friend, the brave warrior, whom Grendel's mother had taken away. When Beowulf came to the hall, Hrothgar cried out, Speak not to me of rest or joy. Sorrow has come again. My friend, best in war and peace, is dead. The dread monster has killed him. 2 shadows on the moor have my men seen. One, Grendel, is the figure of a man, and the other is like a woman. They dwell in the secret land where the wolf howls and the winds sweep, where the flood flows under the earth. About a mile away is this lake over which the dark trees bend. Every night can fire be seen over this waste of water. No one knows how deep the lake is. The noisy winds raise the black waves until the air grows gloomy and the heavens shed tears. You know not this dreadful place. If you dare seek it and come back from the strife, I will give you money and treasures of gold. Then the brave Beowulf replied, Better is it for everyone to avenge his friend than that he greatly mourn. Each of us must await the end of his life. Let them who can work high deeds of honor. Let us go quickly to seek Grendel's mother. I promise you she shall not escape. No, not in the sea, nor the bosom of the earth, nor into the mountain wood, nor in the ocean's ground." Then was the heart of the old king glad to hear the brave words. Horses were brought out, and troops of men set forth towards the home of the dreadful shadows. The road was narrow and dark, an unknown way. Soon they saw the mountain trees leaning over the rock, a joyless wood. The water below was dark and gloomy. Many strange creatures could be seen moving in the deep pool. Now Beowulf clad himself in his war gear. The coat of rings was about his breast, so that no gripe could injure his life. On his head he wore a bright helmet, wrought with strength so that no battle axe could break it. Then a prince of Hrothgar gave him a famous sword named Hrunting. This was one of the old treasures. Never in battle had it failed those who dared to go in ways of terror. This was not the first time that it had done brave deeds. Then said Beowulf, "Now, O king, I am ready for my journey. Bear in mind what you have said. If I, for your need, should lose my life, that you would be to me as a father. If then war takes me off, be a friend to my comrades. Send to Hygelac the treasures you have given to me, so that he may know that I found a good king in you. Now with the good sword Hrunting will I seek out the foe." With these words Beowulf leaped into the sea. All that day he sank into the waves before he beheld the ground bed of the sea. Then he saw the fierce creature who for 100 years had held the floods. Eager she seized him and bore him to her dwelling. Many a sea monster broke through his warlike coat. At last the warrior found himself in a great room where the waters did not enter. Then a fierce light did shine brightly upon him, and by its gleam he saw the sea-wolf. With a loud cry he struck her with his good broadsword, but it would not bite or injure her. This was the first time its power had failed. Beowulf remembered his former deeds of bravery, and threw down his useless sword to use the strength of his hands alone. He seized the sea creature and made her bow to the earth, but fiercely she grasped the brave warrior and overthrew him so that he was about to perish. Him she would have slain, but his good coat withstood her sword. The ruler of the skies was his friend, for he saw on the wall a great sword so heavy that other men could not use it. This sword Beowulf seized gladly. Angrily he struck the sea-wolf, and the sword passed through her neck. Down on the ground she sank. The warrior rejoiced in his work. He looked through the great dwelling and saw Grendel lying lifeless. With a strong blow Beowulf cut off the head of the monster, but the hot blood melted the sword, and nothing was left but the hilt. The blade melted away as ice melts when the Father, who has power over the seasons, unbinds the bands of the frost. The men at the shore, watching, saw the water all colored with blood, and feared their great leader was dead. The king and noble Danes spoke of the brave hero with praise and sorrow. When noon came, they went back to the great hall sadly, thinking Beowulf the daring had been killed by the fearful monster. But the Goths stayed by the shore, though little hoping to see their dear lord again. But soon the water cleared, and they saw their brave leader swimming toward them with the head of Grendel and the hilt of the great sword. Then they went toward him, thanking God. The stout band of thanes rejoiced that their lord had returned. Forth they went on the well-known road rejoicing. 4 of the strong men bore the heavy head of Grendel. Beowulf proudly led his 14 brave men. The prince of the thanes entered the great hall with glory crowned to greet Hrothgar. The warriors bore the great head of Grendel into the hall before the king and his men. "Behold, O king," said Beowulf, "the head of the sea monster. I hardly with life came from the battle under the water. Had not God helped me, I had not conquered. The good sword Hrunting could not harm my foe, but the ruler of men guided me to see on the wall an old strong sword, and with it I slew her. Then I cut off the head of the monster Grendel. In his hot blood was the good sword melted, and I brought only the hilt away. I now promise thee that in Heorot all may sleep safe from harm, for I have slain thy foes, Grendel and his mother, and I have given peace to thy land and people. Then did Beowulf give the sword hilt to Hrothgar. The king said, Thy glory is exalted, friend Beowulf, over every nation. Long shall thou be a comfort to thy people, and a help to the warriors. Now is the flower of thy might. Long may it be before thy strength depart in fire's clutch, or rage of flood, or arrow's flight, or age or blindness take thee. Go now to thy seat at the feast as a guest of honor. Then Beowulf went to the seat of honor in great joy, and all were merry. The helm of night grew dark, and the warriors left their seats. They greeted Beowulf and wished him well to rest. In the gold-roofed hall well slept the prince until the black raven saw the coming of the bright sun. At the first light the Goths hastened to the good ship, eager to be gone to their homes. When all were ready, Beowulf said, O king, we seafarers wish to seek our homes. Here have we been kindly treated. If there is more than I can do, O Lord of men, I shall always be ready. If when far away I hear that foes surround thee, I shall come to help thee with many warriors. Well I know that my king Hygelac will send me to thy aid. Then Hrothgar spoke, Into thy mind has the wise Lord sent these kind words. Never have I heard wiser words from one so young. Thou art strong and wise, and I think that if death should take Hygelac, the people would wish thee for their king. So well hast thou borne thyself, and there shall be peace between the Danes and Goths, and many a gift shall I send to thee over the great sea. Then Hrothgar gave to Beowulf rich gifts, and bade him seek his home in safety. The good king wept when he said goodbye, for he loved the noble youth, and was sad to have him go away over the deep sea. End of section 48. This recording is in the public domain.